This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Translator Lonely Tree. Synopsis. The hearse with the weird odor slowed to a stop before the entrance. The sound of pebbles could be heard bouncing on the ceiling. There were footsteps coming from the corridor, and there seemed to be someone sawing next door. The doorknob to the room rattled slightly, and the faucet in the bathroom kept dripping even though it had been screwed shut. There was a rubber ball that rolled on its own underneath the bed. Wet footsteps started to surface one after another on the floor. At 3 a.m., Chen-ji held a cleaver in his hand as he hid beside the room heater. The call he was trying to make was finally answered. "Landlord, is this what you meant by, the house can be a little crowded at night?"
Chapter 151, A Certain Death. Chen-ji stood up after finishing the cigarettes. Does anyone even listen to cassette tapes these days? Where am I going to find a player? After much difficulty, Chen-ji finally had reached a stable relationship with Zhang Ye, but now he had another one to deal with. Chen-ji really did not expect that he would one day be troubled by being too popular. The haunted house is big enough for the brother inside the tape, as long as he doesn't create trouble. Chen-ji noticed a detail provided by the black phone. The chance of drawing the crying tape was 3%, while the chance of drawing the cursed love letter had been 0.3%. According to that probability, the specter inside the tape should not be more powerful than Zhang Ye. His strength was probably between a normal baleful specter and a red specter. Weaker is not so bad, easier for me to come to a negotiation with him. After all, Chen-ji was rather alarmed by baleful specter that had their own personal page like Zhang Ye. Pushing the bicycle back to New Century Park, some visitors had already arrived. Uncle Su and Su Wan were already standing in front of the haunted house. "Chen-ji, where have you been so early in the morning? And why are there chicken feathers stuck to your clothes?" The number of visitors was not that high, and Uncle Su was considered half a haunted house worker now. When he was free, he would stand outside the haunted house to sell tickets. A morning joke. Chen-ji dusted the chicken feather off naturally and opened the gate to prepare for business. That morning, Chen-ji kept spacing out the messages from before crowing his mind. He was walking in the mist, and he could see an opening before him, but he was unable to tell whether it led to the exit or to the maw of a monster. At 4:30 p.m., Chen-ji gave Su Wan an early leave. He closed the gate and entered the staff break room. It's time to start the preparation. He placed his backpack on the table and shoved the mallet, the cleaver wrapped in red cloth, packets of salt, a lighter, and a flashlight into it. 6 packs of salt should be enough. Chen-ji then took out another large bag. He planned to bring the white cat and Xiaoxia with him. Let me see what else I'm missing. Opening the drawer, Chen-ji saw the cassette tape sitting inside. It did not have any markings other than an irregular bloody handprint like someone had gripped it with a bloody hand. Such an item that has already been lost in time has appeared in the haunted house's drawer. Naturally, this was the black phone's doing. Chen-ji did not know much about the tape, and since he was afraid that the thing inside might ruin the haunted house when he was not around, he dropped the tape inside his bag as well. That's all, I suppose. Chen-ji found Xiaoxia and the jacket with the kitten's odor and placed them inside the bag. He negotiated with the cat for a long time before it jumped unwillingly into the bag. "Stay here for a moment, I'll be right back." Chen-ji walked into the props room and saw Dr. Skullcracker's hammer lying in the corner. This thing has a certain presence to it, maybe I'll be able to use it. To fit the hammer inside his backpack, Chen-ji had to remove the mallet and 3 packs of salt. The salt might not be useful, so there's no reason for me to bring so many. The multi-purpose mallet, though, has helped me a lot, so I have to bring this with me. However, there was indeed no space, so Chen-ji tied to the mallet to the outside of the backpack. Including the black suitcase with various live-stream equipment, the table before Chen-ji was full. It still feels like I'm missing something. Chen-ji thought about it, exited the staff break room, and entered the Muyang High School scenario. For this 3-star trial mission, he could not be too prepared. He entered the female dormitory and picked up the broken ballpoint pen. "Pen Spirit, I want to use today's fortune-telling chance. Please help me answer a question." Chen-ji started playing the Pen Spirit game. "Will you tell me what kind of danger I will run into at the 3rd sick hall?" The pen quivered lightly, and after a long time the pen started writing. "A certain death." As if to stress, the Pen Spirit used extra emphasis, and the pen almost tore through the paper. "A certain death." Looking at Pen Spirit's answer, Chen-ji's face fell. "Pen Spirit, I asked about the type of danger. Why are you giving me this answer?" Ahead of his departure, his confidence was already wavering. The pen spirit did not answer. Chen Ji's brows creased heavily. Hopefully you're wrong, or it's over for all of us. Then he planned to shove the pen inside his pocket. After all, as a part of the haunted house, how could the pen spirit sit this one out? The pen spirit did not expect things would develop like this. Just as Chen Ji's arm was leaving the paper, it quickly scribbled the earlier answer out. There's still a fighting chance. Chen Ji was full of anticipation, but the pen spirit wrote another line down. Don't bring me with you. Don't bring you. Chen Ji pocketed the pen and waltzed out of Mu Yang High School. Everything is ready, it's time to go. Chen Ji took out the black phone. After completing 3 nightmare missions, he had the chance to unlock a trial mission. Congratulations, Spectre's favored. You have unlocked the trial mission for the 3rd sick hall. The 3rd sick hall, 3 stars scream factor. This abandoned hospital makes strange noises at night, and you'll need to find out why. Mission venue: the quarantine sector of Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescence Center. Mission requirement: arrive at the 3rd sick hall before midnight and survive until dawn. Mission hint: the antonym of good is evil, and the antonym of right is wrong, so what is the antonym of human? Do you wish to accept this mission? Warning: trial missions are only available for 24 hours. If they are not accepted within these 24 hours, the scenario will never be unlocked. Chen Ji had made all the necessary preparations for this moment. He clicked on accept, and the interface changed. A clock appeared in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. If Chen Ji did not enter the 3rd sick hall before midnight, the trial mission would be considered a fail. The 3rd sick hall: after I finish this mission, I should be able to find more clues about my parents. Chen Ji left the park with all the bags and called Liu Dao. Liu Dao told Chen Ji to wait for him at the park, and he would personally fetch him. When Liu Dao saw Chen Ji, he also received quite a shock. However, the man very cleverly did not ask for more details. He started the car and drove Chen Ji to Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescence Center. Qin Guang's livestream starts at 10 p.m. The response to his previous livestream was positive, so the platform gave him its full support again. We have tried our best and have sacrificed the posts of 2 hosts to gain a not-so-bad channel and recommendation for you. Please do your best tonight. Chapter 152, A Unique Charm. At 7 p.m., after taking 2 wrong turns, Liu Dao and Chen Ji finally arrived at their destination. Come on, I'll introduce you to the other workers of our studio. Liu Dao parked the car and walked into the nearby brush. We're at the outskirt of the Jiujiang district. Yes. Chen Ji inspected the content of his backpack before getting out from the car. The road was filled with holes from lack of maintenance, and there was a small mound of rocks in the way, like someone was purposely blocking up the road. The trees that lined the road were tall and lush, probably planted decades ago. The canopy blocked out the moonlight completely, and after entering the brush, it was as dark as night. Chen Ji turned on the flashlight and followed behind Liu Dao. They had been trekking for 10 minutes already, and they were still trapped among the trees. Brother, are we lost? Chen Ji looked around him, and there was no trace of any human activity. Don't fret, don't fret. Liu Dao made a call before turning down a small lane. This area is very complicated. There's nothing for us to refer to, so it's very easy to get lost. You're entering the mental hospital alone, so be careful. I advise you to mark some trees as you move toward the building. After a few more minutes of walking, Liu Dao and Chen Ji finally exited the brush. A large tent appeared before their eyes. This is the only open ground nearby, and the place with the best signal. When they spotted Liu Dao, the people inside the tent walked over. Brother Liu, where have you been? You know we are lacking in manpower. Are you trying to work Sister Li and myself to our death? A young man who had a crew cut and the head the shape of a pot lid grumbled. He looked about 20 and was forward with his words. Why did we let him go fetch the person knowing he's horrible with directions? Sister Li asked. Her skin was rough, and she was more muscular than most men. To defuse the awkward situation, Liu Dao dragged Chen Ji over. This is the host who will be live streaming inside the 3rd sick hall alone, Chen Ji. There's still some time before the live stream. You can teach him how to use the live streaming equipment and camera techniques. This is Chen Ji. Sister Li pushed Liu Dao aside and started studying Chen Ji alongside the teen. When they saw Chen Ji's get-up, there was a flash of confused shock in their eyes. Isn't he going to do a supernatural live stream? Why did he bring a chicken with him? They wanted to mock him, but since this was their first meeting, they held their tongues. I'm Zhang Pin, and this is Sister Li. We'll be responsible for helping you relay your livestream. The teen led Chen Ji into the tent. There was plenty of equipment inside. He taught Chen Ji how to use it all and then had Chen Ji open the black suitcase. He explained each piece of equipment's usage one by one. Outside the tent, Sister Li whispered, "All Liu, you sure this kid can work? We have sacrificed the slot of 2 hosts with 100,000 viewers to earn a level 2 platform recommendation. The platform is afraid of earning Qin Guang's ire and purposely making this difficult for us." Liu Dao lit a cigarette. The platform's recommendation could be delineated into 5 levels. 1 was the best and 5 the worst. The highest they could wrangle for a newbie was a level 2. He only has a level 2 recommendation while Qin Guang has 3 level 1 recommendations and a featured ad on the front page. It's obvious who will lose. Sister Li did not have confidence in Chen Ji, and that feeling only heightened after seeing Chen Ji in person. To be a famous host, one either had to have unnaturally good looks or immense charisma. Chen Ji seemed to have neither. He was just a normal guy, going about his life normally. He was not over the top, but calm and collected. Compared to a host, he felt more like a doctor. You're only seeing his surface. If you chat with him, you'll realize this person has a unique charm to him. His understanding of fear is different than most. Liu Dao was reminded of his first interaction with Chen Ji. He was led throughout the conversation, and his mind screamed, "Crazy person alert." Later, he reflected on it and realized that it was because their thinking was not on the same level. It's not that I look down on him, but we have invested too much on him. Sister Li sighed. Also, the fact that we've helped him gain a recommendation will definitely get Qin Guang to target us. Now that the platform is pushing Qin Guang as their featured host, when Qin Guang's power is solidified, it'll be hell for other hosts from our studio. Liu Dao hushed Sister Li so that their conversation was not overheard. Have some faith in Chen Ji. To be honest, both of Qin Guang's previous live streams were copies, and this man before us is the real deal. But he has no script, props, or actors. This kind of dull live stream will get viewers. I'm not going to argue with you. In any case, do your work and make sure that there are no technical problems tonight. Liu Dao composed himself and entered the tent. He greeted Chen Ji and took out his laptop. He opened the bookmarked website and said, "Chen Ji, come and take a look at this." Chen Ji thought it was going to be a script, but it was actually a news article. Writing scripts will be easily exposed, and it'll seem fake, so we'll leave it to you how you want to go about the plot. Liu Dao pointed at the news. But here is some inspiration. These are 3 things that are most discussed online about the mental hospital. The first is the missing hospital director. His existence remains unconfirmed to this day, and no one knows whether he is still alive or dead. The second are the weird noises that reverberate through the buildings every midnight. The third is the appearance of the bloody words that seem to appear out of nowhere. Some people swore they have seen them appear at night, but as dawn arrived, the words disappeared. Focus on these 3 things, and the effect should be good. Chen Ji nodded. After reading the articles in detail, he had a better understanding of the mental hospital. Let's take a break for dinner first, then we'll discuss some of the details. Sister Li took out a few rice boxes from an insulated cabinet and passed them around. At 9:30 p.m., Liu Dao went out to make a call. When he returned, he told Chen Ji that it was time to start. Zhang Ping took out the equipment from the black suitcase, and Chen Ji was making his final preparations. He opened the bag, and with the crowd watching curiously, he snatched the jacket away from the cat and put it on. The jacket had the smell of the kitchen, so only by wearing this jacket would the white cat follow him into the mental hospital. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Ji stuffed a rag doll inside the jacket's pocket and released the white cat. Isn't it normal for a supernatural live stream to have a cock, a doll, and a white cat? Chapter 153, Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescence Center. The people from Liu Dao's studio were speechless because this was a question they had not faced in their life before. In the end, it was Liu Dao who walked over to say, "You have to be careful tonight. Safety first. We took a look around the mental hospital when the sun was still up." "You've been inside the place. What did you find?" The way Chen Ji focused on Liu Dao made him feel uncomfortable. "We just took a stroll outside and didn't dare go in, but I've downloaded a map of the mental hospital for you. According to the rumors, it was drawn by one of its patients." Liu Dao opened a file on his laptop, and it showed a very rough map. There are 3 buildings inside the hospital, and they are interconnected. The first and second sick halls housed normal patients, and the entrance and windows faced the sun. The third sick hall is a bit more mysterious. It was the quarantine hall. It housed the more dangerous patients, and its door and windows faced away from the sun. You have to be exceptionally careful when you are inside this third hall. According to the description of the artist who drew the map, the third hall was forbidden for normal patients, and whenever a normal patient was discovered to be near the place, they would be given a horrible punishment. Therefore, I suggest you skip the third hall tonight. If you take it slow, the first 2 halls should provide us with enough content already. Liu Dao pushed the screen toward Chen Ji to make him memorize the map. Is this third sick hall that special? Did you manage to find more details about it online? Chen Ji's expression was serious. Not much, and some sounded made up. Some said that the patients in there had killed a doctor, and the incident was exposed only after a few days. Some even said that the place did not house normal humans but strange creatures. Liu Dao laughed. It has to be made up, right? Closing the laptop, everyone there noticed the change in Chen Ji's presence. He seemed to be greatly worried about something. Check the camera, we do not have much time left. Chen Ji carried his backpack and equipped the chest camera, wrist camera, and audio recorder. After testing all of them, he headed out of the tent. If it becomes too dangerous, just turn back and run. Remember to mark your way as you head toward the place and set my phone number as your emergency call, Liu Dao shouted from behind Chen Ji. I will call you 1 minute before the start of the live stream. You'll be able to see the situation inside your live stream room. Lastly, no one has been to that place in a long time, so I cannot guarantee what you'll find inside. Be careful. Chen Ji did not expect that the man would be so worried about him. He stopped at the entrance to the tent and set Liu Dao's phone as his emergency call before everyone. He waved and said, "Remember to stay inside the tent. Do not wander off and don't come to find me no matter what you see or hear. Understand? But if... Take care of the equipment and leave the content to me." The man and the cat disappeared into the darkness. Watching Chen Ji walk away, Sister Li, who was dubious of him, had her arms crossed before her chest. She said under her breath, "This kid, at least his back is kinda handsome." Chen Ji was more nervous than anyone before entering an actual 3-star scenario. He understood how dangerous this place was and knew how real those stories that Liu Dao thought were made up were. The patient did not make up those things. Perhaps it was because he could see things that normal people could not, and that was why he was treated as a patient. Following the memorized map, Chen Ji reached the end of the brush, and an old building appeared before his eyes. This mental hospital occupies a large area. Initially, when Chen Ji heard it was a private hospital, he had thought that the environment would be horrid and would not be big enough to fit many patients, but when he was there in person, he realized how wrong he was. The hospital was surrounded by thick brush, and there was only one entrance. It was sealed, and thanks to the tall cement walls, Chen Ji temporarily could not see anything more than that. When he got close, Chen Ji noticed something that unsettled him. The hospital's cement walls were filled with many senseless sentences, but they shared a similarity. They all mentioned someone's name. When Chen Ji saw this for the first time, he tried to memorize the names, but there were simply too many sentences and too many names. Some even repeated, so in the end, he gave up. Are these names of the patients at the hospital? He could not understand the meaning of those sentences, but he did think that they are very weird. These sentences definitely weren't written by a normal person. What is it that they are trying to communicate? Looking at the walls, Chen Ji felt weirdly anxious, like the sentences were curses directed at him. "White tiger, don't stray too far from me." Now that they were alone, Chen Ji did not feel that shameless about referring to the cat by that name. When they got close to the hospital, the white cat showed obvious hostility. This cat, which was sensitive to those things, had felt something. "Don't worry, we also have our trump cards." Chen Ji raised the chicken, which was tied by the claws, and took out the mallet. He did not rush in but waited patiently for Liu Dao's call. "The equipment is working well, the picture is clear and stable. We've started the live stream. You can check it out on your own phone." Okay. Chen Ji logged into the platform, and the first thing he saw was the ad for Qin Guang's live stream. He clicked on it. Qin Guang and his team had a little accident outside of Muyang High School. It sounded like the equipment car had driven into a ditch. Qin Guang was making a personal apology on the live stream. He said that the driver saw something collapse on top of the windscreen and he lost his focus. This bunch of people really did go to Yang High School. Looks like he didn't heed my advice. Then again, even this apology video has about 400,000 views. He cannot be underestimated. Chen Ji then entered his own livestream room. Thanks to the platform's recommendation, the number of viewers had climbed up to 250,000 people in a short amount of time. The video was split into different screens. The largest one was the footage from his chest camera. It had the highest definition. There was a smaller video in the bottom left corner, which corresponded to the camera on his wrist. Like a watch, the angle could be monitored freely, and by raising his arm, he could see his own body on the video. It's 10 p.m., time to start. He pointed the camera on his wrist at himself and looked at the chat log that continued to roll. I didn't expect that I'd be doing something so crazy tonight. After patting his backpack and helping the cat onto the wall, Chen Ji climbed over the wall into Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescence Center. Chapter 154, Dog Cage. A mental hospital and normal hospital offer different kinds of treatment, and there is a bigger stigma toward the former. Normally, people unconsciously skirt around them, Chen Ji said to the camera. No one can refute that. After all, no matter the argument, the people who are treated here are different from us, but sometimes it is hard to tell whether they are wrong or whether it is us who are not that normal. Chen Ji started to focus when his feet landed on the ground. This hospital before me is the place where many horrific rumors took place. When the day went quiet, weird screams could be heard coming from the hospital. Words written in blood would appear on the walls of the corridors where no live people still tread. The director has disappeared without a trace, and some suspected he is still hiding in a dark corner of this hospital. Chen Ji glanced at the chat log, and most of the viewers did not buy what he said. Some even made a direct comparison of his livestream to Qin Guang's supernatural livestream, yet another actor trying to lie to us. Even through the screen, I can already tell your future. Some hosts are only mentioned such stories to survive in our memory. I can understand what you've said, but do you mind telling me why there is a chicken in your hand? Are you trying to combine a supernatural show with a cooking show? Is this some new direction? Visiting a mental hospital at night, based on that you got my like. The viewers were chatting and joking. There was a noticeable lack of fear. A live cock will be able to defend against negative energy. Tonight, I'll let you experience the real sensation of fear. In fact, we took a 2-hour drive before we managed to locate this hospital. Aren't any of you afraid? Chen Ji explained patiently, but the viewers still did not buy it. What is there to be afraid of? The last host who said that is now fixing his car. Wow, that is such a cute cat. This helped Chen Ji calm down. After chatting for a while longer with the viewers, he finally started exploring Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescence Center. The mental hospital spanned a large area, and the whole hospital was surrounded by a cement wall. There was a large courtyard probably for the patients to move around in, but after years of neglect, other than the few patches of cement, the other places were overgrown with weeds that reached up to the knees. Chen Ji moved forward some more, and he finally saw the 3 buildings that were connected to each other. The buildings were arranged into the form of the character, Chinese letter. The second building was the one that protruded to the north, and all the buildings were connected with hallways. The first and second sick halls face the sun, and the one facing away from it should be the third sick hall. This is a weird design. Are there some patients that couldn't see the light in the third sick hall? From the layout of the place alone, this place gave him the creeps. There has to be a reason for this kind of design. Be it for the trial mission or to get the clues left behind by my parents, I'll need to enter the third sick hall tonight. Chen Ji walked forward, and the white cat followed behind him. The moon was full that night, and it colored the cement ground a milky white. Chen Ji took the steps that led him to the first sick hall. The entrance was made from steel. He tried to push it once, and it swung open easily. The lock is broken. The previous trial missions had given Chen Ji plenty of experience. He shone the light on the lock. The spring has snapped. It was a forced entry. Chen Ji looked down the dark corridor, and a question cropped up his mind. Who busted the lock? Someone had returned after the hospital closed. Was it the patients or his own parents? Director Luo had overheard his parents mention the third sick hall before they disappeared, and the note left in the park did also point to this place. But how was this place special? Chen Ji had no idea. Director Luo had heard them mention this place before they disappeared, while the bloody note only appeared after his parents' disappearance. What happened to them at the third sick hall? Chenji pushed open the steel door wide. The corridor was filled with trash and abandoned beds. It gave one a glimpse into the past. The place had been crowded when it was still in operation, and many patients could only rest in the corridors. Unlike certified hospitals, mental hospitals did not have that many specialized rooms. Along the crowded corridor were rooms of unknown usage. Chenji sniffed the air and could smell a stench in the air. This stench was familiar because he had once smelled it in Hai Ming apartments. It was similar to the stench that stuck to Wang Xinglong. The negative feeling is already so strong even before I enter the place. This was also Chenji's first visit to a mental hospital. The rough map drawn by the patient was his only guidance. The design of the 3 sick halls should be similar. The danger level of the first sick hall should be the lowest. I should familiarize myself with the surroundings first before moving forward. He only took one step when the white cat jumped onto his shoulder. It seemed to want to communicate something to Chenji, but Chenji could not understand what. This is the first time the cat has been so physically close to me. What has it sensed? Is this a sign of fear or something else entirely? As he walked down the hall, Chenji kept feeling like something was crunching underneath his footsteps. He lowered his head to look, and inside the cracked tiles were plenty of carcasses of unknown bugs. The hospital had not been used for years, so it could not be the effect of bug spray. So what killed these bugs? All the doors to the room in the first sick hall were open, and the interior design in each room was almost identical. Other than some single beds in a cramped room, there was nothing else. Just how many patients did this hospital admit when it was still operating? Chenji walked into one of the random rooms to feel it out. 4 wooden beds filled up the already small room, and there was only a standing place left for Chenji to even turn around. Living in such a claustrophobic space day in and day out, even those who were normal would turn insane. Chenji exited the room and soon reached the first junction. There was a place that looked like the nurse's station. On top of the wooden counter, there were several empty pill bottles and cards with patients' names on. Looks like the patients would need to come here to get their medicine daily. Chenji looked into the station and found 2 things that should not have been there. There were 2 iron-welded cages inside the station. They were not big, just large enough to fit a medium-sized dog. What are these 2 cages for? Chenji jumped into the station, and when he shone the flashlight at the cages, he made a startling discovery. One of the cages had a half-cooked and half-feathered duck inside it. There's no sign of decay, which means that the duck was recently put inside the cage. Chenji gripped the mallet and leaned against the wall. There are people inside this hospital other than myself. Chapter 155, More Than One Person. After exposure to open air over a certain period of time, cooked meat would harden. Chenji aimed the camera on his chest on the duck as he reached out to touch it. The surface was tender, and it had some warmth to it. This duck was cooked less than an hour ago. He nudged his body as he pulled the duck out from the cage. The innards weren't properly cleaned, and the neck was snapped by brute force. The head is missing. Chenji examined the duck closely. There was a bite mark on the half-cooked meat, and the stomach had been torn open. There were no duck feathers on the floor, so it meant that the creature that tore the duck apart had eaten the feathers along with the meat. The iron cages are used to keep large dogs. Placing the duck back, Chenji looked at the other end of the cage. Placed outside the cage were 2 plastic bowls, and they were both filled with a colorless liquid. Why are there 2 bowls placed inside the cage? This cage houses 2 dogs. The bowls look similar, and Chenji raised them to his nose to sniff. One of them had no smell. Chenji believed it was normal water. However, the liquid in the other bowl had a slightly pungent smell to it. Smells like rat poison. To prevent rats from munching on the set pieces, Chenji had purchased rat poison before, so he was familiar with the smell. 2 similar bowls, one filled with water, another mixed with rat poison. Isn't the owner afraid that the pets might accidentally drink from the wrong bowl? The scene before him was indeed weird. Chenji captured everything with the camera. He glanced at his phone, and the chat box was updating fast. One of the comments flashed before his eyes. It mentioned in passing cage and page. Chenji did not have the time to climb the wall of text. He checked the iron rods of the cage and realized that the exit of the cage was dyed with a large splattering of paint, like someone had been gripping it tightly, unwilling to let go. Could it be that the cage is not for animals but humans? Empty pill bottles littered the abandoned nurse station, and there were little bags with patients' names written on them. Some of them still had weird-looking pills inside. Someone is living at this mental hospital that has been abandoned for 5 years, and there looks to be more than one person living here. Chenji became more careful. All the preparation he made was to deal with ghosts. He had not prepared to face dangerous occupants at the hospital. Chenji examined the walls on either side as he walked out from the nurse's station. The person in the iron cage was forcibly dragged away. Their hands were dirty with paint, so they had to have left some traces during the struggle. Chenji took a few steps and saw signs of the walls being clawed at, and the peeling paint was daubed with blood. Injured, Chenji followed the trail up to the second floor. There, the corridor spilt into two. One led further into the first sick hall while the other connected to the second sick hall. As mentioned earlier, the 3 buildings were interconnected. Chenji used 20 minutes to finish inspecting the first sick hall. There were not any hidden corners for people to hide in. He failed to find the person trapped in the cage and did not find any other evidence of people living there. Could the person have been dragged to the other sick hall? Chenji was walking down the stairs when his phone vibrated. It was a call from Liu Dao. Yes, Chenji was so tense that even the smallest interruption influenced him greatly. Chenji, you're moving too fast. We plan to livestream throughout the night, and you have finished exploring the first sick hall in just 20 minutes. What are you going to do for the rest of the night? Liu Dao had been following Chenji's livestream. Qin Guang's livestream has broken 600,000 viewers, and you're barely breaking 50,000 viewers. Don't just focus on the exploration, try to communicate with the viewers. Chenji listened to Liu Dao as he wandered back down to the first floor. When he looked down the first floor corridor, his pupils narrowed. Wait, who closed the entrance? I remember leaving it open when I came in. What did you say? Liu Dao paused. In any case, don't feel too much pressure, be careful. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Chenji pocketed his phone and ran toward the entrance with his mallet raised. When he passed the nurse's station, he glanced into it out of habit. Something has changed. However, since he was worried about the front door, Chenji did not jump into the nurse's station. He ran to the door and shook it with all his might. F*CK, it's locked. When did that happen? Chenji looked through the gap and saw that there was a new lock on the door outside. He slammed into the door, but it remained unmoved. The speedy change of the lock means that this is not the first time the culprit has done this. There were people living in the abandoned hospital, and Chenji believed that it was the patients who had returned. They were not mentally retarded. If anything, from a certain perspective, they were cleverer and more dangerous than normal people. Chenji could not underestimate them. He tried to pry the door open with the mallet, but it was to no avail. He walked into the rooms next to the front door, and the windows were sealed up with iron netting. At that moment, Chenji could understand the feeling of the patients who were sent into the mental hospital. This place felt like a giant jail. Ask for help, call the cops. Chenji looked at the phone, and the viewership was still climbing. If he left down, this livestream would be over. Furthermore, he had the trial mission to complete. He had to survive inside the third sick hall until dawn. If he involved the police, that would also fail. I remember that there wasn't any netting on the second floor windows. That's an opening if I need to escape. Temporarily, there's no need to call the police. To complete this trial mission and find the clues to his missing parents, Chenji did not hold back. Returning to the nurse's station, Chenji finally realized what had changed. The plastic bowls outside of the iron cage had been toppled, and the liquid had splashed all over the floor. They're worried that I might discover one of them is poisoned? Chenji could not understand the meaning of this. When he was about to stand up, he noticed rows of small handwriting that was written under the wooden counter. To take a closer look, Chenji twisted around and leaned his head into the space under the counter. Before he got close enough, something touched the top of his head. It felt like little worms that were trying to burrow into his hair. Chenji reached out to touch it, and he felt something touch the back of his hand. He turned his head around, and his heart skipped a beat. Heavy strands of hair were taped to the bottom of the counter. Some were long and some were short, but it was unclear where they came from. Why is there hair here? Did it belong to the person inside the cage? Suddenly, a cat's shrill purr could be heard from outside the nurse's station, and Chenji immediately crawled out from under the counter and looked out. The white cat was gnashing its teeth at the stairwell that led up to the second floor, its multicolored eyes staring in a particular direction. Chapter 156, Who is Following Me? Who's there? Chenji rushed down the corridor without a second thought with the mallet raised. He did not want to give the other party the chance to react. Come out. The front door was already locked, so his trail had been exposed. He had nothing else to lose. The man and the cat ran to the corner of the stairwell, but it was complete darkness up the stairs. There was nothing there. Where has it disappeared to? Chenji had tested the white cat at the haunted house. It was sensitive to those things and had never made a mistake. The white cat didn't go berserk, but only showed aggression, so that things' danger level should be lowered than Muyang High School. The white cat had acted up twice inside Chenji's haunted house. The first was when it was inside Muyang High School scenario, and the other was when the blood door appeared in the toilet. According to the cat's reaction, Chenji made a gauge of the danger threat. But the key issue is, I have no idea whether that thing was human or ghost. Returning to the nurse's station, Chenji demolished the counter with the mallet and pried the whole counter board out. The thing that he saw was rather scary. Strands of hair that were tied together by string were nailed to the wooden board. Why would someone nail hair to a wooden board? What is the meaning of this? All the strands were neatly tied up with string. One was soft, dark, and luscious. It probably belonged to a young woman who took care of her hair. The other was rough, white, and had split ends. It probably belonged to an elder. Chenji deduced that there were hair samples from 4 different individuals after comparing their color, quality, and length. Of these 4 people, at least one of them has to be alive. Chenji looked at the 2 large iron cages, and their uses slowly came to him. I'm dealing with actual crazies. He placed the wooden board aside and squatted down again. This time, he got a better view of the handwriting on the wall. I will repay everything that you have done to me. The handwriting was small, and there were other senseless sentences. It felt like the person was interrupted mid-sentence and started to write nonsense. When some patients act up, they mumble something incoherent to the air, quite similar to how normal people would talk in their sleep. Chenji tried to make sense of those words, but they were incomprehensible. Reading the words sent a chill up his spine. They reminded him of the sentences written on the outer walls of the mental hospital. There was a mention of a name in each sentence, and they came from different handwriting, meaning they were probably written by different people. It was understandable if a few patients acted like this, but to have the whole hospital act this way. Looks like all the patients in this hospital have some unresolved business. Chenji took out his phone to snap a picture of the words written under the nurse's station. He then tied the cock to his backpack. Then again, the greater the number of individuals, the greater the chance of them making a mistake. It's time for me to move on to the second sick hall. Chenji jumped out of the station and took out a pack of salt from his bag. He tore open a small opening and left a line of salt around the nurse's station. This was not to prevent bad luck, but to lay a trap for the hidden madman. With salt in his hand, Chenji walked to the hallway that connected the first and second sick hall. When he was about to enter the second sick hall, the white cat suddenly jumped onto the window and scratched on the glass. Careful, you're going to fall down. Chenji stood beside the window. The hospital was surrounded by a thick brush, and there was light in sight. Who would have thought that such a building existed in the middle of nowhere? Chenji did not notice anything weird, but the white cat refused to leave the window. It kept its head raised and kept meowing. Something wrong with the window? Above us? Chenji opened the window and looked up. Just above him, at the window of the 3rd floor, a twisted face was looking down at him. Facing away from the light, when the person heard the sound of Chenji's window opening, he leaned back quickly and disappeared without even closing the window. That face? Chenji also did not expect the enemy to suddenly appear above him. They had shared a look that was less than 0.1 seconds. He definitely did not get a good enough look, but he knew the face looked weird, different from normal, but he could not pinpoint what was weird about it. Chenji stopped and focused on his hearing. He did not hear any footsteps, so he knew the person had not run in a certain direction. I have a feeling that face is perhaps uneven on both sides, but it should be a person. Chenji entered the second sick hall. He had thought that the first and second sick hall were going to be the same, but when he entered the second sick hall, he realized that the layout was completely different. The second sick hall was larger and emptier than the first. There were no crowded beds, and between individual rooms, there were chairs, tables, and table lamps. The environment here is definitely better than the first sick hall. Chenji dumped a handful of salt near the staircase before entering the first room that was closest to him. The mattress was torn open, and its innards were littered all over the place. The chamber pot was placed next to the eating utensils, and there were plenty of characters gouged out with fingernails left on the wall. It mustn't have been easy for the doctors and nurses to take care of patients like this daily. Chen Ji exited the room and continued to move forward. The room types in the second sick hall were more varied than the first. There were specialized quarantine rooms, entertainment rooms, chess rooms, and shower rooms, and there was even a small hall with a stage at the end of the corridor, but the decoration inside was rather weird. The hall was not used to host parties or balls. The windows were sealed shut and draped with extra thick curtains. All the decorations were either black or white, creating a weird style. Opening the door, before even stepping in, Chen Ji noticed the large black and white picture placed on the middle of the stage. The picture was hanging on the wall, and it was sliced in half by an unknown culprit. However, from the remaining half, one could see that it was a middle-aged female nurse. She was of a large frame and had a scowl on her face. An enlarged black and white picture, thick curtains, rows of wooden chairs. Why is this place decorated like a mourning hall? Chen Ji could not understand why such an event would occur at a mental hospital, and if the event was hosted by the hospital, what was the meaning of it? Could this female nurse have been a victim of the third sick hall? But if that's the case, why is her picture in the hall of the second sick hall? Chen Ji did not stop after memorizing the face of the female nurse. He closed the door, left a line of salt at the door, and ran up the stairs to the third floor. Chapter 157, Victims. There was a stench in the air, and the closer Chen Ji got to the third sick hall, the more obvious the stench became. The hallway between the second and third sick hall was locked. A steel door separated the two sick halls. Through the small gap in the door, Chen Ji could sort of see into the third sick hall. The tables and chairs were overturned, and a mess of mattresses littered the hallway. They were bloated up like they were covering something underneath. Chen Ji stood beside the rusted steel door, with his eyes locked on the keyhole. A double-sided lock? Most mental hospitals used double-sided locks. In an emergency, the door could be locked from either side to prevent entry to seal up an entire area. This was something inconspicuous, but it had garnered Chen Ji's attention. He took out the key left behind by Wang Haiming from his pocket and tried it with the lock. Due to a lack of maintenance, the lock was rusted shut, and the key could barely fit. I knew it would be extremely lucky if it fitted. After comparing the keyhole and the height of the key as well as the teeth, Chen Ji pocketed the key again. When he entered the hospital, he noticed that most rooms had single-sided lock, and their keyholes were small, too small for the key to fit in. Wang Haiming brought the key out from the third sick hall, so the lock it fits should be inside the third sick hall as well. If I dare make a speculation, there are 9 patients living in the third sick hall that has 10 rooms, so could the missing patient from room 3 be Wang Haiming? Chen Ji could not confirm his speculation. Then again, Dr. Gao had searched through all the records, and there was nothing on room 3. Just a Wang Haiming shouldn't be enough for the hospital to delete all the records. The mystery at this hospital was deep. Chen Ji was not interested in what happened here 5 years ago. He merely wanted to find the clue left behind by his parents and the way to close the door. Chen Ji held the flashlight in his hands as he entered the third-floor corridor. He walked past the rooms carefully. Could the person I saw earlier be hiding in one of these rooms? At the end of the long corridor, Chen Ji stopped at the door to a room with an unknown purpose. A heavy scent of mildew drifted out from behind the door, and the door looked different from other normal sickbays. There was also a brand-new lock that hung on the door. There is no rust on the lock. Similar to the lock that appeared on the first sick hall's front door, this is new. Chen Ji tried Wang Haiming's key, and it still did not fit. He turned back to look down the dark corridor. After making sure there was no one around, he raised the mallet and slammed it at the door. Thankfully, it's a wooden door. I wouldn't be able to get in if it was a steel door. As the door fell away, a heavy smell of mildew hit Chen Ji. The room was stuffed with patients, clothing and mattresses that formed a small hill. This appears to be the laundry room for the second sick hall. Chen Ji straightened up, and the camera on his chest recorded everything, including the words that left his lips. Due to the dangerous environment, he did not dare let his guard down to chat with the viewers. All he could do was vocalize everything he was thinking and seeing like a real-life supernatural documentary. The smell of mildew overwhelmed the stench that lingered at the sick hall itself. It made Chen Ji feel sticky and uncomfortable. Suppressing the discomfort, Chen Ji walked into the room. The room was large. there were several laundry machines and special antibacterial machines lined up by the wall. Other than that, the room was occupied by dirty laundry and old mattresses. This room looks normal, so why is it locked? Chenji focused his attention on the mountain of dirty laundry. Holding his breath as much as he could, he used the mallet to move the layers of cloth aside. I have a feeling something is hiding underneath here. Chenji increased his pace, and as he peeled off the stained clothes, the mallet hit something hard, and it created a metallic clink. An iron cage? He moved the layer of mattress aside, and the sight that appeared caused his heart to skip a beat. There was a young woman whose head was shaved, trapped inside an iron cage. Her mouth was gagged with a dirty pillowcase, and her hands were tied to the cage. Her mental condition was unstable, and she kept shaking her head at Chenji, waving her tied hands as her legs kicked outwards at the cage. Chenji was stunned. He definitely did not expect to find a living person under the mountain of dirty laundry. The livestream exploded, and the chat log went berserk. In fact, there were so many comments that the livestream itself had lagged. Chenji took a quiet step back. Even then, he was calm. He closed the door and moved a laundry machine to block the door. He was afraid of being assaulted from behind. It was only after he blocked the door that he dared move close to the iron cage. Can you understand me? When Chenji neared the cage, the woman started to resist. There was no way to communicate with her. There are no wounds on her body and no oil stains on her lips. This woman isn't the person who was moved from the first sick hall. Perhaps there are some other people here. Chenji rummaged through the other laundry, and the horrible stench hid 3 iron cages. The iron cages were arranged in the form of the character Chinese letter, similar to how the 3 buildings at the mental hospital were arranged. The woman was placed in the middle, and to the left of her was an old man about 70. He was incredibly thin, and there were oily stains on his lips and fingers. To the right of the woman was a pale middle-aged man who appeared like he had not seen the sun for a long time. This man was the only one who looked at Chenji. His gaze was complicated, and it was filled with a mixture of excitement, disgust, and fear. 3 victims. Things were greatly out of Chenji's expectations. A thought appeared in his mind. He gripped the mallet and retreated to a safe distance from the 3 iron cages. When one came across strangers in a dangerous situation, the safest method was to not believe what they said and try to not get too close to them, because the real murderer might be hiding among them. Chenji walked around them. The cages were small, they were definitely not designed for humans. With a living person, they could not even turn their body inside the cage. 3 cages, but only the woman is gagged and tied up. More questions surfaced. If they were all victims, why was only the woman, the weakest of them, apprehended in such a manner? The old man had a blank expression, and the middle-aged man had a changing expression. Their limbs were not tied, but they also did not ask for help. They just sat quietly in the iron cages, looking at Chenji. Comparing the explosive livestream, Chenji was calm. He stood before the 3 cages and asked, "How long have you been kept here?" Chapter 158, 2 Bowls of Water. Hearing Chenji's question, the 3 people in the cage had different reactions. The old man kept licking his fingers silently like he was trying to recollect the pleasant taste of the food he had just eaten, whereas the young woman widened her eyes and struggled in the cage like a fish out of water. The middle-aged man had the most unusual reaction. He was the only one out of the 3 who kept his eyes on Chenji. Why are these 3 people kept at the mental hospital? Chenji walked to the old man's cage first. Inside the cage sat 2 plastic bowls. The old man realized that someone had got close to him, but he did not show any sign of fear. He sat in the middle of the cage and continued to suck on the oil stains on his finger. The person who was transferred from the first sick hall is him. Try as he might, Chenji could not see anything particularly special about the old man. His hair is growing unevenly. Someone has recently shaved him, and this clump of hair should be new. Seeing that, Chenji was reminded of the hairs that were nailed to the nurse's station. One of the strands had white hairs mixed in black hairs. They likely belonged to this old man before him. His hair is so long even after a shave. Looks like he has been trapped here for a long time already. When Chenji was comparing the hair samples, he had decided that they came from 4 different people, but there were only 3 before him. One is still missing. Chenji's eyes scanned the young woman before stopping on the middle-aged man. His hair was long and unkempt. This person's head doesn't seem to have been shaved before. Chenji became more careful. Shaving seemed to be the killer's weird habit. Perhaps it was a way of toying with his victim, but why would he let the middle-aged man be? Did the man know the killer, or was he the killer? Chenji was shocked by his thought. In the hallway that connected the first and second sick hall, Chenji had caught a glimpse of an unfamiliar face. It had been an uneven face, a face that was twisted. To be able to walk around the sick halls freely and follow Chenji, the twisted face should have been the killer, but there was now this suspicious, middle-aged man. It was possible that there was more than one crazed killer who liked to trap their victims. Chenji gripped the mallet, and a worse scenario appeared in his mind. What if everyone in this mental hospital, other than me, is a killer? Of course, the chance of that was low. He paused to think before stopping to look at the young man. Both of the men showed no sign of answering him, so Chenji tried to remove the gag from the young woman's mouth, hoping to get some information from her. "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." Chenji tried the lock on the iron cage. Without a key, with just the mallet, he would need to work for who knew how long before he could release the three people. The young woman seemed to have a natural fear toward living people. The moment Chenji got close, she started to mumble, shake her head and hands. "Stay calm, I'm not going to hurt you." Chenji walked to stop before the young woman. When he was about to remove the gag from her, the middle-aged man, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke. "I advise you to keep her gag on. She is very noisy." Turning around, Chenji was greeted with a pair of dark and fully guarded eyes. It was unknown whether the middle-aged man treated everyone like this or just Chenji. There was a natural disgust that radiated off the man, like the things Chenji was doing heavily repulsed him. "She is very noisy." Chenji was not afraid of talking to them. What he was afraid of was their refusal to communicate. As long as these people were willing to talk to him, he had a chance of getting useful information from them. "Yes, very noisy," the middle-aged man answered succinctly. He seemed to think that communication was something disgusting as well. "Can you tell me why? Was she traumatized in some way?" Chenji asked 2 consecutive questions, but there was no answer from the middle-aged man. It was not until Chenji reached his hand into the cage to remove the woman's gag that the middle-aged man said, "Don't know." "Then, what do you know? Since you don't know this woman, do you know the old man in the first cage?" Chenji asked the question that was on his mind. "Why does his cage have 2 plastic bowls, but yours and the young woman's only have 1? "I can tell you, but in return, I hope that you won't remove the gag from that woman. She is very noisy." The middle-aged kept repeating that, and Chenji was curious why. In any case, he agreed to the trade, at least on the surface. "Okay, but only on the condition that you do not lie to me." "I never lie." The man sat in the cage and began the story in a gravelly voice. "The old man's body is bad, but his temper is very worse. After his wife left, he was left at home alone, and his life depended on his son. His son was a doctor, and even though his salary was not high, it was enough to keep 2 people afloat. However, who knew what got into the old man's head because he found himself a widow and remarried? His son did not protest. He moved out and continued to mail his father money every month. Unfortunately, bad things happen to the best of us. According to rumors, extended exposure to mental patients turned the son, who was a psychiatrist, insane, and he ended up injuring a few of his patients. The son lost his job, and his victims' families pressed to sue until the son's family had lost everything. The son needed money for treatment, and the payment for government mental hospital was $4,000 a month. This was an amount that he did not have. When he had no one to turn to, the hospital where the son once worked at came to the rescue. With a price that was much lower than the government hospital, they accepted the son as one of their patients. The once doctor was now the patient. This pushed the son even further over the edge, and until the hospital was closed, he remained an untreated patient. During the period the son was hospitalized, the old man's body continued to deteriorate. He was too old to go work, and the government stipend was all spent on his son's medical fees. Eventually, the new wife divorced him. He complained to his son, who was now home because the mental hospital had closed down. He hoped that his son would turn his life around and fight the mental sickness. Unfortunately, not long after that, his son was reported to have bitten someone from the same village. Once he acted up, the son would turn highly destructive. With no option, the old man built an iron cage and locked his son within. This continued for some time, until even the old man himself fell ill. He could barely feed himself, much less seek treatment for himself or his son. Looking at his son inside the cage, who had gotten worse with time, he came to a decision. He waited until his son was acting crazy and placed 2 bowls outside of the cage. One was filled with clean water and the other mixed with rat poison. He was going to let his own son decide whether to live or to die. The middle-aged man's expression did not change when he told the story, but his face turned paler, like the speech had drained him. This is why there are 2 bowls of water inside the old man's cage. After listening to the story, Chen-ji was reminded of that sentence he saw at the nurse's station. I will repay everything that you have done to me. Chapter 159, Patient Number 8. He is taking revenge with a specific plan and target in mind. Chen-ji thought of many things in that moment. The middle-aged man's story had revealed a lot of information, and it matched the clues that Chen-ji had kept in his mind. The story fitted perfectly one of the patients who had been locked up in the 3rd sick hall. The once doctor who turned into a patient after witnessing too many tragedies. Similar to the main character of the middle-aged man's story, he was highly destructive. Standing where he was, a name floated up Chen-ji's mind, Xingqing. This was patient number 8. He suffered from hemanglecht and was quarantined for treatment. He was diagnosed to be highly dangerous. Since Xingqing was once a psychiatrist, he had an intelligence that was higher than most, so the things that he did when he was crazy were also different from most. Could he be the killer hiding in the mental hospital? This person was familiar with the layout of the hospital since he was both a patient and a doctor. He was fully capable of doing these things. The opponent has the geographical advantage, so this is going to be hard. Xingqing was a dangerous person. Hemanglecht itself was not dangerous, but to impose those perceived flawed perfections on others made Xingqing extremely dangerous. In his mind, everything was wrong and twisted. Even if a perfect man was standing before him, he needed to snap half the limbs off before he felt things were right. Most patients with hemanglecht knew about their condition and would try their best to fix their flawed perception, but Xingqing was different. He wanted to change others to fit into his flawed understanding of perfection. If someone had lost a limb or two while trapped inside this mental hospital, it definitely was the end for them. Chen-ji had found the hair of 4 people, but he had only found 3 living individuals. The missing 4th was probably dead. Before midnight, and even before entering the 3rd sick hall, there are already so many problems to deal with. It'll be difficult tonight. The difficulty of the 3-star trial mission overshot murder by midnight and Mu-Yang High School easily. One false step, and Chen-ji could lose his life. One of the killers had been confirmed, but Chen-ji had not seen Xingqing in person. He had no idea whether the man with the twisted face was Xingqing or the middle-aged man trapped in the cage was Xingqing. He was familiar with the old man's past, so the possibility of him being Xingqing was high. Squatting down before the old man's cage, Chen-ji examined the lock. The locks on the 3 cages were similar. Even if the middle-aged man had hidden the key, with Chen-ji watching closely, he would not be able to ambush Chen-ji. Toying with the mallet, Chen-ji looked the middle-aged man in his eyes. After some thought, he decided to ask the question outright. How are you so familiar with the old man's life story? Could it be that you are his son? Me? The middle-aged man could hear the suspicion in Chen-ji's voice, but he answered with something very weird. I knew you'd never believe me. All of you never trust me, just like how I don't trust all of you. Please leave me be. I've hidden myself here, so how did all of you manage to find me? Stop monitoring my life. Don't trust all of us. Monitoring your life? What are you talking about? Chen-ji had a hard time following. Whenever I exposed you, you all gave me this innocent look. This is why I am disgusted with all of you. You have been exposed, so why do you insist on lying to me? The middle-aged man remained very calmly as he made this series of claims that Chen-ji could not understand. I wonder, should I refer to you as Wang Xin, or Su Fei, Li Yicheng, Ma Yang, or have you changed to a new name? What are you talking about? Chen-ji tried to get the man to calm down, but it only had the opposite effect. Next, you're going to say that you don't know any of these people, including me, right? But I really don't know any of you. Stop lying, all of you are one single person in disguise. Your fake smile disgusts me. Stop this pointless game. One single person in disguise? When Chen-ji heard the man say that, he was reminded of another patient given to him by Dr. Gao. Patient number 5 was called Su Tong. He suffered from Fregoli delusion syndrome. He thought that everyone around him was the same person in disguise, and he was living in a made-up world. This middle-aged man's reaction was similar to patient number 5. He could communicate normally, but the moment Chen Ji showed some suspicion, his latent disease started to act up. This was the first time Chen Ji had dealt with a seriously mentally ill person. He was fine one moment, but completely incoherent the next. Looking at the man inside the cage, another question bubbled up in his heart. Why did all the patients of 3rd Sick Hall return to this place? Is something attracting them here, or are they all controlled by ghosts and have to return? The easiest way to find out was to ask the middle-aged man directly, but his current state was not conducive for communication. Chen Ji had no choice but to turn back to the young woman. Noticing his approach, the woman kicked the iron rods and tried to get as far away from Chen Ji as she could. Chen Ji shone his flashlight on the woman's face. She looked about 20 and had average looks, definitely not fitting the descriptions of the 2 female patients in the 3rd Sick Hall. This girl S and the old man's heads were both shaved. They should be the real victims. Chen Ji still could not understand why the culprit want to shave people's hair. If it was revenge, then something similar probably happened to the culprit once. Relax. Chen Ji reached his hand into the iron cage. The girl evaded him with all her life. After 3 minutes, she tired herself out from the struggle and finally surrendered. I don't intend to harm you, believe me. Chen Ji pulled on the pillowcase in the girl's mouth and yanked it out. The moment the gag was released, the girl screamed at Chen Ji crazily, "Hand, hand, hand." What? The woman was loud and shrill. Chen Ji did not know what she had been through to react in such a manner. Hearing the girl's voice, the dazed old man suddenly collapsed to the ground and played dead. The middle-aged man also stopped acting crazy. He looked at the door with extreme focus, his eyes filled with terror. Hand, hand, the girl continued to scream, so Chen Ji had no choice but to insert the gag back into her mouth. She is also crazy. There is not one normal individual at the mental hospital, and that unsettled Chen Ji. Chapter 160, It's Real. After stuffing the girl's mouth, the old man and the middle-aged man returned to normal. They seemed to be extremely sensitive to the term hand. The term opened some kind of memory in their minds, and it brought out their darkest and scariest memory. Why are they afraid of hand? Chen Ji looked around the room and found nothing related to a hand. He looked at the 3 people, and there were no obvious wounds on their bodies, so the fear was probably psychological. Just what is it that has scarred them so? Chen Ji's brain turned, and he landed on a possibility. In the information provided by Dr. Gao, patient number 4 lost his hand due to an accident, and he was diagnosed with phantom limb syndrome after that, thinking his arm was still there. The patient had no name. Perhaps Dr. Gao had forgotten about it, or the name had been purposely removed. In my memory, only this person can be said to be related to a hand. Phantom limb syndrome was not a scary disease, and it was not even considered a serious psychological problem. It was definitely treatable through medication and counseling. Chen Ji was familiar with this information, so the thing that scared him was, why would a patient with a seemingly harmless phantom limb syndrome be kept at the 3rd Sick Hall? What had he done to make the hospital think that he was a dangerous threat? Chen Ji walked to the girl. The middle-aged man refused to communicate, and the old man seemed to be retarded, so his only opening was the young woman. He squatted down beside the iron cage and looked the girl in her eyes. Since he could not communicate with her normally, he was going to try something else. With a voice he was sure the woman could hear, he asked, "Did you see many hands?" The girl did not react in any way, but shrunk further from Chen Ji. "Did you see a man with only one hand?" Before he even finished, the girl in the cage started to shake her head vehemently, her head banging continuously on the iron cage. The girl's weird reaction answered many things. The thing that gave her the nightmare was probably the person with only one hand. Staring at the girl's face, Chen Ji paid attention to the smallest twitch of emotion on her face. That man was carrying a weapon. Her eyes widened, and veins popped on her forehead. What was he carrying? Saw a knife or axe? The woman's mouth was gagged. She was agitated but could not make a sound. Looks like it was one of those things, but what would he have done to you? Chen Ji's voice dropped. Chop, saw, did he say you are creatures of imperfections, so he wanted to fix you, or did he want to borrow your arm? The number of victims is dwindling, so you should have been around when they were correcting the patients. You are the witness, and you have seen everything, yes. The woman's face was twisted with popping veins, and tears flowed down her face. She continued to shake her head like she was saying that she did not see anything. You really don't know anything. Then, why are you so afraid of that hand? Did the hand fall beside you, or did it once capture you when you were trying to escape? From Chen Ji's perspective, even though the woman was beyond traumatized, the scary memory was also etched in her mind. Running away from fear was a human's natural instinct, so when he mentioned something scary to the woman, her body would react to it instinctively, and the truth could be deduced from her expression and actions. A person's natural instincts would not lie. Chen Ji had confirmed part of his suspicion from the woman's reaction. Don't be afraid. If you're really innocent, I will save you. I came here tonight to uncover everything and make sure all these crazy people get punished by the law. The smell of mildew was heavy in the laundry room. Chen Ji stayed beside the woman for some time. It was unclear whether the woman understood her or not, but she did start to calm down. He reached into the cage once more and slowly pulled out the pillowcase. Cowering inside the cage, the woman's face was etched in terror. Her lips fell open, and she kept repeating that word. Hand. Just what kind of sick experience happened to her to scar her this way? Chen Ji dropped the pillowcase aside when he felt a push on the laundry room's door behind him. The force was small, like the person planned to sneak in, but did not expect there to be a laundry machine blocking the door. The laundry room is at the deepest end of the corridor. The rooms nearby are all locked and sealed, so it couldn't be the wind. Chen Ji picked up the pillowcase and gagged the woman again. He then turned to look at the white cat submerged in the pile of dirty clothes. Perhaps the heavy mist of mildew had ruined its sense of smell, but it did not give Chen Ji a warning this time. Looks like I'll need to depend on myself. I have to be more careful. Chen Ji grabbed the mallet and focused on the door. Under his gaze, a hand reached into the room through the gap. The gap was small, and the person could only poke in several fingers. He was probably trying to see whether the lock was still working or not. The real culprit has arrived. Chen Ji's growth after 2 trial missions was obvious. He did not panic but slowly opened his backpack zipper. He took out the scary-looking Dr. Skullcracker's hammer, removed the camera from his wrist, placed it on the counter facing the door. The camera corresponded to the small window in the left corner of his live stream room. By placing the camera pointed at the door, he could see what was happening at the door via his phone. After preparing, Chen Ji placed his backpack beside his leg, gripped the hammer, and hid in the corner beside the door. Not long after that, the laundry room's door was pushed again. The person outside the door seemed to have lost their patience, and after a few attempts, they slammed heavily on the door. The washing machine was toppled over, and the door fell open. Through his phone, Chen Ji could see 2 people standing outside the door. One of them had a twisted face and was holding an axe with red stains on it. The other only had one arm and was holding an iron shovel. Neither of them noticed the small camera that was pointed at them. The single-armed man nodded at the twisted face, and he moved toward the door cautiously. Before his body even got over the threshold, the tip of his shoe had just stepped into the room when he heard the sound of rushing wind beside his ear. Chen Ji swung the hammer directly at the door when the single-armed man showed intention of entering the room. The timing was perfect. When the man realized what was happening, the hammer was already close to making contact with his chest. The scary-looking hammer seemed to enlarge before his eyes. He used his remaining arm to block his chest, and with a speed several times faster than the speed he used to enter the room, he was sent flying out of it. Chapter 161, Scary Livestream. The single-armed man landed on his butt, and his arm lay weakly by his side. One-on-one is much fairer. Chen Ji turned to the twisted face with the iron hammer. This person was wearing the doctor's coat, and there were signs of skin grafting on his face, causing it to look twisted. Without preamble, Chen Ji's first reaction after seeing the twisted face was to hold the hammer and swing it at the man's shoulder. The climax that night was the 3rd sick hall. Before entering that place, Chen Ji wanted to eliminate as many dangerous threats as he could. Technically, this was the first time that they had met, and the twisted face did not expect Chen Ji to be so cruel and enraged. Such aggression scared even the real crazies. Twisted Face took a step back and turned to run down the corridor. The single-armed man moved even faster. He had gotten used to life with just one arm, so his lower body was extremely powerful. He stood up with just a simple roll. Without turning back, he ran even faster than the Twisted Face. The two did not even to resist and chose to escape with their lives. This came as quite a surprise to Chen Ji. However, he recovered quickly and made chase with the Dr. Skullcracker's hammer. The rushed footsteps shattered the quietness of the night. The victim, trapped inside the mental hospital, was chasing after the two culprits, wielding a hammer. The chase was so intense that they barely had time to talk. Chenji followed them from the third floor to the first floor. The two patients were familiar with the layout of the hospital, and they jumped into a secluded staircase. Chenji made to follow, and the three ran up from the first floor to the fourth floor. After some back and forth, when they passed the third floor corridor, the two patients separated. They're splitting up. Chenji did not expect the two to strategize against him, but he made the decision easily. I have incapacitated the single-armed man's only arm, so he is much less dangerous than the twisted face. He should be my target. If I can incapacitate him, it'll be much safer for me to enter the third sick hall. Chenji's mind was clear, but when he gave chase after the twisted face, the single-armed man stopped running and turned back around to block Chenji. Twisted Face made use of this opening to run back to the fourth floor. He headed for the hallway that connected the buildings. The hallway connecting the second and third sick halls are equipped with security doors. The second floor's was disabled from rust, and I haven't checked the third floor. Does this mean the fourth floor's can be used normally? Facing the single-armed man who was rushing at him, Chenji's reaction was straightforward. He aimed the hammer at the man's legs. With just a few seconds, he managed to shake the man loose and turn to run toward the fourth floor. The Twisted Face's eyes were twitching as he raced down the corridor. This was the first time he had come across such aggressive prey. Twisted Face shoved open the steel door that connected the second and third sick hall, and he escaped into the third sick hall. Looking at the Twisted Face that disappeared into the darkness, Chenji did not continue to chase. The dark corridor was like the maw of a monster. It gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, and the stench in the air thickened. The third sick hall, Chenji stopped at the corridor. He inspected the steel door that separated the corridor. The lock had been sawed off. If these people have a saw with them, things will be horrendous if I'm captured. Chenji was feeling rather tired after the chase that lasted for more than 10 minutes. He dropped a line of salt near the steel door as a mark. After returning to the second sick hall, Chenji dragged the totally incapacitated man to the laundry room. The appearance of the man caused a change in the three people inside the cages. The one with the strongest reaction was still the woman in the middle. Her body knocked into the edges of the cage like she was trying to get away from this place. What have you done that shocked a normal person until she lost her mind? Chenji had no sympathy for the Twisted Face and the single-armed man. This was one of the main reasons. These two were involved in some sick activities. The single-armed man was lying on the floor unconscious, and Chenji realized something. When he whacked the man's arm and legs, he had not made a sound. Can this man not feel pain? Chenji was not crazy enough to test that theory. He grabbed some dirty laundry and tied the man to the hose that ran down the corner of the room. After doing that, Chenji picked up the camera that had fallen to the floor and reattached it to his wrist. Now that I have the upper hand, it's time to enter the third sick hall. Chenji glanced at the livestream. He was shocked to see the viewership had reached over 80,000, and it was still climbing. It was probably due to the action-packed scenes earlier. The popularity of Chenji's livestream had easily surpassed others. My livestream should be more interesting than Qin Guang's. If this continues, I'll be able to grab some viewers from him. Chenji glanced at the chat log. The popularity was high, but the chat log was slowly going out of control. He had people hiding under dirty laundry, smashing a single-armed man's chest, and running crazily in a mental hospital with a large hammer for 10 minutes. This was unheard of in the live-streaming world, and his live stream was close to exploding. Some praised Chenji for his hardworking nature and attention to detail. Others mocked him for the exaggeration. There was also a small group of morally upright viewers who wanted to call the police when they saw the people trapped inside the steel cages. Chenji did not expect the viewers' reactions to be so exciting. He was thankful that he did not give a detailed live stream address, and he only mentioned that he was at a mental hospital shrouded in mystery. 80,000 people was a high viewer count, but compared to the number of national citizens, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. Even if there were a handful of Jiujiang locals, they might not have heard of Jiujiang Third Psychological Convalescence Center. After all, this place had been abandoned for years. Without an address, it was difficult to get a police response. Even if the viewers managed to locate Chenji through the clues on his live stream, it would be after midnight already. Hiding the scary-looking hammer behind him, Chenji chatted for a little while with the camera to calm the viewers down. He tried to move the conversation toward good acting and a well-written script. In all honesty, it was hard for Chenji. All other hosts were afraid that their script might be exposed, so they paid good money to design original scripts and hire actors to create shocks and scares. But for Chenji, the development was so real that even he himself was scared. The scary surprises had not stopped, and each one was bigger than the one preceding it. Chapter 162, Su Tong. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. The surprises Chenji gave the viewers were indeed too huge and too much. He looked at the popularity ranking. Qin Guang was number 1. When he started the live stream, he was at 96, and now he was 19. This popularity ranking sat in the middle of the app's front page, so those who managed to squeeze into the top 20 were big hosts with more than 400,000 followers and fans. The rocketesque rise in fame attracted the attention of many viewers. They were confused. How could a newbie with fewer than 50,000 followers enter the arena meant for the most popular hosts? To be honest, Chenji had no answer. He was merely playing the role of an innocent victim. He did not violate the law, it was all in self-defense. Looks like my viewers are clever people. Under the corruption of money, a host like myself who pays such close attention to authentic content is a rare species. After inspecting the cameras on his chest and wrist, Chenji pocketed the phone and returned to the woman. When he dragged the man into the room, the woman had gone crazy. She had knocked her head into the cage as she tried to escape. Chenji was afraid that she might have injured herself, so he picked up a thick layer of cloth to cushion her head. Just what has she seen to have made her so? His eyes scanned the 3 cages. The old man cowered inside the cage. His arms were shielding his head like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. He did not dare look outwards. Of the 3, the old man had been trapped there the longest and seen the most. When he saw the single-armed man, he had closed his eyes. Obviously, he was afraid that he might accidentally see something that he should not. The young woman in the middle had the most agitated reaction. She threw her head repeatedly against the cage, and the fear was practically pouring out of her eyes. The reactions of these 2 people were understandable. Chenji, though, was exceptionally cautious of the middle-aged man. He was also showing signs of fear. His body was shaking, and his hands were gripped tightly together. His reaction and expression were flawless. If this was anyone else, they would definitely have been fooled, but not Chenji. It was not that Chenji had that great of an observation power, but he had managed to acquire the information on the patients of the 3rd sick hall before he arrived, and this middle-aged man was most likely patient number 5, Su Tong. The culprits came from the 3rd sick hall, so why did he end up as the victim? Starting from this point, Chenji slowly discovered more anomalies about the middle-aged man. For example, his relatively clean appearance. His head was not shaved, and his hands had been kept hidden under his clothes throughout. It was only when Chenji dragged the single-armed man into the room that the middle-aged man let it slip. Chenji saw it clearly. There was a very deep wound on the middle-aged man's left hand. It was a bite mark, and it was still bleeding. "Your hand is injured?" Chenji walked to the last iron cage holding the hammer. When he entered the nurse's station at the 1st sick hall, he had noticed the paint stain on the iron cage. Following the station, he had seen a splatter that was mixed with oil and blood on the wall outside of the nurse's station. At the time, he had thought that it was left behind by the victim inside the cage, but he had inspected the old man's body, and he was uninjured, so now he believed that the blood came from the culprit who had dragged the old man away. Oil was mixed with blood, so the most logical speculation was that the old man was gripping the wall, unwilling to be dragged away. The culprit tried to pry the old man's hands off the wall, but ended up being bitten by the old man. It perfectly explained how both oil and blood could be left on the same spot on the wall. When the door opened, Chenji noticed that neither of the twisted face nor the single-armed man's arms were injured. If there were no other residents inside this mental hospital, then Chenji could have guaranteed that the culprit who dragged the old man away from the 1st sick hall was this middle-aged man. He was one of the culprits at the mental hospital. When they discovered there were people outside the hospital, to prevent the old man from being discovered, they moved him to the 2nd sick hall's laundry room urgently. The iron hammer swaying before him, the middle-aged man's eyes that looked at Chenji were slowly filled with fear. "I will not hurt you. I just want you to answer a few of my questions honestly." Chen Ji looked at the middle-aged man, and the other party was still pretending to be dumb, too afraid to communicate. Don't feel like talking? Chen Ji removed the two cameras, placed them aside, and blocked the cameras. He slowly turned back around and slammed the hammer into the iron cage. With just one knock, the iron cage became slightly misshapen. Still not talking? Chen Ji continued to whack at the iron cage, and the rods twisted and turned until only 3/4 of the movable space remained. What do you want to know? The middle-aged man saw the iron hammer that came closer and closer to him, and his expression fell. How come this man feels like he is even crazier than I am? I'm not one to force people to do things that they don't want to, I just have some simple questions. Chen Ji looked at the twisted iron cage and placed his hammer down. What is your name? The middle-aged paused for about 2 seconds before speaking again. Wang Haiming. Wang Haiming? When he heard this name, Chen Ji's heart skipped a beat, and a huge wave proceeded to swallow it. This man knows Wang Haiming. The man probably just wanted to fool Chen Ji by giving a random name. He did not expect Chen Ji to know Wang Haiming. You're lying. Without leaving a chance for the middle-aged man to explain, Chen Ji swung his hammer at the iron cage. The hammer cut through the air, and the hair on the middle-aged man's body stood on end. My name is Xing Qing. My name is Xing Qing. Chen Ji was in no time for games and continued to rain punishment down on the iron cage. The space within the cage continued to shrink, and the iron rods could have snapped at any moment. The middle-aged man screamed, "Didn't you say you would not force people to do things they don't want to?" Chen Ji ignored him. After a few more minutes of heavy work, the iron cage was completely misshapen. Even with the key, it could not be opened anymore. It would require some time before Chen Ji could smash the iron cage into smithereens, but Chen Ji was lacking time. His pupils narrowed as he reached out to grip the middle-aged man's calf. I'm asking you one more time, what is your name? The man did not know what Chen Ji was up to, and he hesitated. Chen Ji was trapped inside a mental hospital with more than one source of dangerous threats. He could not continue to be kind. He placed the middle-aged man's calf before him and aimed the iron hammer right at it. A shrill scream tore through the night. Chen Ji had no sympathy for those who shoved living humans into cages. He picked up the iron hammer and pulled out the middle-aged man's other calf. As the iron hammer went flying down, the middle-aged man screamed, and he shrank away from the hammer. Su Tong, my name is Su Tong. See, was that so hard? Chen Ji stopped. If you would have been honest with me from the beginning, we could have skipped all that. Then he squatted down beside the iron cage. Just now, you mentioned Wang Haiming. What is your relationship with him? Has he stayed at the 3rd Sick Hall before? Is that how you know him? Chapter 163, Wang Haiming's Secret. Why would you ask that? Su Tong immediately regretted asking that question. He looked at the hammer in Chen Ji's hands, and his mouth turned slippery again. Wang Haiming was once a patient here. He was locked inside the 3rd Sick Hall multiple times due to repeated offenses. That man is very interesting. Be more specific. He was a low-risk patient. He stayed on the 2nd floor of the 2nd Sick Hall, but the man had something wrong with his mind. He kept saying that he was not crazy. A disgusting smile appeared on Su Tong's lips. Actually, we all know that we are perfectly fine, but only an idiot like him would announce it out loud. To be called an idiot by a diagnosed mental patient, if Wang Haiming was still alive, Chen Ji wondered how he would have felt. A flash of wickedness entered Su Tong's smile. His perspective was different from normal people. Perhaps until now, he still believed he was not ill. And then, Chen Ji realized how dangerous it was to communicate with mental patients, especially one like Su Tong. He was wary of being unconsciously sucked into their world, influenced by their twisted worldview. Wang Haiming not only refused the treatment by the hospital, but when the doctors tried to administer the treatment, he started fighting with the nurses and doctors. Injuring the workers was the biggest mistake at this hospital. The day it happened, Wang Haiming was punished by the hospital. Initially, he was just sent to the quarantine room, but it only made him worse. After he was released from the place, he got into a physical altercation with the nurse because he refused to take his medicine. He announced that he was a millionaire who could buy half of the hospital if he wanted to. He promised that he would make these doctors and nurses pay. After 10 minutes, the idiot paid for what he said. The hospital workers came with a straitjacket and moved him into the 3rd Sick Hall's quarantine room. That was his first visit to the third sick hall. We were happy to welcome a new friend, but he was very unfriendly. He even spat at me. He looked energetic, and as he was escorted, his mouth never stopped cursing. This poor newbie did not know what being sent to the third sick hall meant, but he would know soon enough. The third sick hall's quarantine room has an alternative name, electroshock therapy room. It is a common method to treat mental illness. The doctors who had used it all said it was incredibly effective. Of course, as a registered private hospital, to ensure patients' safety and comfort, they would cooperate with estheticians before beginning the treatment. The quarantine room has good sound insulation. When Wang Haiming exited the room, he was much more pliable. All of us thought the treatment had been highly effective. After a few days of peace, Wang Haiming got into argument with the workers for hiding medicine. This man had a natural instinct for adventure. Perhaps he was indeed a millionaire before being admitted into the hospital. When he exited the quarantine room for the second time, we all thought that he would finally admit to his fate, but the man planned a midnight escape, and to everyone's surprise, he succeeded. Even though he was captured the next day, he made use of that one night of freedom to contact his ex-wife. We have no idea what he told her, but in less than a month, she arrived to arrange for him to leave the hospital. From Su Tong's lips, Chen Ji gained a deeper understanding of Wang Haiming. How do you know so much about the man? After he was captured, he was detained. The hospital had him situated in the third sick hall's room 3, but he almost died in that room. Since there was no other option, the hospital workers arranged for him to temporarily stay with me. The twisted expression on Su Tong's face slowly returned to normal. Then, do you know what happened to him in room 3? He saw many people. There were many people inside the room. He told you all that himself? Chen Ji did not think things would be so complicated. Wang Haiming once stayed inside the third room. Why would I talk to an idiot? Su Tong scoffed with condescension. That idiot would mumble to himself every night, and I overheard his conversation. Chen Ji nodded. He needed to enter the third sick hall personally to know more about its mystery. The second question, why would patients from the third sick hall like yourself return to this place after the hospital was closed down? Of course, we have our reasons. I cannot answer on other people's behalf, but for me, Su Tong looked at Chen Ji. Only by staying here can I escape from your surveillance. Only by staying here will you not disturb me. It's time for you to take your medicine. Chen Ji stood up. He believed that Su Tong did not lie to him. The old man and young woman were shaking in fear when they saw the single-armed man, but they did not show any response when they were in Su Tong's proximity. The old man even dared to bite his hand. This went to show, unlike the twisted face and single-armed man, Su Tong had not done those crazy things. The iron cage was broken due to Chen Ji's assault. He placed the hammer beside him and asked, I heard a female nurse was killed inside the third sick hall. Do you know about this? Yes, the hospital even organized a mourning ceremony in the second sick hall for her, hoping it would be a lesson for the patients' families, and the workers. Su Tong seemed to expect what Chen Ji would ask next. He shrugged and said, I really had nothing to do with the nurse's death. The police asked me, and I stayed in my room that night. I didn't say a word to her. I didn't even see her that night. After nodding, Chen Ji asked Su Tong questions about the hospital director. Unfortunately, Su Tong's knowledge of this was limited. Su Tong was an honest patient. His sickness prevented him from communication with living people, and the greater the number of people around him, the more unsettled he would be. He felt like everyone was same, and they were one person toying with him. However, if he was kept in a small room with a limited amount of people, he would be just like a normal person. Hopefully, everything you've said is the truth. Chen Ji re-equipped the 2 cameras and took out his phone to glance at it. After such a long period of a black screen, his popularity did not drop. In fact, it had shot over 150,000 viewers. What's going on? Looking at the chat log, Chen Ji realized that even though he had blocked the cameras, the audio recorder was still stuck to his lapel. Su Tong's scream, the information about the nurse's death, Wang Haiming's history, and the mystery of the third sick hall had all been broadcasted. Due to this coincidence, Chen Ji's livestream had continued to climb the popularity ladder. The chat log kept refreshing. This is all too real. There were viewers who gave him likes and virtual presents. Chen Ji did not even know what to say. Since things had reached this stage, Chen Ji decided to throw caution to the wind. Thank you everyone for the presents and likes. Thank you for tuning in to my live stream. Chenji aimed the camera at himself. What you've seen and heard might not be fake. Tonight, I'll bring you a live stream that can never be replicated. Chapter 164, The Devil's Bargain. Chenji exited the laundry room to head for the second floor, to find the room Wang Haiming had once stayed in. There were 2 beds placed in the small room. The mattress and covers had been taken away, and only 2 bed frames remained. Perhaps due to safety concerns, there was nothing sharp in the room. Even the bed's edges had purposely been smoothened. Wang Haiming was sent into the hospital by his second wife. Perhaps there was something wrong with his head, but it shouldn't have been that serious. I believe this was a conspiracy against the man. Composing all the information he had, Chenji realized that Wang Haiming had led a complicated life. His life had big ups and big downs, but he had never given up, never stopped resisting or struggling. Be it being forcibly sent into the mental hospital or fighting for his body with a monster after he left the hospital, he never stopped fighting. He was not a saint, either, considering he had cheated on his first wife, but from a certain perspective, he had already paid more than enough for his sin. Every door to the sick room is equipped with a single-sided lock, so even with the key, the door could only be opened from the outside. There are safety doors at every 20 meters along the corridor, and there were nurses and workers patrolling nightly, so how did Wang Haiming manage to escape? Chenji sat on the bed frame and studied the window that was boarded up. Jumped down from the window. Prying off the wooden boards, Chenji realized that the window was strengthened with steel netting. It was not the exit he was looking for. Furthermore, the hospital was surrounded by a 2-meter-tall cement wall and a lush forest beyond that. Without a proper guide, getting lost was common. But under these conditions, Wang Haiming not only managed to escape, he also got in touch with his ex-wife to get her to save him. This whole process could have been made into a movie. It's too difficult for Wang Haiming to have escaped this place alone. He should have relied on the power of that monster inside him as well. They managed to escape this hospital by working together. After all, their united goal was to leave this mental hospital. Chenji understood this, but another question remained. When did the monster enter Wang Haiming's body? Remembering his conversation with Su Tong, Chenji discovered something strange about Wang Haiming. Not long after his first shock therapy, he started to provoke the doctors and even physically assaulted a nurse, and the reason was simply hiding medicine. This could be understood for a crazy person, but Wang Haiming was not a crazy person. Did he do this on purpose? He wanted to get back into the 3rd sick hall. Chenji examined this simple sick room. The only spot that could have hidden something was behind the curtain and under the bed. Standing up, Chenji moved the 2 bed frames. On one of the walls that was covered by the bed earlier, and he made a new discovery. Someone had used their fingernails to carve out a diary of sorts on the white paint. Due to the passage of time, most of the words were unreadable, but Chenji got the gist of it. Is it Wang Haiming's handwriting? Chenji closed the door, shone his flashlight on the wall, and started to read the words on it. Have I really gone crazy? 2 workers and a doctor hauled me into the electroshock room. The bunch of animals locked the door, so technically, no one should have been able to come in. Why did I see 4 people in the room after the therapy? Who was the one wearing the patient's garb? Wang Haiming probably left this behind. In a room without any entertainment devices, keeping a diary became his only entertainment. It was here, after plenty of rumination, that he realized he was different from those around him. Is it a hallucination caused by the shock? Why could he talk to me? Why can only I see him? He said that he can help me escape, but in return, I have to agree to one of his conditions. This is truly a devil's bargain, but I have no choice. Perhaps something is wrong. Could it be those pills? I find myself falling asleep easily, like someone has poured lead into my brain. I have to leave this place. The devil doesn't seem like he can leave the 3rd sick hall. I'll need to find him there if I want to escape from this hospital. The workers here are heartless animals. I will ruin this place, I swear. After entering that room for the 2nd time, I agreed to his demand. After completing the ritual inside the bathroom, he entered my body. Have I really gone insane to believe there is a devil in this world and accepted his trade? The diary stopped here abruptly. After the trade, perhaps only Wang Haiming himself knew what happened to him. The monster inside Wang Haiming probably came from the 3rd sick hall, and the ritual was completed in the bathroom. Could it be that the ritual required a mirror? In that case, the monster that possessed Wang Haiming was not some kind of devil but a common mirror monster. Chenji knew a thing or two about mirror monsters. They were not particularly strong, but extremely cunning. There were no other clues in the room, so Chenji left. The mirror monster on Wang Kaming came from the third sick hall, and the tall monster on Wang Xinglong also came from the third sick hall. Why wouldn't the monsters stay there? Chenji needed more answers. He grabbed the hammer, whistled to get the white cat, and prepared to head into the third sick hall. He came back to the hallway, connecting the two buildings on the fourth floor. Twisted Face had used this path to escape into the third sick hall. The salt hasn't been moved, so no one has passed this way. Pushing open the steel door, Chenji felt submerged in the darkness. The tiles under his feet were moving, and as he moved across the corridor in the third sick hall, there was a bad feeling that settled over him. He felt cold, like some scary monster was staring at him. Even the white cat, which was not afraid of anything, hid behind his ankle. If not for the jacket on Chenji, he believed that the cat would have run already. The clue left behind by my parents is here. No matter what, I cannot turn back. Chenji opened half of his backpack and pulled on the cleaver so that the handle was exposed. This way, he could grab it anytime he wanted. It's about time. Chenji looked at his phone. It was 11:51 p.m. Another 9 minutes and it would be midnight. Chenji experienced a strange feeling as he stepped into the sick hall. It felt like the entire third sick hall was a large living entity, and the cold draft that caressed Chenji's body was its breathing. Chapter 165, Who is Playing Doctor? Many mattresses littered the dark corridor. They were bulging like they were hiding something underneath. Chenji used his hammer to yank one open. Inside the decayed mattress was a fake person made from pillows and bedsheets. The workmanship was rough, but one could just about make out the shape of a person. The scariest thing was that a human face, complete with eyes, nose, and a wide mouth, had been painted on the pillow. It looked like the scribbling of a child, but it made the hairs on Chenji's arms rise. This shouldn't be. Chenji resisted the urge to smash it with the iron hammer and started to think. No matter what, the 24 mannequins at the haunted house are scarier and more real than these fake dolls. I felt zero fear being around those mannequins, but standing beside these dolls, I feel weirdly unsettled. He nudged the doll, and on the back of the pillow, an unfamiliar name was writ, Li Chunyan. Why is there a name? These dolls were not unlike those used by girls when playing house. They would use dolls to act as their parents or to represent someone they knew in real life. Chenji observed for about 2 minutes after spraying the doll's face with a handful of salt. The doll did not react in any way. Chenji walked away to peel out another mattress. Similarly, there was a doll made from bedsheets and a pillow. Zhang Kissy, there was another name behind the doll. Chenji looked at the corridor that was filled with mattresses, and a chill ran up his spine. There's a name behind each doll, meaning they represent real people. The bloated mattresses looked like a mass grave, and Chenji's hand that gripped the hammer sweated. He felt like he would be much braver after completing this trial mission. He finished 2 packs of salt after walking just 20 or 30 meters. Reality proved that salt had no use against those haunted things. The uncomfortable feeling that suffused the corridor did not decrease. If anything, it had gotten stronger. I'll need to ration the last pack of salt. I can't be so cavalier with it anymore. Chenji would look over his shoulder every few steps. He was afraid of seeing a row of dolls following him, as was often the case in the scary movies he had seen. With his whole body tensed, Chenji made the decision that should a doll suddenly stand up, he would rush over and smash it into smithereens with the hammer and stab it with the cleaver. Calm down, there are many trump cards you haven't used yet. Chenji did not know whether he was saying this for the benefit of the viewers or himself. In any case, as he moved into the third sick hall, the popularity of his livestream also climbed at a scary speed. In contrast, Qin Guang's livestream had reached a bottleneck, and his viewership was slipping. The third sick hall was different from the other two because every room was a single room, but curiously enough, none of the rooms had any beds. It was like the place had never been used as a hospital before. Dr. Gao said that the third sick hall only has 10 sick rooms and 9 patients on record. So what are the purposes for these empty rooms? None of the rooms had a number, and they had the same bland white doors. They did not seem like they were used to house the patients. The first sick hall was so crowded that there were beds on the corridor, but the third sick hall has so many empty rooms. The hospital would rather keep them empty than use them for the patients. Why is that? Chenji was very careful. When he reached the middle of the 4th floor corridor, the stench in the air suddenly became exceedingly heavy. Other than the cold wind, there was another sound in his ears. It was hard to describe. It sounded like the heavy breathing of a room full of people. Chenji shone his flashlight around as the anxiety in his heart heightened. He stuck his back to the wall and took out his phone to glance at the time. It's midnight. At that same moment, the sound of the door being opened came from one of the rooms under the 4th floor. The feeling was strange. The sound came from downstairs, but it sounded like it was just beside Chenji. The blood door inside the haunted house's mirror will open for a minute every midnight. Is there a similar door in this hospital? The door would appear at midnight, but it would not open on its own. When the door was pushed open, it only meant that something had come out from behind the door. Wang Haiming's diary said that he completed the final ritual in the bathroom. This proves that there is a large mirror in the bathroom of this hospital. After midnight, the entire sick hall seemed to change like a sleeping monster coming alive. Standing in the deepest corner of the 4th floor, Chenji looked down the stairs. There was complete darkness. No one knew what was hiding in the dark. Something might come out at him from a hidden corner. Chenji's eyes twitched. He held the hammer and stood at the mouth of the stairwell. After giving it some thought, he turned off his flashlight. Inside the 3rd sick hall, there were mental patients, lingering spirits, and the monsters from behind the blood door. There were danger at every step. In such a situation, the light would expose himself, making him an easy target. Chenji closed his eyes before opening them again. He tried to make his eyes familiarize themselves with the darkness and stepped down the stairs to go to the 3rd floor. Even though the mission had not ended, Chenji had already acquired a reward. At least his relationship with the white cat had improved. Initially, the white cat did not even want to be close to him, but after they entered the corridor of the 3rd sick hall, the cat actively jumped on his shoulder, its claws digging into his clothes and backpack. It looked like it would not let go no matter what. Don't be scared, everything is still under control. Chenji patted the cat on its head, and the cat strangely did not resist. Its pair of different colored eyes looked straight into the darkness. The staircase seemed to have grown in the darkness because Chenji used 2 minutes to move from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. The windows were sealed, and the 3rd floor was even darker. Chenji could barely see the mattresses that littered the corridor. The twisted face seemed to vanish after he entered the 3rd sick hall. There was not even a footprint. Where could he be hiding? Inside one of the rooms or the mattresses, preparing for an ambush. There was another nurse's station at the corner of the 3rd floor, but curiously enough, all the records and medicine were arranged neatly inside the station, and the counter was spotless, like it had recently been in use. Jumping into the station, Chenji realized that there were many prescribed pills arranged on the table. The colorful pills were separated and placed inside white bags, and each bag was taped with a patient's name. Li Chunyan, Zhang Kissy. Wait, didn't I read these 2 names on the dolls on the 4th floor? Someone comes here every night to give medicine to the dolls. A ridiculous idea popped up in Chenji's mind. The 3rd sick hall was like a children's game. The child had created the dolls to act as the patients and took on the role of the doctor to dispense them medicine. Who would do something so sick? Chenji looked at the names on the counter, and he felt like he had missed something important. Chapter 166, Isn't She Dead? Chenji examined the bags on the counter carefully, and his expression turned grim. He used his fingers to rub at the names, and he finally discovered the source of the problem. The writing on some of the bags was still wet. The names had been written recently. Chenji whipped his head up and looked around. There was no hiding spot inside the nurse's station. The person who prescribed the drug should still be close. They probably haven't wandered far and are still nearby. Chenji could not tell if the other party had discovered him, but he knew he had to be more careful. He jumped out of the station and slunk into the room opposite the nurse's station. He pushed the door open a sliver, and Chenji looked out into the corridor. The names on the bags were freshly written, so the pills were probably just prescribed. Who would do something like this at night? There were several candidates in Chenji's mind, and the foremost was the twisted face. He had once been a doctor at this hospital, and from the way he treated his father, he had a great need for revenge. He prescribed the drug to force-feed his victims. Then again, if this was true, he would not have needed to write the patient's name down on the bag one by one, so things could not have been that simple. It was midnight, and things were at their most unstable. Chenji decided to stay a little bit longer to clear up the mystery about the medicine before moving. About 10 minutes later, there was a fuzzy shadow that appeared at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. It was so far away that Chenji could not tell whether it had appeared from one of the rooms or from the other floors. Which patient is it? Chenji could not see the face, but he did not dare turn on the light. The only thing he could do was hide behind the door with the hammer ready. The shadow's gait was weird. It was staggering, like it could trip and fall at any moment. As it got near, Chenji made another weird discovery. The thing made no sound as it walked across the floor. Based on the way it limps, it shouldn't be silent. The shadow got closer enough for Chenji to catch a rough glimpse of its clothes. The white nurse's outfit was rather conspicuous in the dark, and it was a contrast from the dirtied mattresses that littered the place. It's not the twisted face but a woman? Chenji could not be sure. He leaned his upper body on the door and his eyes attached themselves to the slit. He did not blink, afraid that he might lose any details. It's coming. The shadow with the nurse's outfit had its head lowered, and it was mumbling something quietly. When it neared the room Chenji was hiding in, the man finally got a good look. The moving shadow was a monster wearing a nurse's coat. Its waist was broken, and its limbs were twisted at weird angles. It felt as if someone had rearranged the monster's body, and it had lost the correct shape of a normal human. The monster before him ruined the wonderful image of nurses that Chenji had maintained for the past 20 years. Through the door, his hands that gripped the hammer started to sweat. The tangled black hair fell forward to hide most of her face, and when she passed Chenji's room, she suddenly stopped. At that moment, Chenji held his breath as he raised the hammer. The female nurse seemed to have felt something. She raised her skull slowly, and the hair parted to reveal that familiar face. It's her. The face could not have been more normal, but Chenji had the shock of his life because he recognized this face. He had seen it hanging in black and white in the second sick hall's activity room. Isn't she dead? The large female nurse was the victim who had died inside the third sick hall. According to Dr. Gao, after the police's investigation, they had concluded that the killer was one of the patients. She's still wandering the halls after her death? Chenji understood why there were no footsteps. His hand reached for the cleaver in his bag. After a second's hesitation, the nurse turned her body around with difficulty. As if toppling over, her large body leaned toward the door that Chenji was hiding behind. Dong! Her head knocking into the door created a dull thud. Chenji jumped back and yanked out the cleaver. The door was not locked, and Chenji was prepared to hash it out with this monster. However, right then, there was another sound of a door opening downstairs. Hearing this noise, the nurse was like a puppet being forced to turn around. She walked to the nurse's station and entered the small door next to it. What was that? Chenji's back was drenched. The female nurse was probably the bottom feeder at the third sick hall. She was a just lingering spirit without thought. The person who assigned her what to do was the real culprit. Chenji did not dare let his guard down. To not spook the nurse, he did not jump out with the cleaver lashing but hid behind the door to observe her quietly. After returning to the nurse's station, the nurse took out a notebook with dirt and blood stains from underneath the counter. She followed the content of the notebook and started arranging the bags that were filled with drugs. The nurse's station was opposite Chenji's room, so Chenji could see everything clearly. Her movements were quick and masterful. She soon picked up about 10 bags and wandered into the staircase to head up to the 4th floor. After the nurse had wandered off, Chenji exited the room. He jumped back into the nurse's station to examine the notebook that the nurse had been using earlier. The notebook was thick, and it was full of patient records and diagnosis reports. Chenji looked through it randomly, and he realized that all the patients in the book shared a similarity. They were all dead. For all the reports, in the box for diagnosis result, someone had used a red pen to correct everything and write, "Confirmed dead." Have the killers hiding inside this hospital been following the patients? Or have the patients who once received treatment here returned to this place? Chenji saw Li Chunyan and Zhang Qixi's names in the notebook. He glanced at the counter, and the bags with their names had been taken away by the nurse. There are dolls on the 4th floor with these 2 names on their backs. All the patients who have passed away seem to have a corresponding doll in the 3rd sick hall, and there is a person who gives them their medication every night, like how it was when they were still alive. The mental hospital had been abandoned for 5 years already, but the 3rd sick hall had remained in operation. It was just that the patients had changed from living ones to dead ones, and all these changes could be related to that mysterious door. Could it be that the door had been left open for so long that the world behind the door and the real world have overlapped. Chen Ji did not read the notebook further before tossing it inside his backpack. Then he walked down the corridor. He wanted to go take a look inside the third-floor bathroom before the nurse returned. Chapter 167, Dresser. After the nurse finishes handing out all the medicine, she will return. When she discovers that the notebook is missing, she will go searching for it, but it should be fine because I believe she is only slightly more powerful than Xiaoxiao and the pen spirit. If I face her in battle, I might not lose. Chen Ji held the hammer and walked deeper into the corridor. If this was some other person, they would have been shocked silly already. They would not have been able to calculate and plan their steps. Opening the rooms one by one, Chen Ji made no new discoveries until he reached the door to the third-floor bathroom. The sound of door opening came from downstairs, so this bathroom should not be where the door is. He could feel the anxiety coming from the white cat on his shoulder. Chen Ji tried to push the door open, and the bathroom was shrouded in complete darkness, swallowing up any sort of light. The row of squat cubicles looked rather frightening in the dark. Different from the school, the cubicles had no locks, probably in case of accidents inside the bathroom. Chen Ji did a tour but found nothing strange. He eventually stopped before the sink that had a mirror, and he realized how interesting the design was. There was a curtain draped on top of the mirror. With a pull, the mirror would be covered up easily. This little design quirk reminded Chen Ji slightly of his own haunted house. Looks like there are some problems with the mirrors here as well. Chen Ji pulled the curtain up, and the mirror was stained with smudges, like someone had run their hands over it. The surface was smudged with so many finger marks that Chen Ji could barely see his reflection. The door is not here, Chen Ji confirmed after making sure the layout of the third-floor bathroom. He came out from the bathroom and used the adjacent staircase to walk down to the second floor. The closer he got to the first floor, the stronger the stench in the air became. The thing that surprised Chen Ji was that some curious things had appeared on the second floor's corridors and walls. It was unknown whether it was caused by the building's old age or some other reason, but there were patches along the corridor where it protruded outward. The protrusions had red hues to them like the color of bruised skin. The cracked floor also had residual liquid that looked like it was blood. It was as if blood had once seeped from cracks and had now dried. The second floor was completely different from the third floor. The danger rating had practically doubled. If the third floor was eerie, then the second floor was dangerous. It just made people want to turn and run. Could this really be real blood? Chen Ji picked up something that looked like congealed blood off the floor and squished it in his hands. It doesn't smell bloody, probably just normal red soil. The mattresses on the corridor were rather in the way, and as Chen Ji walked past them, he yanked some open. He realized that the closer he got to the first floor, the more authentic these dolls looked. It was not that they were visually more authentic, but they gave off a stronger feeling that they were alive. When I enter the first floor, will the dolls in the mattresses crawl out on their own? He was not kidding and was considering this possibility seriously. Walking past room after room as he proceeded down the corridor, Chen Ji noticed a few special rooms as he was about to turn the corner. All the patients' rooms had windows on their doors so that the doctors could see inside easily, but these few rooms were different. The director's office? Chen Ji had pretty much finished exploring the mental hospital, and this was the first time he had come across a door with a plaque on it. He entered the room, and the space was huge. It had been made from breaking down the walls between 3 normal rooms. There were several pots of dead plants against the wall, and next to them were empty bookshelves and an office table. There was also a resting area. It was about half the size of the working area, and it had a single bed and a disproportionately large dresser. Closing the door behind him, Chen Ji stepped into the room. The floor was littered with a massive number of patient records, but these records were different from the ones in the nurse's notebook. They were unedited. In other words, these patients were probably still alive. The mental hospital had been in operation for at least 10 years, and the number of patients that came through its door was huge, at least much bigger than Chen Ji anticipated. Compared to Jiujiang's population of several million, the number of mental patients was probably very small, but Jiujiang only had 2 certified government mental hospitals, and even at their maximum capacity, they could only handle about 1,000 people. This, combined with the fact that mental illnesses required repeated treatment, meant that there were not enough hospitals to go around. This was why there were private hospitals like Jiujiang Third Psychological Convalescent Center. It had the necessary certification, but at the end of the day, it was a private hospital. Their main focus was money, and their management was riddled with problems. Due to the nature of mental patients, many things were not treated with the seriousness that they deserved. Accepting Wang Haiming even though he was mentally fine was one such example. After picking up a few of the patient's records, Chen Ji soon lost interest. The diagnoses given were pretty much the same, even the treatment methods were similar to each other. A real doctor is someone like Dr. Gao. These doctors were merely trying to silence the patient's wills and souls, transforming them into puppets without individuality. Chen Ji continued his search. The bookshelves and table drawers were empty. Chen Ji entered the rest area and flipped the bed upside down. There was nothing. Finally, he turned toward the suspiciously large dresser. This was the only place he had not searched. This dresser is big enough to fit 2 adults. Could the missing director be left inside? Raising his hammer, he scanned the dresser. The dresser was sealed with police tape, and it had not been taken down since it was applied because the edges were untouched. Why would the police seal the dresser? Was it hiding the body? There were many other curious things about the dresser. Its 4 edges were taped with duct tape, and curious mantras were written on the corners. There were also red nails that were about half the length of a normal palm protruding out of the dresser. It just feels like this dresser carries something important inside. Chen Ji hugged the white cat and placed it down by the door. He removed the police tape and used the mallet to pry the door open. There was no scary scene, and the dresser was not filled with clothes or anything weird. Inside sat a few papers that were filled with words and several envelopes that had not been mailed. Picking up the topmost paper, the first line that entered Chen Ji's eyes made his heart jump. The kid inside room 3 is acting up again. He is the first person to have seen the door, so I suspect the appearance of the door is related to him. Wasn't room 3 empty? Where did this kid come from? Chen Ji continued to read, and the letters inside the dresser explained how the single door had caused the ruination of the entire mental hospital. Chapter 168, The Patient in Room 3. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescent Center was opened 23 years ago. It was the earliest private mental hospital in Jiujiang. From the name, it was clear that they were not a government body, but a private convalescence center. The center had 3 sick halls, and the admission fee at the first sick hall was much cheaper than government hospital, but the conditions were extremely bad. The second sick hall's fees were 20% higher than normal, but there were specialized nurses and doctors. The third sick hall was only open to a small number of patients. The fee was extremely high, several times the price of a normal room. From the notes left behind by the director, the situation when the center was first built was completely different from how it was later. At the beginning, the third sick hall was not a sealed-up area. In fact, it was the place with the best environment and highest price. The center operated for 3 months before they received a special patient. The director recorded the scenario in detail. That day was probably a turning point for him. A car with foreign plates arrived at the center, and 2 men helped an incredibly pregnant woman out from the backseat. The director came to welcome them personally. After some questions, he realized that the woman had a serious mental illness. Due to safety concerns for the mother and the baby, the director rejected their admission. The man seemed to have predicted this, and he offered a fee that was 10 times higher than the already high asking price of the third sick hall. He told the director that he would pay for half a year of treatment at once. Looking at the mountain of cash on the table, the director and the doctors were swayed. After the center went into operation, the first and second sick halls were filled to the brim, but most of the rooms in the third sick hall were left empty. After all, most rich patients would select official government mental hospitals to seek treatment. With some coaxing from the doctors, the director finally admitted the pregnant woman and assigned her the third room of the third sick hall. After making sure that the woman had settled in, the man left the director with his phone number and claimed that he was the woman's husband. However, when the director asked to see their marriage certificate, the man could not produce it. Nevertheless, since he had accepted the money, the director could not do anything about it. It was too late for regret. All he could do was take good care of the woman. After the initial diagnosis, it was found that the pregnant woman did suffer from a mental illness, bipolar disorder. She refused to communicate and would cry one moment and be consumed by rage the next. She slammed things that she could see and would sometimes injure herself. To keep her safe, the doctors baby-proofed everything inside room 3. The woman's illness was unstable, but due to her pregnancy, most medication could not be used. The only thing the doctors could do was psychological counseling. 3 months passed just like that, and it was close to her due date. The hospital hired several nurses to watch over her 24 hours a day. It was unknown whether it was the coming baby that had elicited the woman's motherly nature or the effects of the counseling sessions, but the woman stopped acting up. She did not like human contact and spent most of her time touching her stomach, talking to herself. 4 months later, the child was born, and the woman's condition improved tremendously. The director and doctors sighed in the relief, and that day they called the husband, but there was no answer. A bad feeling appeared in their heart, and they hired a special PI to investigate the man's identity. It turned out that all of his documentation was fake. After a discussion between the director and the doctors, they decided that if the man failed to show up after his money had run out, they would call the police. Considering the woman's condition, they did not tell her about this. The woman recollected her hope in life after the baby was born and started to provide her full cooperation. She wanted to get better for her child. She would also ask about her husband because in her mind, after she was cured, her husband would return. However, half a year later, the man's money had dried up, and the man seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. There were 2 different voices inside the hospital. Some doctors and nurses suggested to have the mother and son transferred away. Taking care of both for free was too much work. The director, out of his compassion, asked them to wait a little longer, but the nurse who took care of the woman accidentally let this information slip. The woman demanded to talk to her husband, and all she got was the emotionless machine operator telling her that the number she was calling was no longer in use. Before sending the woman into the center for treatment, there appeared to have been a pact between the woman and the man. Now that the pact had been broken, the woman's condition deteriorated. She started to turn hostile to everyone around her. She was lost inside a dark maze and could not find a way out. To prevent the woman from hurting her own son, the doctor removed the baby from her care. The woman lost her mind and refused to communicate. The baby was too small, and the hospital could not just adopt him for her. They tried their best to cure the woman, hoping to get information on the man from her to make him pay for the remaining of the fee. No one would have thought that this treatment would go on for 3 years. The woman's child grew up inside the mental hospital, and he learned how to walk and talk in this place that was filled with crazies. The first 3 years of a child's life was called the baby period. It was when a human picked up the most information, and it formed the foundation for the child's future. The woman's child spent these formative years inside this twisted and complicated environment. The money had already run out, so the hospital was taking care of them out of kindness. It was fine for 1 or 2 days, but as the days dragged on, the sound of complaints grew, and even the workers' eyes started to change when they saw the child. The crazy mother was locked inside her room, and the thing the child did the most in those 3 years was ask the doctors or nurses to carry him to room 3. He would lean against the window on the door and look into the room at the woman. When the child learned how to walk, he would sometimes wander over to room 3 on his own, looking at the door that was several times bigger than he was. Days rolled into weeks and weeks into months. Other children of his age had family and friends, their lives were filled with colors, but the world in this child's eyes were different. Whitewashed hospital walls filled most of his memory, and sooner or later, he acted different from how a normal child would. Chenji had unwillingly read to the end. The letter was like the director's personal diary. This child's childhood is even sadder than mine. He had thought that his own childhood of playing with mannequin heads and plastic bones was sad enough, but here was someone who had it worse. Putting down the letter, Chenji turned to look at the not-yet-mailed envelopes. The envelopes had no stamps and were not addressed. They were yellow from age and seemed to have been written years ago. Chenji opened them according to chronological order. The first letter was written 20 years ago. At the time, the woman's child had only been 2. Dr. Chen, this is the first time I've come across such a brilliant child. He picks up stuff at a superhuman rate. Being born in a hidden corner of the place, growing up in a sick environment, should I send him away? The child will definitely be a genius in the future, but his various reactions make me worry. Ever since he learned how to talk, just like his mother, he has talked to himself. No, it feels more like he is communicating with something we can't see. The doctors and nurses are very busy, and there is no one who is free to teach him to speak other than me, but I keep hearing strange words coming from his lips. Did he pick those up from hearing the doctors and nurses, or is someone else teaching him? I'm materialistic, but seeing what happened to the kid has swayed my conviction. According to rumors, a toddler can see things that adults cannot. Is that true? Chapter 169, Door. I'm curious about everything with regards to this child, but I am also worried about knowing too much. The kid is like a swamp. The closer you get, the greater the alert in your mind. The mother has bipolar disorder, and only when she is in the company of her son will she not act up. To facilitate treatment, the doctors bring the son to see her often. Every child has a natural reliance on their mothers. Even though he is so small, he knows that is his mother. However, the weirdest thing was, when the child saw his mother, the first thing he said wasn't mom or his own name but door. Initially, I thought that I was mistaken, or maybe it was just a meaningless mumble by the child. But when the nurse carried him away, he used his tiny finger to point at the door to her mother's room and repeated the same word, door. He seemed to be telling us that he wants to get close to that door. This is the most curious thing because I've asked the whole hospital, and no one has taught him that word before. Without guidance, he managed to vocalize the word and even knew what it meant. Who told him this? Is there really something else inside the hospital? Then, it became even weirder. When the nurse who carried the child and I entered room 3 to see his mother, the child looked down the corridor and waved his arms like he was greeting someone. I was sure that there was no one other than us in that corridor. Of course, if that was all, I wouldn't have been so worried. The nurse also noticed this, so she asked him what he was doing. Who was he waving at? At the time, the child stammered this name, Hyajan. The nurse didn't know what it meant and assumed that the child was just working on his vocal cords. She did not take it to heart and continued to carry the child away. At the time, I really wanted to stop her because Hyajan was a real person. Before the 3rd sick hall was built, a construction worker had an accident, and that person's name was Hyajan. This was something even the doctors and nurses did not know, so how did he come up with that name? I stood at the door and saw the nurse carry the child away. When she went up the stairs, the child once again waved at the corner that was empty. Honestly, I've treated many children with mental illnesses, but I've never been afraid. However, that day, in that corridor, I was gripped by intense fear. After that incident, I paid closer attention to the boy. That was the end of the first letter. Until the end, the director did not mention who the letter was addressed to. Chen Ji finished the whole thing, and the only thing relevant to the identity of the addressee was the Dr. Chen at the beginning. Surname Chen, could it be Dad? But he's a haunted house operator, not a doctor. Chen Ji was initially glad that he had found a clue related to his parents, but he thought about it and believed that he was being a bit too optimistic. He opened the second letter, and the content was even more unbelievable. Dr. Chen, we have to meet in person. Things are getting slightly out of control. When the child learned how to crawl, he would actively go find his mother. No one in the 3rd sick hall knew how he managed to leave the office and end up outside the door of room 3. The other nurses and doctors have also noticed the weird behavior of the child. He rarely cries and smiles at random places. He gets more excited as the day darkens, and he is very much not acting like a normal child. He has great learning ability, and even at such a young age, he can vocalize his words clearly even though the things that leave his lips often make chills run down people's spines. Perhaps the world in the child's eyes is different from ours. He sees the patients who take tranquilizers and sleeping pills as toys, and the way he looks at them is like they are already dead. He also waves and face patients who have lost their mind, but he never looks them in the face. Instead, he looks at the area above their shoulder like there is something about the patient's shoulders. The weirdest thing is that he likes to go sit outside room 3. He never goes into it. He just sits there, staring at the door. A whole afternoon could pass with him doing just that. Some doctors and nurses suggested that we send the child to an orphanage. They were spooked by this kid, but sending him away would influence the mother's recovery. We have used a year to stabilize his mother's condition, and we cannot give up now. I rejected the doctor's suggestion, and after several months there was good news from the police. Using the car plate as a lead, they found the boy's biological father down south. At the time, the mother's condition had mostly been cured. We hired a lawyer to bring the father to court, demanding that he pay for the hospital and treatment fee, and at the same time, give the child's mother an official marriage and name. We won the case. It was unclear whether the fear of prison or guilt changed the father. Everything was improving positively, and the mother was getting better. The young woman showed exceptional strength when she was before her son. The treatment continued for another half a year, and the mother's illness had fully stabilized. She did not have many friends or family, so other than the few doctors who sent her away, her departure did not cause much of an effect. The child left with his mother, but the 3 years growing up at the mental hospital have left their scars already. The night before he left, he snuck back to the corridor and kept saying things that people could not understand to the door. After they left, I assumed everything was over, but who would have thought things would progress down a completely unexpected route? Just 1 year later, when the child was 4, he was sent back to the center by his father. According to his father, the woman was killed at home, and the child witnessed the whole process. When I saw the child again, he had changed a lot. The only pillar in his life had crumbled, and his condition was similar to how his mother was when she first arrived. Due to previous reasons and history, our center didn't dare admit him. We persuaded the father to send him to an official hospital instead. On the night that we rejected him, right at midnight, the white door of room 3 started to leak blood. This lasted for 1 whole minute before it stopped. When I found out about this, it was 1 week later, and within that 1 week, many unbelievable things have happened at the hospital. The second letter stopped her abruptly. Reading the letters, content, and the director's description, Chen-ji was reminded of someone who experienced the exact same thing. He opened the third letter urgently, and inside was a picture with the mother and her son. When Chen-ji saw this picture, he was overwhelmed by emotion. This was because he had seen this picture before. It was the same picture he had seen when he was helping Dr. Gao pack up Men Nan's belongings at Hai Ming Apartments. A woman with the patient's garb was leaning on the bed, and a shy little boy sat next to her. Chapter 170, Only One Solution. The woman in the picture had no makeup, and she looked like she had just recovered from a big illness. There was a unique charm to her. Earlier, at Hai Ming Apartments, Chen-ji had criticized Men Nan's father for having an affair even though his wife was so beautiful, and now he understood why. Chen-ji moved his gaze to study the shy boy in the picture. Is this child really Men Nan? An incredibly talented child when he was still a baby, but how come he could not handle a mere mirror monster after he grew up? Did his talent shrink as he grew older? The story told in the letter was real. Chen-ji did hear people say that toddlers could see many weird things that adults could not, but as they grew up, everything returned to normal, and the memory that they had disappeared. It shouldn't be so simple. Chen-ji was reminded of what Dr. Gao told him. After a deep diagnosis, he discovered there were 3 personalities within Men Nan. The first was a self-protecting personality that appeared in the shape of his mother. This was probably the lingering spirit of Men Nan's mother. She had attached herself to Men Nan to protect him whenever she could. The second was Men Nan's main personality. This persona grew up with him, and it was the normal Men Nan that his friends knew. The last personality hid in the deepest recesses of Men Nan's mind. According to Dr. Gao, this personality had stuck at Men Nan's childhood years. He refused to communicate, and the period when he appeared was extremely short. When the third persona appeared, Men Nan would display superhuman talent. Is it possible that the third persona is the real Men Nan? Then what exactly happened to him? What caused this persona to appear? Before entering the third sick hall, Chen-ji had studied up on this. He was familiar with split personality disorder, and he knew that the appearance of each persona had a specific reason behind it. Perhaps it was loneliness, or perhaps it was self-defense mechanism. Chen-ji had no idea why Men Nan's third persona had appeared, but he had a feeling that it was related to the door at the third sick hall. Putting the picture back into the envelope, Chen-ji started to read the third letter. The door appears punctually at midnight. It stays for a minute before disappearing. I've sealed up the third sick hall and forbidden anyone from getting close to room 3 at night. I've asked the nurses on night patrol to keep an eye on that bleeding door. 3 days have passed, and the nurses told me there was a weird noise coming from behind the door. When the door returned to normal, she pushed the door open, and the room was empty. There wasn't a rat as she had expected. On the 4th day, I stayed vigil by the door personally. There were indeed movements behind the door, and I could hear the sound of chewing. On the fifth night, the thing behind the door seemed to have sensed something. There was knocking coming from behind the door. There was knocking from a room that was confirmed to be empty. If not for the fact that I have just concluded a mental test, I would have thought I was crazy. I used wooden boards to seal up the door, and on the 10th night, there was urgent banging on the door. Fresh blood seeped through the door, dyeing it red. It was like a scene from a nightmare. I've contacted the workers to remove the door and asked a few doctors to watch the door outside room 3. On the midnight of the 11th day, everyone present could hear the door being opened. The sound came from room 3 even, though the door was already gone. When the sound occurred, I saw the door frame dyed red. I managed to take a close look. It was not blood but something that looked like blood vessels. 1 minute later, everything returned to normal, and one of the doctors said that he saw a shadow crawl out of the room. Said doctor handed in his resignation that afternoon. The hospital was running low on staff, so I denied his request. It only made his emotions run wild. There was no room for negotiation at all. Removing the door was useless, so I asked the workers to seal it up with bricks. In the initial few days, the method seemed to be effective, but 1 week later there was a new problem with room 3. Whenever midnight arrived, room 3, even the walls next to it, started to turn red like bruised skin. The red was spreading, and I fear that one day it will cover the entire hospital. I've used every method that I can think of, but I cannot stop it. This room was fine, and everything happened after the accident that befell the child's mother. Do you think I should find the boy, to find the solution or reason from him? Chenji's face was dark after reading the 3rd letter. This door was much more troublesome than he had anticipated. The old director had used all sorts of methods, but he had still failed. He had not only failed to close the door, but he had exacerbated the situation. But there has to be a solution or else the center would have closed 10 years ago, and not just 5 years ago. Chenji picked up the last letter, and his expression turned serious. This was because the last envelope had something others did not, an address. It was addressed to Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station. Chenji, I've followed your instructions, and thankfully the door is temporarily closed. But I don't understand, why can Mennan close the door? The letter was short, but it revealed 2 important facts to Chenji. 1, the door could be closed. 2, Mennan was the key to closing it. Looks like I'll need Mennan's help if I want to deal with the door in the mirror at my haunted house. Chenji read the short 4th letter again. At the very end, the old director has shown interest in the world behind the door. Could the reason for his disappearance be related to that? The center had been closed 5 years ago, and before it was sealed up, the director had disappeared. These 2 incidents had to be related. Replacing the letters, Chenji looked at the dresser. Something is not right. The letters weren't stamped. The earlier 3 letters did not even have an address, so they could not have been mailed. How did the director communicate with this Dr. Chen? Furthermore, why would the mailed letters return to the director's office? Chenji narrowed his eyes as several possibilities entered his mind. Could it be that the director also suffered from split personality disorder, and one of his personas was this Dr. Chen? Or had the mysterious Dr. Chen, who received the letters, returned to the hospital after the director's disappearance and purposefully left the letters here? But why would he do that? Chenji only ended up with more questions. Who is this Dr. Chen? Chenji thought about it before putting the letter with the address into his shirt pocket. Chapter 171. Something wrong with Qin Guang. There was nothing else in the dresser. After closing the door, Chenji snapped a few pictures of the dresser. There are 4 blood-red nails on the 4 corners of the dresser, and every gap was sealed with clear cellophane. The fact that the cupboard could be preserved in the 3rd sick hall for so long has got to do with this unique setting. Chenji tried to yank the nail out, but he failed after giving it a try. The 4 nails were stuck deep into the corners. It was as if they were already joined to the dresser. There is something unique about these 4 nails. I should return in the morning to pull them out. Chenji had stayed for far too long inside the director's office, so he had no idea what was happening outside. When he stepped out from the resting area, the white cat jumped onto his shoulder and refused to get down no matter what. Chenji nudged himself carefully toward the office door. He did not dare to go out directly, afraid that the nurse or the twisted face was hiding at the corner to ambush him. With the hammer raised, Chenji leaned against the door to listen for weird noises coming from outside. 10 seconds passed, and he did hear something weird. The sound of doors opening and closing reverberated down the corridor, like someone was inspecting the rooms one by one. Chenji pushed the office door slightly, and in the corridor that seemed to reach into the endless dark, there was something swaying in the inky darkness. The shadow gradually gathered its shape as it flitted in and out of the rooms. That's a white nurse's outfit. Is she looking for her notebook? Chenji gripped the hammer. He was considering whether to face the nurse head-on or temporarily retreat. The nurse's body was very twisted, and this caused her to have a staggering gait since she could barely maintain her balance. Even so, she was moving at a quick speed. Viewed from afar, it was quite scary. She appeared to have discovered me on the 3rd floor. If not for the opportune sound of a door opening, we would have been involved in an altercation. Keeping her around means another dangerous element for me to worry about. In that case, I should use the notebook as bait and take care of her while I still have the element of surprise. Chenji was as calm as he could be. He was coming up with the solution that was the most beneficial to him. The director's office is large. Even if I fail to kill her with one hit, there's enough space for me to continue the aggression. It's also the perfect opportunity to see whether the cleaver is useful against these things. Chenji placed the notebook before the dresser, put away the letters, and climbed into the dresser to hide with the cat. He adjusted himself until he found a comfortable position. After several minutes, the door to the office was opened. The nurse saw the notebook easily. However, she did not rush in to take it immediately. She seemed to be cautious of the dresser. She hesitated for quite some time before staggering into the room. Chenji's eyes caught the nurse's every movement. When she bent down to take the notebook, Chenji saw his opportunity, blasted the door open, and swung the hammer right at the nurse. The hammer fell on the nurse, and her already misshapen body became even more distorted. Not giving her a chance to recover, Chenji grabbed the cleaver from his backpack. The red cloth fell to the ground as Chenji stuck the blade into the nurse's outfit. There was a sharp sound beside his ears. The nurse's clothes were split open, and even though there was no blood, it was clear that a part of the nurse's body had gone missing. This cleaver is usable. The nurse's dead face changed. It was filled with pain and anger. She opened her jaws wide to bite at Chenji's face, shrieking. Chenji raised the cleaver to defend himself, but he had underestimated the nurse's aggression level. This thing was different from a normal human being. Even though the cleaver struck her body, her movement did not slow. If anything, she moved faster. The cleaver dealt some damage to the nurse, but the nurse also got close to her target. Her ugly face was inches away. Chenji was seconds away from certain death. At that moment, the white cat on his shoulder suddenly jumped onto the nurse's face. The stray cat was vicious. The nurse's attack was halted, and she changed target to bite at Chenji's arm. The nurse was very aggressive. Chenji weaved left and right to evade her attacks. There was a cling on his wrist like something had fallen off. He did not pay the sound any attention. He focused fully on doing damage to the nurse's body using the cleaver. Even though there was no blood, the nurse's size was visibly shrinking, and her form started to waver. After who knew how many cuts, the nurse completely disappeared, and the torn-up nurse's outfit fell to the floor. It's over. Before he could celebrate, there was commotion coming from the corridor. Something seemed to be heading his way, and the number of new pursuers sounded to be quite high. Can't stay here any longer. I'll be dead if I'm surrounded here. Chenji grabbed his backpack, and holding the cleaver and hammer on each hand, he made a hasty retreat. He ran until he reached the staircase. He was about to catch his breath when the phone in his pocket vibrated. Mission success alert? Chenji saw the message, and he felt cheated. The vibration was a call from Liu Dao. I'll need to remind them not to call me during my live stream. This might be the cause of my death if I'm not careful. Chenji answered the call with a whisper. I'm hanging up if there's nothing important. Quick look at your live stream room. Liu Dao sounded quite excited. Huh? Chenji clicked his page open, and he got quite a shock when he saw the number. His viewer count had shot up to 300,000, and the number was still climbing. It would pass 400,000 in just a few minutes. What's going on? Is something wrong with the platform? Seeing the rising number, Chenji decided to change the livestream's name to the address of his haunted house and added an explanation in the information box. Nothing's wrong with the platform, but something's definitely wrong with Qin Guang. After entering a classroom in Muyang High School, his visual suddenly turned black. No one knows what happened. I initially thought this was some kind of special effect, but the screen stayed black for as long as 25 minutes. For a professional live stream, even 5 minutes without an image is a tragedy. This can only mean one thing: some kind of accident must have happened to his team. The more he said, the more excited he got. This is a gift from the heavens. The entire platform planned to promote a supernatural livestream because of him, but most of the viewers only got a black screen. They went to search for similar content, and since only the two of you are doing this, and the key point being that your livestream content and quality are much higher than his, most of the viewers came and never left. After hearing the cause and effect from Liu Dao, based on the trajectory of the viewership so far, getting to 500,000 was not impossible, and that was a dream for a newbie host like Chenji. Chapter 172, The Monster Behind the Door. A rocket rise in popularity was something that Chenji did not expect. I've already given Qin Guang the warning, but he refused to listen, so I can't be blamed. Thankfully, Muyang High School isn't that dangerous, and the ghosts there aren't evil, so he should be fine. Chenji still felt like he was a kind person. Hopefully, he'll speedily recover and will think twice before plagiarizing other people's content again. Chenji made use of this opportunity to promote his haunted house. He believed that many viewers would remember the name of Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors from this livestream. Popularity was like rising bread. In the foreseeable future, there should be a continuous stream of viewers who would come to pay him a visit. Chenji, I'll need to talk to you about drafting a new contract. Also, I have a question to ask. Liu Dao did not hang up. He was under a lot of pressure as well. You have arranged this entire live stream, right? The whole setting is controlled and operated by the team at your haunted house. Liu Dao did not know that much about Chenji even though they were partners. He knew that Chenji owned a haunted house, so it was not uncommon for the boss to know professional actors and have the ability to design the most authentic scary experience. For someone who did not believe in the occult, he had to explain the situation with logic when he came across supernatural incidents. I suppose so. Chenji gave a vague answer. He did have a team back at the haunted house, but other than Su Wan, the rest of the cast could not be revealed. I knew you are not in there alone, Liu Dao sighed. Earlier, the camera on your wrist fell. After you ran out, the camera on the floor suddenly started to move, and after Sister Li saw it, she thought an actual ghost had arrived. What? Chenji whipped his head to look at his wrist. Indeed, the camera had fallen, probably when he was tussling with the nurse. Look, it's moving again. Chenji silenced the chat log and turned to look at the video on the right-hand corner. The video corresponded to the wrist camera. The video was moving forward, and the camera seemed to be hanging on the nurse's outfit. It was moving toward Chenji. It's still alive after the punishment I put her through. Is it due to the unique environment? Liu Dao did not know how serious it was and gave Chenji some serious advice. You'd better contact your friend and tell him to not appear before the camera. This will give the viewers a greater sense of anticipation. What anticipation? After hanging up, Chenji ran up the stairs immediately. The live stream showed 2 different camera angles, and one was running away from the other. This was something new for the viewers and for Chenji as well. He rushed into the 3rd-floor corridor. After running a few feet, Chenji lowered his head to glance at his phone. He saw his back. She has caught up to me. Without a way to deal with the nurse permanently, Chenji ran into the staircase and down back to the 2nd floor. After losing the nurse, he changed his direction and flew down to the 1st floor. The nurse was chasing after him on instinct. After losing Chenji, she repeated her action of inspecting every room. The nurse is different from the mirror monster. She has no will. It is as if she has melded herself with the environment. After the nurse left, Chenji climbed out of his hiding spot. This level was where everything started. The stench is now even thicker. The corridor of the 1st floor was different from other floors. In the cracks on the ground, there was things that looked like worms wiggling. There were faded red bruises on the walls, and after peeling a section of the wall off, Chenji discovered that the red had seeped into the wall. It felt like he was examining the skin of a living person. The director's letters mentioned something similar, but he said that the weird changes were limited to the walls adjacent to room 3. There were 10 rooms on the 1st floor, corresponding to the 10 patients. Chenji nudged closer to the door nearest to him. The door to room 10 was made of steel. Instead of a sick room, it looked more like a prison. Chenji tried many ways, but the door did not even budge. The quality is good. Even after so many years, there are no signs of it getting loose. The patient in room 10 was known as the devil. Even though Dr. Gao said that the patient probably would have died from his disease already, there were always exceptions to the rule. That night, Chen Ji had met quite a few patients from the 3rd sick hall already. Perhaps patient number 10 was still alive. Room 8 and 9 were also equipped with steel doors. Chen Ji could not open them without creating a huge commotion. It was no time for sightseeing, so Chen Ji rushed to room 3. The wall was peeling off, and something that looked like blood was leaking from inside the walls. The dolls were half exposed from underneath the mattresses. It felt like they would reach out to grab his legs at any moment. Every corner of the corridor was filled with bruises, and when Chen Ji touched it, lines that looked suspiciously like blood vessels appeared. It was a weird feeling. It felt like it was the building itself that was bleeding. The stench in the air was so thick that it had gotten uncomfortably pungent. Suppressing the rising nausea, Chen Ji walked toward room 3. When he was close enough, he finally saw the door. It was a door that was completely dyed red with blood. It was half open, and there was a no entry sign hanging on the doorknob. This is the door that has ruined this hospital. It was not until when he saw the door that it dawned on him how dangerous his situation was. Chen Ji moved his legs forcibly forward, the cleaver and hammer in his hands giving him zero security. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to leave, but there was also a voice at the back of his brain calling him to move forward, hurrying him. With the hair on his body standing up, Chen Ji finally stopped at the door of room 3. In the dark corridor, a door sat quietly amid the blood-dyed walls. It was like the heart of the 3rd sick hall, and everything revolved around it. Will this happen to the door in my haunted house if I leave it be? Chen Ji looked into room 3 through the gap. The ceiling, walls, bed, everything Chen Ji could see was red. Even though it was just a door, it was the separation between two drastically different worlds. He reached out to touch the door, hoping to close it. However, when he moved the door, a familiar noise entered his ears. He had heard this noise at the haunted house before. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged. Chapter 173, Wake Him Up. When he heard this sound, Chen Ji did not hesitate and slammed the door closed. With his hand around the lock, a chill snuck into his palm and spread throughout his body. He froze outside the door and focused his attention on locating the source of the noise. It definitely came from inside the door, but I'm unable to ascertain which direction. The image of a masked monster dragging a body down the corridor appeared in Chen Ji's mind. The sound drew closer until it suddenly stopped. Chen Ji's muscles were tensed. It was a curious feeling. The door before him was like a mirror. The two worlds reflected each other, and the monster was standing where Chen Ji was. There was just a door between them, and neither party dared do anything rash. Eerie winds blew down the corridor. 4 minutes later, there was the sound of a door opening coming from the 2nd floor. The female nurse seemed to have caught up to him. Things were not looking good for Chen Ji. The nurse was coming, but he was caught in a situation where he could not move an inch. The monster on the other side of the door had sensed probably him. If he made any abrupt movements, the monster might come out from the door. This was a silent competition. The monster inside the door was hesitating. Outside the door, Chen Ji did not have a plan to face the monster yet. His biggest goal then was to find something to temporarily close the door and survive the night at the hospital. The nurse, who had finished inspecting the 3rd and 2nd floors, finally arrived at the 1st floor. The nurse seemed to have been a vengeful person when she was alive, because when she saw Chen Ji, she started running toward him in her tipsy gait. In a dark hall within an enclosed sick hall, a madwoman in a tattered nurse outfit was charging at him. This was a scary scene indeed. Chen Ji's arms were covered in green veins, and he looked at the encroaching nurse out of the corner of his eyes. I've already given you the notebook, so why are you still chasing me? If this was another place and another time, Chen Ji would not have panicked, but the monster inside the door had put him under too much pressure. He had heard the voice and had never seen the monster behind the door, and the fear of the unknown was always the biggest. The nurse was relentless. With her claws lashing, she soon arrived within 10 meters of Chen Ji. The wounds caused by the cleaver had recovered, and the nurse's misshapen body had solidified plenty. Chen Ji could even see the camera hanging on the nurse's lapel. Don't push it. When the nurse was 5 meters from Chen Ji, he made a quick decision. Between the two, he picked the weaker one. He would deal with the nurse first before taking on the thing inside the door. Chen Ji slowly pulled his hands back from the door, and when the nurse was close enough, Chen Ji rammed into her with a speed that was faster than she was. The hammer swung freely, and Chen-ji assaulted the nurse like he was a crazed person. In reality, other than being a little bit hard to kill, the nurse was not that powerful. When the cleaver cut into the woman's body, Chen-ji did not continue his aggression. He knew that the bigger threat came from behind him. While Chen-ji and the nurse were caught in the altercation, the door to room 3 started to bleed. Something that looked like blood slid down the door before disappearing when it hit the ground. A powerful force was nudging the door open from the inside. The door creaked as it slowly opened. The thing is coming out? Those few seconds were not enough to fully deal with the nurse, and Chen-ji found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. The nurse seemed to hate him a lot as she curled her twisted body around him, trying to constrict him like a boa. With a bigger threat behind him, Chen-ji steeled his heart. He struggled loose from the nurse and whacked the nurse heavily on her back. The hammer given by the black phone had a debilitative effect on ghosts, and this was proven when the hammer landed on the nurse's body. Chen-ji hit the nurse on the same spot, and the nurse got tossed forward, landing between Chen-ji and the blood door. The door was already half open, and something was coming out. This is not where you belong. Chen-ji carried on his attack. The normal method could not kill the nurse, so he tried the only method available. He planned to force the nurse into the blood door, and perhaps that might close the door. Things went smoother and much scarier than Chen-ji anticipated. When the nurse neared the door, a hairy hand reached out from the half-open door. The hand reached for the location Chen-ji was standing at earlier. During his fight with the nurse, Chen-ji had purposely traded his original position with the nurse. The palm grabbed the nurse and powerfully yanked backwards. The nurse's face was twisted, and she barely had the chance to struggle before she was pulled into the door. Seeing this, Chen-ji ran forward and slammed the door shut. He put all his weight against the door to block it from opening. Bang! There was slamming from behind the door. Chen-ji had experienced a similar thing at his haunted house, but the difference was, the door at the haunted house only existed for a minute, but the one at the hospital might persist until dawn. Bang! Something slammed into the door heavily. It caused Chen-ji's back to go numb. Just what kind of monster is behind the door? Why is it so powerful? He did not know the method to close the door, and there was nothing around to help him block the entrance. The worst thing was that the door slamming might attract more monsters. This door has to be closed, even if just temporarily. If not, I might not be able to survive to see the sun rise tomorrow morning. Chen-ji forced himself to calm down. With his back to the door, he pulled out his phone to call Dr. Gao. Please pick up. It was answered after 4 rings. Dr. Gao's voice drifted through the phone. Chen-ji. Probably due to a signal problem, Dr. Gao's voice came intermittently, and this only made Chen-ji feel more nervous. Dr. Gao, get me Men Nan, I have an emergency. He is still hospitalized. What do you want from him? It's a life and death situation. He was born at a mental hospital, and the hidden third persona is the real Men Nan, Chen-ji said urgently. While Dr. Gao was confused by what he had said, from Chen-ji's hurried tone, he knew the gravity of the situation. I'll drive to the hospital now. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Don't hang up, tell me if you need anything. I might not survive 20 minutes. Chen-ji's back was sore, and the few sick rooms next to him had started to make weird noises. Dr. Gao, you have to help me invoke the youngest persona inside Men Nan. Chapter 174, The Monster's Weakness. The youngest persona? Men Nan's third person is very well secluded and rarely appears. I cannot promise that I'll be able to do anything. You'd better be mentally prepared for a failure. There was the sound of a door opening from Dr. Gao's side. He was rushing out of his home. Only the youngest persona will have the answer to what I need to know. Dr. Gao, no matter what, you have to wake him up. The slamming of the door came from behind him, and through the phone, Dr. Gao could hear it clearly. I'll try my best. He knew Chen-ji through Gao Ruzu. Initially, he had treated Chen-ji as someone who liked psychology, but when Chen-ji volunteered to cure Wang Xin and Men Nan, his impression of the young man improved greatly, and at the same time, he gained many new questions about the man. Especially that night, he saw something questionable at Hai Ming Apartments, but he had not told anyone. He kept it inside his heart, attempting to find the answer himself. The phone stayed connected, and as Dr. Gao drove toward the hospital Men Nan was at, Chen-ji tried to hold the door behind him shut. About 3 minutes later, the door slamming did not end, and to make matters worse, the sound of gears unlocking came from room 8, which was not far away from Chen-ji. The room had a reinforced door, and it slowly opened to a slit. A face that was uneven on both sides looked out. He extended his neck and came out of the room wearing a doctor's garb. The man was hiding inside the sick room. Chenji had tried opening the door earlier, but he had failed. Now that he thought about it, it was probably the twisted face who did something to the door. The Dr. Skullcracker's hammer leaned against room 3's door, and he only had access to the cleaver. Chenji looked at the twisted face and was considering pushing him into the door as well. I wonder what will happen to living person if trapped behind the door. If he dares to attack me, he'll be the perfect candidate to experiment on. The more dangerous it was, the calmer Chenji became. He held the cleaver and adjusted the position of the hammer. He formed a barricade using the hammer so that even if he left the door would not be opened instantly. After midnight, there were some chances to the man's twisted face. His expression was more insane, and he slowly strode toward Chenji empty-handed. Something's not right. Chenji noticed the problem instantly. When the man was at the second sick hall, he had run without a second thought even though he had the axe, but after entering the third sick hall, he dared approach Chenji, who had both a cleaver and a hammer, empty-handed. The white cat hissed dangerously. When Chenji was fighting with the nurse, it had jumped down from Chenji's shoulder, and now it was gnashing its teeth at the twisted face. Facing the cat and the man, the twisted face's expression was completely different from before. His face that seemed to have undergone surgery revealed an ugly smile. He walked slower and slower with each step like there was something heavy on his shoulders, and every step was a painful ordeal for the man. His pose is similar to Wang Xinglong's. With the cleaver before his chest, the thing that Chenji did not wish to see the most appeared. The twisted face's lips cracked open even more, and a second head appeared behind his shoulders. It was just a normal head, but like a person standing up. A thin monster that was about 2.5 meters long extended out from the twisted face's back. The monster's lower body was connected to the twisted face's back, and the monster touched the ceiling easily. It then curved forward, like a human-headed cobra heading toward Chenji. What is this? Even though he was prepared, when Chenji saw the monster, he was still quite shocked. The monster was thin and long, wearing a large white cloth that was sewn together. Through the open patches, Chenji could see several human faces that were silent and drawn. At the beginning, the monster was probably not that tall, but after jumping onto people's shoulders and consuming them, it finally grew to this height. Chenji realized something. Wang Xinglong had once used a painting to describe his relationship with a monster. In the painting, he had been at the bottom, and the monster was stepping on his shoulders. The twisted face and the monster before Chenji shared a different relationship. The monster came directly out of the man's back. Is the twisted face the monster itself, or have they achieved some kind of mutually beneficial relationship? There was no time to think, because even though the twisted face stopped at 2 meters away from Chenji, the long monster on his back had already reached the top of Chenji's skull. The monster's face was extremely common. It was the kind that would be forgotten easily, but who would have thought that such a common face hid a gruesome monster? Let's play a game. If you win, I'll let you go, but if you lose, you'll give me your body. The monster and the twisted face's lips moved at the same time, and the voice appeared in Chenji's mind. The game's name is called Who Speaks First. This was a game that the player was destined to lose because there was no time limit. Wang Xinglong was the perfect example. After agreeing to the game, the monster would climb onto the player's back and start the torment. If the player lost their conviction and spoke, the monster would win, but even if they did not, the monster would continue to squat on their shoulders, and the game would never end. The human faces that Chenji saw through the patches were probably the monster's victims. If you want to play a game, sure, but you'll need to edit the rules, Chenji said in a calm tone. Dr. Gao was rushing to the hospital, so he was buying time for himself. The monster stopped above Chenji's head. It was about half a meter away, and it took in a slight breath because it had not experienced this situation before. After a moment's pause, it turned to look at the twisted face, as if asking for his opinion. Shouldn't a normal person be screaming by now? The smile froze on the twisted face. He assumed that Chenji was toying with them, so he pointed his finger at Chenji's head. The monster understood his meaning. It leaned downward, and a pair of shriveled hands reached out for Chenji's face, its body still extending. Chenji saw the monster approaching, but he did not lose his cool. If anything, his mind was working clearer than before. This is the monster's weakness. When he tried to attack me, it only moved its upper body, and its lower body was still stuck to the twisted face. This means that it probably cannot move its lower body easily. No wonder it wants to play this game with people. If it could just jump on people's shoulders to take over their body, it wouldn't need to draw people in with the pretext of playing a game. Chenji took a step back, but his eyes were glowing. When it moves from one body to the next, that is probably when it is the weakest. Chapter 175, The Last Trump Card. Chenji kept evading, but he was eventually cornered by the monster. Wait, I agree to play the game with you. Facing certain death, Chenji surrendered. He pocketed his phone. Looking at the monster, he said, "We'll do it your way." The change in Chenji's attitude made the twisted face suspicious, but the monster was just excited. Before starting the game, you need to drop the cleaver. This was the first time Chenji had heard the man speak. He had a special voice, like his vocal cords had been operated on before, and it sounded sharp and shrill. If I win the game, you need to guarantee that I can leave this place safely. Chenji's eyes were filled with distrust. Seeing this, the twisted face felt more confident. Move away from the door, drop the knife, and after you win the game, I will tell you the exit. The game was a losing battle. If Chenji really agreed to it, his future would be a life of torture inside a dark mental hospital. Fine, I agree. What shall I do next? Chenji tossed the cleaver aside, but he made sure that the handle was facing him. He shoved both his hands into his pockets. Just stand where you are. The twisted face walked forward until he was 2 meters away from Chenji. From this moment on, no matter what you see or hear, you cannot make a sound or else you lose. He stared at Chenji, while the monster on his back continued to extend, until the very common face was hanging upside down before Chenji. Still not speaking? Then how about something more exciting? Chenji sat down and bent over. The monster completely extricated itself from his back. The monster is 3 meters tall. Its legs were less than 1 meter long, and his limbs were the size of normal people. However, its body was long, like it was attached together from the bodies of many different people. What in the world is this? The monster was so tall that it had a hard time maintaining its balance as it wiggled its way toward Chenji. There were only 2 meters between them. The monster's upper body hung above Chenji while its lower body slowly climbed toward him. As if afraid that Chenji might regret his decision, its spindly hands gripped Chenji's shoulders to prevent him from running. Chenji was rather nervous as the creature walked toward him. He repeated the plan in his mind multiple times as he kept his eyes on the monster's legs. When the legs were next to the cleaver, Chenji's hand inside his pocket suddenly pulled out. There was something he had that would definitely cause damage on the monster. The sharp tip of the pen stuck into the monster's eye. The force caused the pen that was taped together to shatter immediately. The pen was stuck inside the monster's eye socket, and its body wiggled like a snake. Obviously, it was damaged. In Hai Ming Apartments, Chenji had accidentally thrown Xiaoxiao at the mirror monster, and the doll had taken a bite out of the monster's body. It was then that Chenji realized other ghosts were the most effective method to harm ghosts. Using the pen spirit's ballpoint pen was part of his plan. When the monster was screaming from pain, Chenji yanked out the pen and rushed forward. He acted very fast. When the twisted face realized what was happening, Chenji already held the cleaver in his hand. When he tossed the knife, he had already planned everything. He knew that even if he placed the handle toward himself, the twisted face would not have noticed it considering how dark the corridor was. Feeling the weight of the cleaver in his hands, Chenji aimed it at the monster's weakness, its legs. He had suffered a lot that night, and that cut contained all the negative emotions that Chenji wanted to vent. With every cut, the monster's body dwindled. The effect of the cleaver is still too weak to completely demolish this monster. When it recovers, the situation will still be unfavorable for me. Chenji soon calmed down from his battle rage. The cleaver cannot hurt the monster, but it can definitely incapacitate the person who it relies on. With the cleaver in his hands, Chenji whipped his head around to glare at the twisted face. What is the meaning of this? The twisted face broke out in cold sweat. For some reason, he felt like history was about to repeat itself. You're dead meat? Chenji ran at him with the cleaver raised. The twisted face turned around and dashed toward the stairs. The twisted face ran for his life, and Chenji chased after him with the cleaver glinting dangerously in the dark. Behind them, the monster who was poked blind slithered like a snake on the floor as it tried to catch up to its prey. The three formed a curious sort of balance as they ran from the first floor to the fourth. After entering the fourth floor corridor, Chen-ji slowed down. He realized that the twisted face seemed to be purposely leading him this way. When they ran up the other floor, the twisted face did not even hesitate. He just shot up the stairs to the fourth floor. He wants to escape to the other sick halls? Impossible. He can only control the monster when he is inside the third sick hall. Chen-ji knew very well how unique the third sick hall was for these mental patients. They would not leave this place willingly for various reasons. Just as the twisted face was about to leave the third sick hall, he finally stopped. He screamed loudly until his face twisted even more. Hearing the man's screams, two other men climbed out of the rooms from the sides. They were both injured, and they were Su Tong and the patient with the phantom limb syndrome. If it was just the three of them, Chen-ji would not have been so afraid, but he could see the monsters slowly extending out from the two other men's backs. All the patients at third sick hall are possessed by monsters. Their relationship should be more peaceful compared to Zhang Peng and the mirror monster. This is not a good sign for me. There were 9 patients at third sick hall, and after taking out Wang Xinglong, Chen-ji might need to face 8 similar monsters that night. There might even be monsters that were scarier than these. The thin bodies snuck out from the patients' backs, and Chen-ji was surrounded by the 3 monsters. Don't be afraid, you'll soon be one of us. Twisted Face had the 2 patients block Chen-ji's way as he moved to lock the steel door that connected the second and third sick hall. Standing there, Chen-ji felt that all hope was lost. The 3 monsters had blocked all the exits, and they slowly inched closer to him. Chen-ji doubted that they would even give him the chance to commit suicide. A 3-star scenario is still too tough for me. Chen-ji leaned against the wall and took out a candy with a crying face from his pocket. This is my last trump card. After using this, no matter what, I'll need to leave this place. Chen-ji popped the candy into his mouth, and instantly, he could feel endless resentment and coldness spread through his body. Long black hairs knocked into the walls like waves. An intensely wicked presence was awakening. Zhangya walked out of Chen-ji's shadow in red. Chapter 176, Remember It. The girl's face was even more ethereal, heightened by the red in her outfit. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Zhangya stood before Chen-ji, with less than 30 centimeters between their faces. The chill seeped through his skin, and Chen-ji's lips turned purple from the cold. The man who was not afraid of anything felt fear curl around his heart. Instinctually, he wanted to lean backwards, but he found himself unable to move. The crying candle seemed to have melted into a flowing, icy river, freezing every blood vessel in his body. There was a spirit crying for help surging through his body. The negative energy gathered around his heart like a pair of hands had clamped over it. The candy was hard to swallow, and Chen-ji felt like he was going to faint from a lack of air. Zhangya moved toward him slowly, radiating icy presence. She finally stopped before Chen-ji. That face without temperature, its beauty was enough to stop the breath in Chen-ji's throat. His throat could not make any sound, and the candy had melted. Chen-ji could feel a spirit surging within his body. Looking at Zhangya, who was just 6 centimeters away from him, his calves started to quiver involuntarily. This is not what I had in mind. Someone stop her. Perhaps the title of Spectre's favor did kick in because the monster that was blinded by Pen's spirit crawled toward him at full speed. The thin body slithered like a giant snake. Its bony hands gripped Chen-ji's shoulders, and its lower body arced like it was preparing to jump on Chen-ji's shoulder. The pain from his shoulders woke Chen-ji up from his fear-induced trance. He turned around to look at the monster and gave him an appreciative look. Appreciation. This seemed to have offended the monster, and the head that hung high went mad. It had no intention of fighting Zhangya and chose a spot on Chen-ji's neck to bite. The twisted human head opened its jaw but stopped when it was half a meter away from Chen-ji. It was not that it wanted to stop, but it was forced to. In the dark, strings of bloody hair bound its body. The monster screamed and glared resentfully at Zhangya. It did not attack Zhangya earlier, but that did not mean that it was afraid of Zhangya. The 3 monsters communicated with each other, and they switched their target to Zhangya. Chen-ji did not know what Zhangya was about to do, but he saw the girl's face drop. The black hair drilled into the monster's body. Her slender arms gripped the monster's head and slammed it heavily against the wall. The monster wailed for the second time. The first time was when Chen Ji used the pen spirit to poke into its eye. This is so cruel. When Zhang Ye started battling the monster, the chilliness on Chen Ji decreased enough that he could move. He quickly moved backwards. The screaming of the spirit in his body weakened as the candy continued to dissolve. His eyes felt surrounded by coldness, and his power of sight increased once more. He could see clearer in the dark. The three monsters tussled with Zhang Ye. Her red outfit blazed in the dark, signaling her burning anger and resentment. It appeared like she was going to tear the monsters apart and consume them. 10 minutes later, it was a slaughter inside the corridor. The monsters were increasingly wounded. When they were joined to humans, these thin monsters were the strongest, but when they were detached from their hosts, their power greatly weakened. Even though they had the advantage of numbers, they could not do anything to Zhang Ye. The difference in power is so huge. The thin monster was the scariest ghost Chen Ji had ever met. Initially, he had thought this monster would be as powerful as Zhang Ye, but it looked like he had underestimated Zhang Ye. She is definitely unique to be able to have a personal page inside the black phone. Chen Ji gripped the cleaver. He did not dare let his guard down. At most, Western Jiujiang Private Academy was a 3-star scenario, but Chen Ji believed it was only a 2-star scenario. As the ghost from Western Jiujiang Private Academy, Zhang Ye could deal with the monsters from the 3-star 3rd Sick Hall easily. This could only mean one thing. There should be something scarier than the thin monster hiding inside the 3rd Sick Hall. There has to be a reason why the black phone evaluates the 3rd Sick Hall as a 3-star scenario. There should also be a red specter inside the hospital, and perhaps even more than one. The more Chen Ji thought about it, the more confused he became. The door had been left open for so many years already, so theoretically speaking, the whole hospital should have been a monster's den by now. Did all the ghosts leave, or did something happen to them after they left the world behind the door? Chen Ji looked around, and he realized the blood vessels that he saw on the 1st floor corridor had appeared on the 4th floor as well, and they were moving silently toward Zhang Ye. This is bad. Chen Ji had regained full control of his body. The candy given by Zhang Ye was made from a human soul, and the effect of the candy froze his body. When the candy fully melted, the candy was absorbed by the yin-yang vision. Zhang Ye did not mean to use this method to harm Chen Ji. There is something else hiding at the 3rd Sick Hall. Maybe the real monster is the hall itself. Chen Ji ran forward, but he only took several steps before Dr. Gao's voice came from the phone in his pocket. Chen Ji, I found Men Nan. The call had not been disconnected, so Dr. Gao knew things were urgent from what he heard. Okay, give him the phone. Chen Ji stopped moving. Men Nan was the key to this whole issue. He was the one who had seen the door and closed it before. This is Men Nan, thank you for helping me last time. Skip the formalities. I know there's a child persona hiding inside your mind. You should know how to wake him up. Chen Ji's situation was critical. The extremely scary thing inside the 3rd Sick Hall was awakening due to Zhang Ye's appearance. You must be mistaken. What is this different persona you're talking about? He is inside you. Chen Ji raised his voice. You were raised inside a mental hospital. I don't know how that influenced your growth. Perhaps you are trying to avoid it, but some things cannot be avoided even if you pretend that they can. What are you talking about? Men Nan did not sound like he was lying. Perhaps I did grow up at a mental hospital, but who can remember things when they were a baby? A baby's synapses grow rapidly, and it might cause the instability in recorded memory. Therefore, many people cannot remember things when they were a baby, Dr. Gao explained from an objective perspective. But this doesn't mean that they've forgotten all about it. They were hidden deep inside one's mind. By evoking these memories, perhaps that childhood persona can be awakened. Evoking the memory? Chen Ji rummaged through his pocket and took out the picture he had found in the director's office. He snapped a picture of it and sent it to Dr. Gao. Men Nan, take a good look at this picture. This is the sick room your mother once stayed in. It is room 3 in the 3rd Sick Hall. Focus on the door that sat between yourself and your mother. Chapter 177. He's inside the door. Door, Men Nan's voice had an audible change. He had been reminded of something. The picture that Chen Ji had sent, Men Nan also possessed, but his picture was placed at the bottom of a drawer under several books. When Chen Ji saw the picture at Hai Ming Apartments, he had been confused. This was the only picture Men Nan had of his mother, so he could not understand why he did not display it inside a photo frame. Instead, Men Nan hid it in a secluded corner like a memory that he refused to face. He did not want to throw it away, but refused to face it. It was the conflict inside his heart. "Where did you get this picture?" Men Nan's voice croaked, and his tone slowed down. Chenji brought the thing that he was trying to hide up to the surface, so he could not run away anymore. "I found the picture at the mental hospital. I've gone inside the room your mother stayed in." "Leave that place immediately," Men Nan screamed before Chenji finished. "Leave, looks like you have remembered something." There was another period of silence on the phone. Several seconds later, Men Nan said, "I don't know why I said that, but my instincts told me that place is very dangerous. The mental hospital is locked and I cannot leave. If it was not urgent, I wouldn't have called to disturb you." Holding the cleaver, Chen Ji saw the blood vessels were still inching toward Zhang Ye. "This has gone beyond me and you. Those madmen who refused treatment have returned to this place with their twisted ideologies. They have detained living humans and experimented with axes and saws. Can you imagine what else they might have done? There are victims in the hospital." Men Nan's voice was filled with uncertainty. He seemed to be doubting himself, like he wanted to say something but did not have the courage to. "I can confirm one thing, there is more than one victim. I found plenty of evidence here that suggest there are multiple victims." Chen Ji did not know what Men Nan was hesitating about. "I'm also in a dangerous situation. Monsters and patients are chasing me with axes. I cannot communicate with them." After a long time, Men Nan spoke. "How do you expect me to help you?" "Awaken the other persona inside you. He's the one I'm looking for." The stench in the air intensified like a monster opening its maw. "Can you tell me why?" Men Nan's voice was soft, and it was filled with complicated emotions. Chenji did not have the time to play games with Men Nan, so he answered truthfully, "I want to close the door of the third room at the third sick hall. Your childhood persona knows the way to close it. Awaken him. I know what happened to you when you were young. I understand and relate to your pain, but you cannot run away from it forever." "Close the door." Men Nan seemed to be talking to himself. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you." Chenji did not expect the brutal rejection from Men Nan. "Why?" "Because he is not with me." Men Nan took a deep breath. He locked himself up behind the door. "Your childhood persona is on the other side of the door." Chenji's brows were furrowed deeply. "Yes, to be honest, he is the real main persona. My memory started only after 4 years old." Men Nan revealed this shocking information. The main persona was born at the mental hospital and saw the twisted as normal. His world is different from normal. Before 4 years old, he tried his best to fix his perspective, and his only pillar of support was his mother. But when he was 4, his mother was murdered, and the persona, who saw everything, decided to give up on the normal world. Perhaps the normal world had never shown him any kindness, so he believed that the world that we reside in is the truly twisted one. He closed himself up in his psyche, and then I appeared. He did not communicate with me until the day the director from the mental hospital and a Dr. Chen came to find me. They pleaded for my help to close this door. At the time, I was so small, and without knowing anything, they brought me back to the mental hospital where the main persona once spent his childhood. They asked me many questions that now I cannot answer. That night, they arranged for me to sleep inside room 3, and I don't know what happened next. There were probably sleeping pills in the water because I slumbered so deeply, and it was probably then that they summoned the main persona. When I woke up, it was already midnight. I opened my eyes blurrily and saw myself lying in bed, but everything around me was blood red. However, the strangest thing was that the main persona was standing beside me. He told me to keep this a secret from everyone and pointed at the clock on the outside corridor. He told me to keep myself awake no matter how tired I was. Then he sent me out of the room. He stayed behind the door and closed it. After that, he stopped appearing, but there are sometimes memories that don't belong to me that appear in my consciousness. I plan to carry these secrets with me to my grave because, even now, I'm unsure if these are just hallucinations. My situation is very similar to schizophrenia, but everything seems so real. I grew up in a state of constant self-doubt, and it is the main reason I chose to study psychology. There was great pain in Men Nan's voice, and Chen Ji, as an outsider, understood his pain. To pretend to be a normal person and live a normal life was something of a challenge to the young man. This explains why he was unable to resist the mirror ghost. Chen Ji held the phone, and his heart was quivering with anxiety. Men Nan should be telling the truth. When I detected the third persona inside his psyche, it did appear like shattered memories because the occurrences were very episodic and randomized. Dr. Gao took the phone from Men Nan. He did not understand the conversation between Men Nan and Chenji, so he could not be much help. Yes, he should be telling the truth. The only person who could close the door had spent the last decade or so inside the door, and the door had been closed for that long. It was not until the hospital closed 5 years ago that the door opened again. Could the real Men Nan inside the door have gotten into some accident? Chenji wanted to retreat. This building was too wicked. Even with Zhang Ye, he did not feel that safe. It's safer to retreat. He turned to look at the corridor. The draft fluttered Zhang Ye's red outfit. The black hair that melted into the night poked through the monsters' bodies repeatedly. Of the 3 monsters, 2 were already torn apart. Chapter 178, The Chase. Black snow seemed to be falling in the corridor. Zhang Ye stood in the midst of it as her black hair absorbed the energy from the torn apart thin monsters, and the red on her clothes burned even brighter. She has gotten even stronger. Chen Ji's eyes twitched. Zhang Ye's affection level toward him was increasing at lightning speed. What if they broke through a certain level and Zhang Ye accidentally killed him? This girl, who looked cute and quiet, had a penchant for torturing her victims. If there was a seat open for the worst villain in this story, she would be a good candidate. We'd better leave the 3rd sick hall soon. Chenji walked toward Zhang Ye to try to get her to leave. Of the 3 monsters, only the one who was blinded remained. It was heavily wounded, and the faces on its body were screaming for help. Even Chenji could not help but feel sorry for the helpless creature. Zhang Ye, it has received enough punishment. Stop torturing it and just end its life. We're in a hurry, and I don't plan to stay at this place for long. Blood streamed out like tears from the monster's only functional eye. It tried its best to struggle from the bind of the black hairs. The faces on its body started to scream shrilly. It's calling for help? Just leave it be then, let's go. Chenji walked a few steps and realized that Zhang Ye was still standing where she was, her black hair slowly curling around the monster's feet. At the other end of the corridor, endless pulsing blood vessels seemed to reach into the monster's body like they were trying to rescue it. The stench in the air turned heavier. While Zhang Ye was fighting with the blood vessels, the real monster at 3rd sick hall was awakening. More blood vessels poked out from the walls and ceiling. Part of them wrapped around the monster's upper body, while the rest crept toward Zhang Ye. What is the thing that is controlling these blood streaks? Chen Ji tried to go and help Zhang Ye, but before he got near, the thin monster was torn into 2. Most of the body parts were wrapped up by the blood vessels and carried downstairs. Zhang Ye only got a small part of it. This was the first time Zhang Ye had lost, but from how Chen Ji saw it, they were lucky they kept their lives. He was about to advise Zhang Ye to leave, but before he could say anything, he saw the black hair come out of Zhang Ye's back like waves, and that flash of red rushed down the stairs. The blood vessels along the way were torn apart, and Zhang Ye soon disappeared down the 4th floor corridor. A cold draft blew into Chen Ji's open mouth, and he said after 2 seconds, "She still wants to give chase." Chen Ji looked at the dark corridor and various scary images crowded his mind. His rationality told him it was time to leave. Things had gone beyond his expectations. Retreat was the wise solution. He wanted to leave, but Zhang Ye had rushed forward alone. In fact, she might be tricked into enter the blood door. It was a dangerous world on the other side of the door, and Zhang Ye might be outnumbered. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Chen Ji slashed the cleaver on the wall, yelling, "What am I doing?" Then he gritted his teeth and rushed into the darkness. Sitting beside a bloated mattress, the white cat's eyes were filled with confusion. This man said one thing but did another. His body even ran faster than earlier. Chen Ji ran from 4th floor to 2nd floor, but he still did not see Zhang Ye. More blood spots appeared on the walls, and it looked scary. All the blood streaks along the 3rd and 4th floor were taken care of, but only some are destroyed on this floor, so Zhang Ye probably stopped here. Chen Ji did not see Zhang Ye on the 2nd floor, and Chen Ji went down to the 1st floor. The blood-red corridor was empty. Chen Ji stepped into it cautiously. Don't tell me, Zhang Ye has already entered the blood door. He walked to room 3, and the originally closed door was now fully open. Obviously, someone had gone through the door. Chen Ji picked up Dr. Skullcracker's hammer that was lying on the floor. He glanced inside his backpack. The cock was already dead, and it had died without even making a noise. Wait outside or walk in to look for her. There was no sound from the other side of the door, and Chen Ji hesitated. He would not necessarily be able to handle the dangers that were inside the door, but if something happened to Zhang Ye inside the door, Chen Ji would not be able to escape even if he stayed outside the door. Holding the doorknob, Chen Ji's fingers were twitching. He took a deep breath and removed the almost shattered ballpoint pen from his pocket. It's already a new day. I want to use my fortune-telling chance. Chen Ji straightened the pen above the brown mattress. Pen spirit, is there a way for me to save myself and Zhang Ye? Without any hesitation, Pen Spirit wrote down 3 words on the mattress, enter the door. Isn't that a bit too fast? Don't you need to think about it? Chen Ji pocketed the pen. He looked at the door and made his decision. He took out his phone. There was only a small amount of battery left. He called Men Nan to ask, didn't you say some mysterious memories would appear inside your mind? Are there any blood-red scenarios among those memories? There are. Try to focus on those memories and tell me, is there anything I should pay attention to regarding these blood-red scenarios? Chen Ji could not just leave Zhang Ye behind. He was in too deep, and he would need Zhang Ye's help in the future. He could not lose her. The extra memories are rarely related to blood red, and even when they are, they seem to happen inside a similar scenario. Men Nan thought about it. It is a fully enclosed room. There are no windows and only one door. The space is small and has a wooden bed. There are binders attached to the bed, and there are machines next to it. It looks like an electroshock therapy room. Electroshock therapy. Yes, in the memory, various monsters entered the room. They twisted the binders around the bed, and then they conversed with each other as if saying, don't wake it up. Thinking about these things seemed to put extra pressure on Men Nan's head. His tone sounded pained. I couldn't see the monsters closely, but I do know one of them seems to have a broken face, and the monster mentioned a name. I think it was Wu Fei. The broken face and Wu Fei were both patients at the 3rd sick hall. They respectively took up residence in room 10 and room 9. They were the most dangerous presences at this hospital. Is there anything else? Chen Ji stood at the door. There's something, but I'm not sure whether it will be useful or not. 10 years ago, I remember the main persona telling me that if I needed to find him one day, after entering the blood-red door, I should not speak. Okay, thank you. Chen Ji zipped his mouth shut, placed the phone in his pocket, grabbed the hammer and cleaver, and stepped into the door. Chapter 179, Main Persona. Breathing became difficult like he had walked into a thick fog. He felt moisture on his skin, and everything had a sheen of red to it. This is the world behind the door. Chen Ji remembered Men Nan's advice. He kept his mouth shut, and with the cleaver and hammer in his hands, he looked around. The walls, ceiling, and decorations in room 3 were identical to the one in the real world. He turned around, and what he saw made his heart race. The door of room 3 was open, but the scene outside the corridor did not reflect what it was in the real world. The difference was drastic. It was a corridor without any trash, clean and well-kept. The mattresses and dolls that littered the floor were nowhere to be seen, and it felt like there were cleaners who cleaned the place every day. Chen Ji nudged toward the door carefully. He reached his arm out, and his arm did not disappear. The door appeared to only work one way. Since he had been warned to not speak, Chen Ji could not call Zhang Ye. Bracing himself, he walked out of room 3, and as he stepped out, he ran into something on the corridor. It was not a monster as he expected, not a zombie or a dead body, but a doll made from bedsheets and pillows. And there was more than one. They stood along the corridor like scarecrows. Their drawn expressions had a blank smile, and Chen Ji could not tell whether they were happy or sad. Why are there such things in the world beyond the door? Chen Ji assumed that the dolls buried inside the mattresses were just a silly prank, but after seeing this, his opinion changed. The nurse would feed the patients their medicine every night. She even had a special notebook to record each patient's name and medical history. Most crucially, all these patients had died in the real world, so these dolls probably carried their lingering spirit. Lingering spirits were a lot weaker than baleful specters, but when the number of lingering spirits was at least 10 times the baleful specters, the baleful specter might not win. When Chen Ji studied the doll, one of them seemed to sense him. Its head that was lowered suddenly raised, and its body turned. Its face that looked like it was drawn on by the hand of a child looked at Chen Ji, and Chen Ji started to sweat. The doll's body slowly moved, and Chen Ji raised the cleaver. The distance between the two closed, but the doll did not seem to pay Chen Ji any attention. With its wiggling gait, it walked to the other end of the corridor. It did not seem to have any purpose. It walked down the corridor aimlessly and stopped to lean against the wall when it was tired. It reminded Chenji of a mannequin puppet. Chenji had met many lingering spirits. The reason for their formation was a deep compulsion that they could not let go of. It caused them to remain in the real world. However, the lingering spirit inside the doll was completely different. It seemed to have lost its memory, or it had completely silenced its heart. Since the doll did not attack Chenji, there was no reason for him to provoke them. He slid silently out of room 3 and inspected the walls on the corridor. The wall had obvious scratch marks on it. They had probably been caused by Zhangya. Chenji followed the marks up to the second floor, and when he exited the stairwell, Chenji almost screamed from shock. Various dolls teetered on the second-floor corridor. They wandered about aimlessly and paid no heed to their surroundings. There was a great number of them. Some of them were fallen on the floor with black scratch marks on them, a sign that Zhangyu had passed through this way. Walking amid the tipsy dolls, Chenji had this weird sensation that perhaps he was the crazy one. If one was surrounded by mad people, would the normal one think he was the crazy one? The further he walked, the harder it was for Chenji to breathe. There was a heaviness on his body like he was being tossed into the ocean and sinking. Thankfully, no one attacked him. Chenji successfully reached the end of the second-floor corridor, and the scratch marks ended there. At the end of the corridor was a special room. Chenji had not had the time to examine it in real life before he was chased by the nurse to the first floor. This room that he had missed was the electroshock therapy room. After pushing it open, the scene that he saw surprised him. It was different from what he had expected. There was only one bed in the room, and a boy about 5 years old was tied to it. Chenji walked to the bed, and after comparing the picture, he was sure this was the young Men Nan. A question surfaced in Chenji's mind: why is he here? Based on the memory left in Men Nan's mind, Chenji had a bold speculation. An accident did happen to Men Nan's main persona inside the door, and it was because the door had lost its guardian that it started to go out of control. The scratch marks disappeared here, so this proved that she had been here before, but there was no sign of a struggle inside the room. Chenji had no idea where Zhangya had disappeared to, but since he had found Men Nan's main persona, he decided to rescue him first. Only by waking up the boy would he gain a new understanding of the world behind the door and perhaps a new helper. That was the ideal situation, but what would really happen, no one knew. Chenji could only hedge a bet on it going well. The cleaver slit open the binders easily, and Chenji lightly nudged Men Nan's body. It was unknown whether the boy was caught in a deep sleep or unconscious. No matter how hard Chenji shook him, his eyes remained closed. He could not speak inside this blood world, so Chenji tried other methods to wake the boy up. He did not know what happened to the boy, and his brain tried to fill in the blanks. The culprit did not kill the boy but detained him inside the electroshock therapy room. This meant that the boy was still useful to the culprit, so they would not see any harm come to the boy. A crazy thought flashed across Chenji's mind. Chenji silently raised the cleaver. He moved the blade up and down several times. He narrowed his eyes at the space close to the boy's neck and waved the cleaver downwards. The blade did not make contact with the bed. When it was about 2 centimeters away, a hairy hand appeared to block Chenji's cleaver. Chenji had been paying full attention, but he still did not know where the arm came from. Chenji pulled the cleaver back and put some distance between them. Chenji saw the monster in its full form. It had no body, it was only a broken arm. The arm seemed to be protecting the boy. To try out this theory, Chenji unleashed another attack at the boy. His every slash was blocked by the arm, and as this repeated itself, the arm started to crack. Just as Chenji thought the arm was about to disappear, many other broken arms appeared from underneath the bed. The tussle between the two parties grew louder, and about 10 seconds later, there was a slight twitch on the sleeping boy's face. Chapter 180, The World in His Eyes. The boy is waking up? Chenji had no idea how many broken arms were hiding under the bed, and there might be monsters outside the door as well. Chenji did not think it was wise to stay inside the room for too long. Risking the danger of being hurt by the arms, Chenji rushed into the fray and held the boy in the bed in his arms. He placed the blade on the boy's neck as he retreated to the wall, his eyes scanning the room. He did not know why these arms were stopping him from harming Men Nan. If they care about Men Nan's safety, why would they strap him to the bed? When he entered the door, the trial mission had gone out of control. Chenji did not know what would happen next. This was something he had not faced before. Tightening the grip on the cleaver, the only thing he could do then was wake Nan up. This boy was his only hope of surviving this ordeal. When the blade touched the boy's skin, the broken arms stopped attacking. Like being controlled, all of them bounced to the door to knock on it. The incessant knocking unsettled Chenji. He remembered Nan's order, so he had not said a word since entering the door. Even when he moved, he kept his footsteps as light as possible. The knocking was loud, and it reverberated down the corridor, shattering the peace that Chenji had tried so hard to maintain. A bad feeling appeared in Chenji's heart. He started to panic, but before he could do anything, a large senior appeared at the door of the electroshock therapy room. The old man was 1.8 meters tall, had a head full of white hair, and was wearing a doctor's coat. However, his coat was drenched with blood. It had turned fully red. Looking at the old man, 2 words flashed across Chenji's mind: Red Spectre. The warning from Nan was probably to avoid this thing, but since the monster had already appeared, there was no reason for Chenji to be cautious anymore. This is surprising. I didn't think that there would be others who could enter the door other than myself. The senior was kind and gentle. He looked very approachable, if one could overlook the blood-soaked coat. This is not a place where you should be. Put the boy down and quickly leave. Chenji did not move. The boy was his only leverage, so he could not let that go so easily. The blade was pressed on the boy's neck. He stared at the senior at the door, and the longer he stared, the more frightened he felt. The senior's hands were slightly twisted, like they had been smashed by something heavy. The kind face also felt weird. It looked very death-like, as if it was a dead person's makeup. This man has been dead for a long time already. This was the conclusion Chenji came up with using his talent in mortician's makeup. Seeing how Chenji did not say anything, the senior took the first step into the room with an unchanged expression. Sensing his movement, Chenji pressed on the blade. The boy's eyes twitched like he could feel the pain. It felt like he was waking up. "Don't hurt the boy." The senior stopped and said something curious. "If something happens to the boy, you'll never be able to return." He snapped his fingers, and the broken arms all retreated under the bed. Chenji saw this and took a step away from the bed. "You're so tense, relax a bit." The senior's voice sounded convincing. Similar to Dr. Gao, he had the ability to make the other person relax and put their guard down during normal conversation. It was unclear whether this senior relied on psychological tactics or something else completely. "In this place, the only one who can communicate with you is me, and only I can help you." Chenji did not reply. He raised the hammer with one hand and pointed at the door. "You want to leave?" The senior shook his head. "You can leave at any time, but the boy cannot. He has to stay inside this room." The electroshock therapy room was the room at the hospital with the best soundproofing system. It was completely isolated. No one would have any idea what happened within. Being trapped by a red specter unsettled Chenji. He started to panic, and his arm flexed. The blade pressed down another few centimeters. The senior's face twitched, but he recovered quickly. "I'm not threatening you. Just give me a chance to explain myself, then you can make your decision. You might not believe this, but we are living in this boy's nightmare. If something happens to him, or if he wakes up, we will forever be trapped here." Nightmare? This was the first time Chenji had spoken since he stepped into the door. He examined the senior's reaction closely, and after realizing that there was nothing wrong with his body, he relaxed slightly. Yes, the boy grew up in a mental hospital, and due to multiple reasons, he has developed a sickly worldview. What the senior said next touched Chenji. You must have seen the dolls made from pillows and bedsheets wandering the halls already. In the boy's eyes, they represented the patients who received treatment in the hospital. Dulled by the effect of medication, they slowly turned into lifeless dolls. They lost interest in everything and spent their days in a waking dream. This is all his imagination. Chenji looked at the bed. Then how do you explain the broken arms? They don't exist in real life. The arms hiding under the bed are the manifestation of the boy's fears. When he was very young, a doctor purposely scared him, saying there was a hairy arm hiding under every child's bed, and if the child was naughty, the arm would come out at midnight to pull on the child's ankle and drag them into the darkness under the bed. Because of this story, the broken arms became a symbol of fear in the boy's nightmare, the senior explained. In this nightmare, there is also a thin monster that likes to stand on people's shoulders. They are a manifestation of desire. Their original size is similar to a normal man, but as they jump onto the shoulders of different individuals, they squeeze their host dry, and their body continues to grow. Human desire is bottomless, and when it grows beyond its limit, it turns harmful and ugly. There are many more similar examples. Everything in this world is a reflection of the boy's subconscious. Chenji could not tell whether the senior was lying or not. From his perspective, even this old man was not right in the head. I know it is hard to believe, but it is the truth. A human brain has 150 billion synapses, and 95% of them were untapped. If we compare a human brain to an iceberg, the large part that remained submerged is our subconscious. The adult brain is mature, but it is different for a baby. When a child is between 1 and 3, their brain is at its most active. It is also the time when the subconscious starts to form. If during this period, the child's mindset is continuously challenged and tested, then the subconscious will become highly active even to the point of supplementing the actual conscious mind. To be honest, Chenji did not really understand what the old man was saying, but he had a feeling that the senior was lying to him. He was trying to hide something. Chapter 181, You've Awoken the Devil. To conclude what the senior had said, the world behind the door was just a nightmare formed by Men Nan's main persona. When the boy woke up, the door connecting the real world and the dream would close, and they would be trapped in the dream forever. Chenji would have believed the old man if not for the door that also appeared at the haunted house. The appearance of the door at two different places was not something that can be explained by a boy's nightmare. Chenji did not reveal that fact. He looked at the senior and asked another question. You said that this is the boy's nightmare, and everything here is a reflection of the boy's subconscious. Then can you tell me, what role do you play in this nightmare? Or rather, what does you being in his nightmare represent? The expression froze on the old man's face, but he did not evade the question. Similar to you, I came from outside the nightmare. We are outsiders, so even in the nightmare, we are playing ourselves. Playing ourselves? Chenji came from the outside world, and there was no visible change to his body. The old man did not have a trace of liveliness to him, and Chenji could not move his focus away from the blindingly red coat. A thought flashed across Chenji's mind. Is it possible that the old man was already wearing this coat when he entered this world? What has he done to dye a white coat completely red? When Chenji saw the old man for the first time, Chenji had a speculation in his mind. 3 years ago, the third sick hall's director had mysteriously disappeared, and his location had been a mystery ever since. There was no body and no news. This old man before him, be it from looks or age, fitted the director perfectly, so Chenji suspected that the old director did not disappear years ago but stepped into the door. He had read the few letters written by the old director, and in the last letter, the director did show traces of interest toward the world behind the door. But it was also because he had read those letters that Chenji had a good impression of the man. Therefore, he had a hard time overlapping the kind director in the letter with this red specter before him. Chenji shook his head to calm down. His knowledge of the director was based wholly on those few letters. No one would willingly slander themselves in their own writing, so the director in the letters might not perfectly represent the actual director. The thought of the electroshock therapy room, the crowded and dirty first sick hall, as well as the empty and deserted second sick hall made Chenji suck in a light breath, and he became more alert. Now do you understand what I mean? Do not wake the boy up. Put him down, and I'll bring you out of this nightmare. The old man's voice was soothing, and it would make others forget about the danger that he presented. Chenji slowly moved toward the door. I will not hurt the boy, but you have to tell me how to leave this place first. Show me your sincerity. Leaving is easy. You just need to step back over the door. Bang! The old man was interrupted by a loud boom. It sounded like a room had exploded somewhere in the third sick hall. Hearing this, the old man's face fell. His pale face twisted, and the forced kindness disappeared. What's going on? Chenji had a feeling that this was related to Zhang Ye. When the old man first entered the room, he had noticed how twisted his fingers were, and his arms had been crooked in an unnatural way. They were probably injured when they were blocking a powerful force. It's nothing, a small problem, the old man said darkly. He stood in the middle of the room and raised his head to look at Chenji. Give me the boy, and I'll bring you out. There was no extra expression on the white face. It freaked Chenji out. The old man had finally dropped his pretense. Send me out first or no deal. Chenji stood fast. His hand that held the cleaver was shaking because this was the first time he dealt directly with a red specter. You want to leave? Fine, come with me. The old man turned around, suddenly so helpful. This caused Chenji to grow suspicious. He followed slowly behind the old man, maintaining a distance of 3 meters between them. He was certain that with this 3-meter distance, no matter what the old man was up to, he would be able to react timely. However, he only took 2 steps when he realized that he had underestimated the red specter's cunning and cruelty. Technically, he only took 1 step because before he could take the second step, his foot that hung in midair froze. He could control it no longer. He lowered his head. When he was conversing with the old man, blood vessels that had seen earlier had crawled to his feet. Now the blood streaks were drilling into his skin like viruses. Don't you want to leave? Come with me. The old man turned around and rewarded Chenji with a wrinkly and creepy smile. Of course, Chenji did not dare follow him. He held the cleaver and wanted to take a step back, but the leg that hung in midair slowly moved forward. It's because of these blood vessels. Chenji's mind was numb from fear. He had no idea how many blood vessels had seeped into his left leg, and the scariest thing was, as the old man spoke, more blood vessels started to bleed out from the cracked walls and floor. Like little snakes, they slithered to Chenji. A normal person would have lost their cool and waved the cleaver about, but Chenji had something that was different to most, the ability to stay calm no matter how dangerous the situation was. As the blood vessels climbed up his body, Chenji's cleaver continued to press downward. The old man had purposely turned around earlier to trick Chenji, but he had turned around again to taunt him. If the old man had full confidence, he could have controlled Chenji directly. He still seemed worried about the boy. Chenji could not understand why the old man was so afraid of the boy waking up, but in those circumstances, since the old man was more afraid of it, Chenji had more reason to do it. The blade touched the skin, but there was no blood that trickled out from the wound. Weirdly enough, the blood vessels that the old man controlled seemed to go berserk whenever they were near to the boy, and they eventually returned to the boy's body through the open wound. The blood seems to belong the boy to begin with. Could it be that the old man has merely stolen his power? Chenji had discovered the old man's secret. He became braver, the cleaver created a larger wound, and the old man's scream drifted into Chenji's ears. The wound was created around the boy's collarbone, and the boy, whose eyelids had been twitching, suddenly gripped his fists, and his eyes flew open. The blood vessels in the room immediately split in 2. A part of them continued to struggle as they retreated, while the remaining ones were absorbed by the boy into his body. You madman, you've awoken the devil. The old man's face turned paler. He turned to run, but he only took several steps before a large wave of black hair swamped through the corridor from the other side. Chapter 182, Dr. Chen. The black hair slammed into the old man like a wave. A slender and fair arm materialized within the hair to grab on the old man's shoulder like it was trying to yank the old man into the wave of black hair. The old man was shaking, feeling the grasp on his shoulder. Obviously, he had suffered under the threat of this arm before. I sent you out, why did you return? The answer was a slam to the ground. The old man crashed heavily against the floor, and the red on his clothes dimmed quite a bit. Zhang Yu is here. From what the old man said, it seemed he had also chased Zhang Yu out once, but Zhang Yu broke through the door again. You came back to find me? A warmth surged through Chenji. He was about to speak when he saw Zhang Yu walk out from the wave of hair. The girl did not even glance at him and walked straight toward the old man. In the quiet world behind the door, a blood-curdling scream could be heard. It caused Chenji's teeth to chatter. Are all baleful specters that prone to taking revenge? At his prime, the old man probably could have fought back. But he had been shocked by the boy's awakening and had half of his blood stolen by the boy, so when facing Zhang Yu, he was as powerless as level 0 mob. There should be further level differences among red specters as well, and this old man is probably one of the weakest red specter. Spotting Zhang Yu, Chenji's nervous heart started to relax. In this strange place, Zhang Yu was the only person who could give him comfort. After the situation settled down, Chenji wanted to switch into a more comfortable position. However, when he lowered his head, he saw a pair of curious eye holes staring back at him. The clothes of the young boy in his arms had been dyed red without him noticing. His face was blanched, and his eyes were completely black, without pupils, iris, or anything else. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Chen Ji saw blood vessels climb back into the boy's body through the wound that was left on his neck. I did that to wake you up. I had no choice. My intention wasn't to harm you. The boy hung on his body, and it seemed like he was trying to climb on top of him. It was quite scary having the body crawl up him. Chen Ji's first reaction was to push the boy away, but he was afraid that might cause further misunderstandings. Men Nan, I know your name, and I came to save you. Your second persona was assaulted by a monster. It was me who saved him. Chen Ji was trying to win some points, but he was afraid that the boy might not give him the chance to say anything later. Earlier, the old man had called the boy the devil. To be able to be called the devil by a red specter, this meant that the boy was not as innocent as he looked. The boy did not stop moving until his face was inches away from Chen Ji's. At such a close distance, Chen Ji realized there were no eyes in the boy's eye sockets, simply 2 empty eye holes. Chen Ji did not know what the boy was looking for, and the hairs on his neck crawled. He reached into his pocket silently, took out the picture of Men Nan and his mother, and slid it between the 2 faces. I know about your past, and I understand your pain. If you need someone to talk to, you can tell me anything. Chen Ji repeated everything he had told the Men Nan in real life. We have the same experience, so perhaps we can be friends. A man who knew no fear, this was the perfect phrase to describe Chen Ji. Even at a time like that, Chen Ji was thinking about recruiting the boy to work for him at the haunted house. When he saw his mother's picture, the boy's attitude softened. He released his grasp on Chen Ji and jumped down to the floor. Where did you find this picture? Men Nan in the real world had asked this question before. Their way of thinking was similar. In the director's dresser, inside his office. He dared hide my mother's picture. The boy raised his head. Can you give me this picture? Sure. Chen Ji passed the picture to the boy. He could feel the boy's hostility toward him had decreased. He squatted down to the boy's level. After a moment's hesitation, he asked softly, just now, the old man said that this world is your nightmare, and after you wake up, the door that connects this place to the real world will close. Is that true? This world existed before me, and I'm merely the first one who discovered it. The boy pocketed the picture, and his hollow eyes looked at Chen Ji. Don't ask me anything about this world. The more you know, the harder it'll be for you to leave. The boy's intelligence was disproportionate to his appearance. Chen Ji had just spoken, but he had also figured out Chen Ji's angle. You cannot tell me anything. I can only say that this world is the reflection of human beings' darkest secrets. It is filled with sin and terror. It is similar to the real world but different, just like day and night. Then the boy walked out the door. The boy's red shirt was blinding. It seemed to be dripping in fresh blood. I still have 2 more questions. Don't move so fast. Chen Ji rushed forward. He had regained his agility, and the blood vessels that had seeped into his arms and legs earlier seemed to have disappeared. The boy stopped and turned around. His empty eyes studied Chen Ji closely. Aren't you afraid of me? I am, but I have some questions that need to be answered. The appearance of Men Nan's real persona was meaningful to Chen Ji. I want to ask about someone. Your second persona refers to him as Dr. Chen. Haven't heard of him. Your second persona once told me that you returned to the 3rd sick hall because you were invited by 2 individuals. One of them was the old director, and the other was this Dr. Chen. Chen Ji sounded sincere. This man is very important to me. He might be my missing family. Perhaps the word family had touched the boy. He moved his empty eyes away. This Dr. Chen is very common-looking but has a special pair of eyes. He's similar to you, the exact type of person that I detest. That's all. Chen Ji was speechless before asking his second question. This door that connects the 2 worlds, how can I close it completely? Very simple. The boy smiled. Keep a living person behind the door and ask him to guard the door for you. What kind of solution is that? Chen Ji wanted to ask about the reason behind the appearance of the door, but the boy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is he hiding some important information from me? Chen Ji was afraid that the boy might get into an altercation with Zhang Ya, so he hurried to follow the boy. After leaving the room, Chen Ji realized that the boy did not wander far. The boy's brows were deeply knitted together, and his dark eyes were looking forward. The red on the old man's coat had almost faded, and he barely had a human shape left. His remaining body was surrounded by Zhang Ya's black hair and would disappear in a few seconds. Leave me the old man's body, and I'll let you go. The boy was small, but Chen Ji felt the threat coming from his words. Her finger danced over her lips that were as bright as blood. Zhang Ye did not pay attention to what the boy said. With one leg on the director's broken body, she turned to look at the boy like she had spotted a new ingredient for dinner. Chapter 183, Return. Calm down, Chen Ji immediately ran to the middle of the corridor. We're all allies here, there's no need to harm each other. His back was drenched from being squeezed between two red specters. Chen Ji was shocked by this scene himself. Two red specters were going to fight it out, but he, a living human, was the mediator. Perhaps it was due to Chen Ji, neither the boy nor Zhang Ye made a move. In reality, the boy was already compromising. After he woke up, the blood vessels inside the third sick hall had continued to surge into his body, and the more he dragged this out, the more powerful he would become. I can give you the old man's body, but I must keep his head. There was a unique connection between the boy and the third sick hall. If the third sick hall was a monster, then he was the monster's child, so he had perfect control of the many things here. Many blood vessels appeared on the surface of the corridor, and they curled themselves around the old man's neck. The old man, who had surrendered to his fate, suddenly opened his eyes and started to struggle. Unfortunately, Zhang Ye's feet were still on his body, so he could not even move. The blood vessels drilled into the old man's neck, and the image that happened next was a bit gory. The old man's scream reverberated down the hall. The blood vessels formed tentacles of sorts and transported the old man's head to the boy. What kind of mistake has the old man made? Chen Ji was past feeling pity for the man. After all, he did try to kill him earlier. When the door was first opened, the man used the patients as test subjects. The boy's hollow eyes looked at the head in his arms. He forced the patients to enter the door, and that included my mother. The boy hugged the man's head and was smiling sweetly. He is a very fake and selfish man. The reason I fell asleep was because of him and a few of his patients. Him and a few patients? There are other people inside the door. Chen Ji nudged toward Zhang Ye. He felt safer being close to Zhang Ye. I promised Dr. Chen that I would guard the door after entering it. However, 5 years ago, the door was forced open from the outside. The boy started to explain what happened 5 years ago. The old man suffered from cancer, and he knew that he wasn't going to live for long. To extend his life, he turned his interest toward the world behind the door. But he was scared, so like so many years ago, he sent a few patients into the door first. The third sick hall was a quarantine building, and the patients there had no family or background, so the whole process was very hush-hush. After 1 week of trials and making sure that there was no danger, the director entered the door with a few patients. The smile hung on the boy's face as he petted the old man's screaming head. After the door closed, this place became my world, and there is nothing inside the third sick hall that can harm me. I didn't want to harm them, I just wanted to find something to do after so many years of boredom. However, to my surprise, to escape, these people opened the door for the monsters to enter the third sick hall. Some of them even got possessed by these monsters. When I discovered this, it was already too late. They trapped me inside the electroshock therapy room and had the dying director look over me while the others escaped with the sin and terror. After listening to the boy, Chen Ji nodded. I've seen several patients of the third sick hall in the real world. A thin monster possessed each of them. The old man said that they were a manifestation of human desire. Indeed, those are creatures that originated from inside the door, but they are also the weakest. The boy's words scared Chen Ji. The thin monster was the weakest, but he had always thought that the mirror monster was the weakest. 5 years ago, 7 patients entered the door, and 4 of them were possessed by the weakest monsters. As for the other 3, I couldn't tell. The boy glanced at Chen Ji. The fact that you're here means that you've fought with them already. The remaining ones might seek you out for trouble. Can you tell me about the 3 that are most dangerous? There's an incredibly beautiful woman, a man with a ruined face, and the last one is called Wu Fei. The boy's teeth gritted together when he said Wu Fei's name. It was this Wu Fei who came up with the plan to trap me. Then the boy added, but Wu Fei is not the most difficult to deal with. You have to be careful about the ruined face, he's the most dangerous. Thank you for the reminder. There's no need to thank me because I have a favor to ask of you. The boy had observed Chen Ji for a long time and finally voiced his real purpose. I am just a persona, and this third sick hall behind the door is my host. Since I've been here for so long, from a certain perspective, you can say my consciousness has joined with the building. Outsiders cannot kill me, they can only weaken me and make me fall asleep. They cannot kill me, but they can influence me by harming my second persona. In fact, they might be able to control me through him. That is what I'm most worried about, so, if needed, please help me protect my second persona. I have no family left in that world, and he is my only friend. No problem. I am friends with your second persona as well, so I will never not help him. Chenji tried to befriend the boy and wished that one day he would be able to hire him as one of his workers. His haunted house needed someone of his age. Hopefully, you'll hold on to your promise. The boy carried the old man's head to room 3. Staying too long in this world will damage your spirit and body. It'll be filled by negative thoughts. If you stay long enough, you too will go insane. He pushed the door to room 3 open and placed the old man's head beside the bed. I'll send you off. If there's any problem, you can come find me at midnight. I'll hold the door open for 1 minute. Why 1 minute? Chenji's eyes twitched. That's the limit of my control, the boy answered. This world is huge, and there are many other doors. Some doors, like this one, are guarded by people, and some are left unattended. Normally speaking, if there is someone guarding the door, the time of door opening will be 1 minute. Okay, I understand. Chenji lowered his head, thinking about the door in his haunted house. When both Chenji and Zhang Ye walked into room 3, the boy closed the door. He stood beside the door. You can go back now. But how? The boy pointed at the door of room 3. Push it open, you only have 1 minute. Chapter 184, Gripped by Passion. Chenji still had many questions, but the boy did not give him any chance and started the countdown. He could see that the boy was also struggling. His body had not fully recovered, and the blood on his clothes was fading. Stop wasting my time, go. When he walked closer, Chenji realized that the door was filled with small cracks, and there were plenty of blood vessels weaving through it to fix the wounds. He was reminded of the loud bang that accompanied Zhang Ye's appearance. He thought about it. After being sent out by the old man, Zhang Ye burst through the door again. Looks like the door can be broken, but it'll repair itself. Pushing the door open, the world that greeted him was no longer in shades of red, and Chenji found the darkened corridor to be quite comforting. Meow, a white cat squatted beside the door. It turned to look at Chenji, its multicolored eyes shining with intrigue. After exiting the door, Chenji wanted to turn to thank the boy, but the boy slammed the door shut in his face. I have a feeling the boy is hiding something, but what is it? Is he afraid of Zhang Ye? The red school uniform that fluttered in the wind appeared in Chenji's mind, and he shivered. This 3-star trial mission had given him a new understanding of Zhang Ye. The Red Spectre, Zhang Ye was a complete opposite of the person she had been when she was alive. She was cruel and unforgiving. She shattered the door and would attack anyone who dared stand in her way. Zhang Ye should have exited the door with me, right? Chenji turned to look, and Zhang Ye was standing 1 foot away from him. The red on her uniform was brighter than before. Chenji's fingers twitched like they were spasming, and Chenji let out an awkward laugh to hide how panicked he was. Just look at how funny this whole thing is. I went inside the door because I was worried about you, but in the end, it was you who saved me. Zhang Ye was silent as she studied Chenji's face carefully. Chenji was frozen solid under her scrutiny. He was trying to figure out a way to lighten the mood when he realized that, in the 20 or so years he had been alive, his experience of talking with girls was 0. What have I been doing for the past 20 years? Finally, Chenji squeezed out the following. The things here have been dealt with, let's go home. Zhang Ye did not answer, but took a step forward. When her face was almost touching Chenji's, she suddenly increased in speed to phase through Chenji's body before entering his shadow. The black phone in his pocket vibrated, and Chenji leaned against the wall before sliding down it. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. The pressure Zhang Ye gave him was too high. Is that an alert that the mission has been completed? After taking a deep breath, Chenji took out the phone and opened the alert. Zhang Ye's affection level increased slightly. Soon, it will break through to the next level, gripped by passion. The alert that appeared on screen made Chenji suck in a deep breath. Gripped by passion, why does it sound so dangerous? Will Zhang Ye accidentally tear me apart when she is in the throes of passion? Chenji hugged his head and groaned painfully from the terror. The white cat jumped onto his backpack and lay down lazily. It seemed like it had gotten used to the various weird antics of its owner. In any case, there's no need to worry about that yet. Chenji stood up, and after taking a look at his phone, he saw that all signals had been cut off after he entered the door. Then, he remembered his live stream. He entered the platform and saw that his own live stream had been temporarily banned, but his account was not frozen. He could still comment like normal. What's going on? He glanced at the viewer count. With this one live stream, his number of followers had shot up to 150,000. Click into any bigger live stream, and they would be talking about Chen Ji and Qin Guang's stories. Chen Ji calmed himself down and went searching for Qin Guang's live stream. The man's stream was blocked as well. What's happening? Chen Ji called Liu Dao, and it was picked up after 7 rings. Liu Dao, why are my live stream and Qin Guang's live stream both blocked? Is it because of the overly long black screen? After a few seconds, an unknown male voice replied, "This is the city's investigation team. Give me your location immediately. Stay where you are and don't move around." The police? When did they get here, and how did they know I'm at the 3rd sick hall? Chen Ji glanced at the time. It was already 3:50 a.m. He had only been inside the door for a short time, but time had passed by so fast in the real world. After his live stream was cancelled when he entered the door, Liu Dao's team had probably called the police. Unlike those online viewers, Liu Dao understood how dangerous things could be and knew Chen Ji's exact location. I'm at the mental hospital's 3rd building, 1st floor. There are 2 victims trapped inside the 2nd building's laundry room, and I've collected evidence of the suspects. The 2 victims have been rescued. Don't ruin the crime scene. We'll be there in a minute. Keep the line open. My phone is dying, so I'm afraid it won't hold out for long. Chen Ji then hung up. He immediately hid the hammer and cleaver. I have to take the thing inside the director's dresser too. He raced to the 2nd floor office. When he grabbed the letters inside the dresser, Chen Ji accidentally found the dresser's secret. The partition at the back of the dresser could be opened, and it led to a hidden passageway. At the end of the passageway was a steel door. The door's lock fitted the key Chen Ji had. After unlocking it and pushing the door open, Chen Ji was surprised to find himself back in room 3. This should be the secret tunnel mentioned by Wang Haiming in room 3. This passageway is connected to the director's office, so the old man definitely knew about it. Looking at the patient's bed, which faced the hidden passageway, Chen Ji was reminded of Men Nan's mother who stayed in this room, and he had a rough idea of why the boy tormented the old director. Wang Haiming was once a resident of room 3, and this key was probably stolen from the director with the cooperation of the mirror ghost. The police were coming soon, so Chen Ji pocketed the key, returned everything back to how it had been, and sat quietly inside the room, waiting for the police to arrive. At 4 a.m., the 3rd sick hall was pried open, and Chen Ji, who had been waiting for so long, rushed forward, carrying his backpack, a cock in his hand and a white cat slumbering on his shoulder. Before Chen Ji got near, the police surrounded him. Chen Ji had not seen any of these faces before. I'm a friend. I found these things left behind by the suspects. After a short interrogation, Chen Ji explained why he was at the 3rd sick hall. He removed the things related to ghosts and said that he was chased by the twisted face and ended up being locked by the crazy people inside the 3rd sick hall. The suspects' fingerprints were left on the 4th floor's steel door. There are 3 of them. They were all once patients at this 3rd sick hall. He struggled to stay awake until dawn, and after receiving the mission success alert on the black phone, Chen Ji left the mental hospital with the police. Chapter 185, Is Your Brain Filled with Lead? Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Get in and don't act funny. Chen Ji slipped into the police car, hugging the chicken and cat. From the tone of the policeman, he realized that things might have gotten a little serious this time. Thank God you're okay. There was another person sitting in the backseat. His face was tense, but his voice was familiar. Liu Dao, why are you here? Was it you who called the police? Sitting inside the police car, Chen Ji felt oddly comfortable. He was not only not worried, and he felt like falling asleep. Also, why was the live stream banned? What was the highest viewership tonight? Because my follower number has increased to 150,000. Why do you still care about the live stream? Liu Dao grabbed Chen Ji's arm. Brother, didn't you say that all the people in the mental hospital are actors from the haunted house? I vouched for you in front of the cops, but you've pushed me into the pits of hell. But there are my workers in the mental hospital, you just are unable to see them. Chen Ji was not ashamed of his words. For this live stream, he had brought the pen spirit, Zaya Xeo, and the white cat out from the haunted house. I didn't mean to blame you, just... Liu Dao's face fell. Never mind, it's my fault for not taking more precautions, and to be fair, many viewers were tricked by you. What are you talking about? Mind explaining it to me? Chen-ji wanted to pet the white cat's head, but was warned off by the cat's cruel gaze. Liu Dao shrugged. Normally, when a person enters a mental hospital in the middle of the night and sees victims trapped inside cages and murderers pursuing him with axes, wouldn't that person be afraid? Yes, fear is the appropriate reaction. But the problem is, you chase the murderers up and down the building with a large hammer for at least 20 minutes. No matter who sees this, they'll think it's a setup, right? Liu Dao was at the verge of a breakdown. I've been in the live stream business for 4 years already, and until now, I never thought that someone would go chase after a real murderer. Weren't you afraid? Is your brain filled with lead? You're exaggerating. I was just doing what a lawful citizen would, Chen-ji emphasized. To be honest, I have a strong sense of justice. When I saw the victims, I was angered by how much pain they'd been through, and the anger overwhelmed my fear. That's why I dared to chase after those murderers. Chen-ji was loud, and the 2 policemen in front could hear him clearly. It's too late to say anything now. This is all my fault. I should have called the police earlier. Liu Dao massaged his temples. When you started the live stream, there was already a report. At the time, I thought that it was people from Qin Guang's side playing tricks, so I ignored it. Then, when your viewership rose to 400,000, someone demanded that we call the police, and I had my men suppress the motion. Finally, when your live stream went over 600,000 and broke the record for any newbie host, I had a very bad feeling. You started to scream and wave that cleaver at the air. I thought that it was some kind of performance, and due to personal greed, I forced Sister Li to continue the broadcast. It was not until you entered that sick room and the screen went black that I realized the gravity of the situation and called the police. There was a trace of relief in his voice. So be it. No matter what, at least you're safe now. Liu Dao sighed, removed a small pill bottle from his shirt, and popped 2 pills into his mouth. What are those? Pills for angina. Give me some peace. This is my first time inside a police car, so I need to calm myself. After they arrived at the city police station, Liu Dao and Chen-ji were led into different interrogation rooms. The police questioned him on all the details. Chen-ji stuck to his earlier explanation. He accidentally ran into a conspiracy, and to protect the victim, he chose to resist and fight back. The whole process was broadcasted, and that was all the evidence Chen-ji needed. The thing that was most difficult for the police was, all evidence pointed to the fact that Chen-ji was also one of the victims. But this victim had chased after the culprits aggressively. After the interrogation, the police did not show any sign that they were going to let him go. Mr. Chen, we need to have a meeting to discuss your situation. Okay, but can you give me back my phone? I wish to call my family to tell them that I'm safe. Chen-ji actually wanted to call Inspector Li for help. This time, things were different. His live stream was no longer limited to a small circle. It had broken 600,000 viewers. In other words, the situation had gotten a bit out of hand. Please wait patiently. The police officer rejected Chen-ji's request and left the interrogation room. It was not until noon that the door opened again. Chen-ji, who had been fully cooperative, turned to look at the door. A slightly fat police stood at the door. He wore a uniform that was different from others. Captain Yan? Chen-ji was surprised. It was this officer who had presented his medal when Chen-ji helped solve the case at Ping Apartments. Follow me, someone wants to meet you. Different from last time, Captain Yan's expression was severe. Chen-ji stood up slowly and wondered, am I going to meet some big character? After exiting the interrogation room, they walked down the corridor before stopping outside a room. Through the glass window, Chen-ji looked in. The girl who had been trapped inside the cage was safe. She was wearing the police outfit someone had given her, and she cowered in a corner of the room, hugging a bottle of water. She was shivering nonstop and would not communicate with anyone. She did not even dare to sit on the chair. Standing not far from her was a middle-aged man, and this was the first time Chen-ji had seen a man break down so completely. The middle-aged man appeared to be the girl's father. He was calling the girl's name, but she did not give any response. She was still shrouded in fear. Go in, the father wants to meet you. When he walked in, the middle-aged father immediately rushed to Chen-ji. His emotions were running so high that he could not even finish a complete sentence. About 10 minutes later, Captain Yan and Chen-ji left the room. Earlier, we were all discussing about you to determine whether what you've done has broken the law or not. At the end of the discussion, I also brought them here. Captain Yan looked at the pair in the room. If not for you, the girl would have spent the rest of her life inside a cage, and the father would have spent his looking for his only family in this world. Chenji had a hard time controlling his emotions. Even though the girl was safe now, it would take a long time before the scar on her heart was healed. You've done good this time. Captain Yan turned to Chenji. After our discussion, we decided to temporarily ban your live stream, but as compensation, we'll award you a record of merit. Instead of a punishment, banning Chenji's live stream temporarily was more like a protection. This was to prevent Chenji from being used by others due to his newfound popularity. As for that record of merit, Chenji did not know what it was. But since Captain Yan had specifically mentioned it, it should be a good thing. Thank you, but I was merely acting on my sense of justice. Sometimes I just cannot control myself. Chenji was not sure. After all, what he did yesterday night was rash. He had been armed with a cleaver and a hammer, and he had broken a culprit's leg with the hammer. Then, can I really go now? Don't try to get information from me. Captain Yan pointed at his uniform. We will not cheer for violence, but never will we punish a good conscience and sense of justice. Chapter 186, New Competition. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. After grabbing his stuff, Chenji left the station with the white cat. This Captain Yan is different from the others. Chenji turned back to look and decided to stay low for a period of time. This incident had reminded him that the main city is different from western Jiujiang. The previous few times, he did not get into any trouble because Inspector Li had been helping him. After completing the 3-star trial mission, there's no need for me to go unlock other scenarios for now. I should focus on the 3rd sick hall. In reality, even if there was a 4-star mission for him to choose, Chenji would not pick it. Starting with 3-star missions, the danger level doubled and tripled. After he got into the taxi, Chenji placed the white cat and chicken to the side before pulling out the black phone to check his unread messages. Player managed to reach the mission location on time and survived until dawn. Trial mission, 3rd sick hall successful. A new scenario has been unlocked. Player can manipulate the props inside the set freely using the interface available on the phone. Trial mission completion rate 60%. Player has not achieved more than 90% completion rate, so the hidden item for this mission has yet to be unlocked. Completing the hidden quest of the scenario will increase the trial mission's completion rate, and when the completion rate is above 90, the hidden item will be unlocked. After reading the message, Chenji was shocked. The mission completion rate is only 60. Where is the problem? Did Nan's main persona hide something from me, or does this have something to do with those mental patients who have escaped? Chenji anticipated the hidden items that were rewarded after the mission, but he also discovered a pattern. The higher the star of the trial mission, the greater the reward of the hidden item and the hidden missions. For example, the 1-star ping an apartment gave him a missing person notice with malice points, but the 2-star Mu Yang High School gave him a rare ghost, the pen spirit. Will the hidden reward for the 3-star trial mission be the little boy? Chenji thought that was quite possible. After all, Nan's main persona had said that his consciousness had merged with the 3rd sick hall. Nan's main persona's relationship to the 3rd sick hall is rather similar to director Luo's daughter's relationship to New Century Park, but one was guarding their place behind the door while the other guarded around their location. As for what kind of hidden missions the 3rd sick hall would offer, Chenji would need to enter the scenario himself to trigger it. Under the taxi driver's curious gaze, Chenji took his stuff and got out of the car. Once he entered New Century Park, he noticed that the visitors were tossing him weird looks. If I'm not mistaken, today isn't a public holiday, so why are there so many visitors at the park? The normally quiet amusement park seemed to have been given a new lease on life. Chenji was embarrassed from being gawked at, and he escaped toward the haunted house as fast as he could. Chenji stopped before he reached the haunted house because he saw how long the line at his haunted house was. It felt like he was dreaming. Why are there so many visitors? Boss, Suwan stood at the steps of the haunted house, and she saw Chenji as soon as he got near. You're finally here. The visitors all turned following her shout, and Chenji shriveled under their watchful gazes. He squeezed through the crowd, and after hearing Suwan's explanation, he understood that most of the visitors had come to see him. The influence of the previous night's livestream was bigger than he had expected. His livestream had been cut into pieces and shared on most big news sites. Fake livestream leads to interaction with real murderers. Such headlines had already appeared on the internet. The key thing was, Chen Ji realized, the decision he made while the popularity of his livestream was rising to promote his haunted house was brilliant. Because he had used the largest font for the address, those who shared the video had to block a quarter of the screen if they wanted to hide the address. Instead of ruining the experience, they decided to be fair and helped Chen Ji with his promotion. This meant that many forums and platforms had helped Chen Ji promote his haunted house. Some of the visitors were from Jiujiang, and they came to pay the haunted house a visit. After the previous night's livestream, his account's followers' number had kept on climbing, and the comments went into the millions. Even though his livestream was blocked, Chen Ji still managed to squeeze into the popular ranking for newbies. Chen Ji reaped many rewards, but Qin Guang was truly unlucky. The platform had used who knew how much to cultivate him, but after the constant broadcasting problems, the livestream was finally closed entirely. Based on rumors, Qin Guang was scared until he was sent to the hospital. When Qin Guang woke up, he realized that because of Chen Ji, his supernatural livestream was also banned. He probably coughed up more blood at the hospital. Due to the large number of visitors, Chen Ji could not rest even if he wanted to. He had a little nap that morning inside the interrogation room, so he could still hold on. After giving a brief explanation on the different levels of the scenarios, Chen Ji asked Uncle Su to look after the crowd while he and Su Wan went to put on their makeup and move to their designated places. There was no break throughout the entire afternoon. Even when the sun was falling, there were still visitors lining up outside the haunted house. The park had to delay its closing time for half an hour, and it was not until 6:30 p.m. that Chen Ji and Su Wan managed to leave the haunted house. With her face white from exhaustion, Su Wan sighed. Who would have thought one day we would need to work overtime at the haunted house? There are still many things that you wouldn't expect in the future. Stick with me, and I'm sure your future will be bright. Chen Ji looked at Su Wan and smiled. Ever since he discovered that he could hire ghosts as workers, his desire to hire a new worker had died down a lot. Perhaps, throughout his career, Su Wan would be his only living worker. Boss, there's something else I want to tell you. Su Wan took out a flyer from her pocket. There's a very famous traveling haunted house that's coming to Jiujiang. They've rented the spot at the city central's Merchant Street, and tomorrow will be their official opening day. Competition is a good thing, don't mind it. Chen Ji glanced at the flyer. The haunted house was called Tian Teng Medical School. It combined the themes of a scary hospital and a school. It was a large moving haunted house following the tradition of Japanese haunted houses. When they started their promotion, I did not pay them much heed either. But this morning, when our popularity skyrocketed, they changed their promotional ad on their website, saying that their haunted house was designed by foreign specialists and is definitely scarier than the other haunted houses in Jiujiang. They say that they are on a completely different level. Su Wan took out her phone to show Chen Ji the website of Tian Teng Medical School. Chen Ji took a look. The team behind Tian Teng Medical School did seem like they were aiming to slander. Even though they did not state it explicitly, the only other famous haunted house in Jiujiang belonged to Chen Ji. Looks like they're looking for a fight. Chen Ji held onto the flyer. No worries, when they are open tomorrow, I'll go to give them my support. Chapter 187, Tian Teng Medical School. After Su Wan left, Chen Ji returned to the haunted house alone. He still had many things to do. After fixing the pen spirit's pen, Chen Ji buried the chicken beside the haunted house. Chen Ji had no clue what had killed the chicken. There were no wounds on its body, so he suspected that the killer came from behind the door. For the sake of security, Chen Ji did not leave the chicken's body anywhere else, but chose to bring it back to the haunted house to bury it. After dealing with all the chores, Chen Ji entered the underground parking lot. The third sick hall had been fully copied. Its size was double the size of Muyang High School, and it was placed opposite from the school. All the scenarios were joined together, and the paths crisscrossed. The shape of a maze of terror was already forming. Chen Ji walked through the scenario, and after making sure that there was no danger, he installed a few of the cameras that were left from before at several key points before leaving the scenario. Muyang High School came with 2 hidden missions, and the third sick hall is a 3-star scenario, so it should have more hidden missions. However, I've walked through the entire scenario, and there is nothing out of place. Looks like the trigger for these hidden missions isn't so easily found. After returning to the staff break room, Chen Ji was about to lie down when he got the message from Inspector Lee. After thinking about it, Chen Ji gave Inspector Lee a call. Uncle San Bao, I'm fine now, no need to worry. Well, at least you're optimistic. There were footsteps on the other end. Inspector Lee was walking to a secluded spot before he continued. I've seen the footage from last night. When you saw the trapped victims, you should have called the police already. I understand. I'll be more careful next time. There's still a next time? Inspector Lee sighed. So be it. I'm just trying to remind you to be careful. Also, 2 things to inform you. According to your statement, 3 individuals were involved in the trapping of the victims. All 3 of them are in the wind, so you have to be careful. They all suffer from mental illnesses and could do anything. Okay, I'll be careful. The second thing is related to Western Jiujiang's private academy. Inspector Lee sounded like he was flipping through some files. I've inspected all the men who were related to the school starting from 5 years ago, and we've narrowed down the pool to 21 suspects. In less than a week, we'll be able to find the culprit who forced the girl to kill herself. Zhang Ye was finally going to get her justice. Chen Ji exhaled deeply into the phone. Inspector Lee, after you apprehend the killer, can I have 5 minutes alone with him? We'll see about it later, but don't get your hopes up. Inspector Lee hung up, and Chen Ji looked at his phone, spacing out until he eventually fell asleep. In the blood-red room, Chen Ji sat in the bed. The blood vessels on his legs were surfacing. He looked around dumbly, and Men Nan's voice appeared beside him. You don't have much time left. He turned around and saw the boy standing in the middle of the room. Red lines were coursing through his body. Men Nan. You don't have much time left, the boy said expressionlessly. When he was about to repeat it the 3rd time, the red lines went taut, and the boy's body shredded into pieces. Hey! Chen Ji's eyes flew open, and he woke up from the nightmare, his forehead soaked with cold sweat. It was 3:40 a.m., and this coincided with the time he exited the door. Why would I have a dream like that? Did anything happen to Men Nan's main persona inside the door? Chen Ji lost all interest in sleep. He took his phone, toolbox, and backpack and headed for the 3rd sick hall. Chen Ji returned to this place at 5 a.m. The sun was coming up, but the buildings still looked quite creepy. Chen Ji jumped over the fence into the mental hospital. The police had broken down the locks to the 3rd sick hall, and Chen Ji headed for room 3 immediately. He pushed the door open, and everything looked the same as when he left it. His investigation came up with nothing. Chen Ji walked deeper into the sick hall as he contemplated. He retrieved the hammer and cleaver that he had hidden the night before and rushed to the director's office. Using the tools from his toolbox, he pried the 4 blood-red nails from the corners of the dresser. They looked to be normal iron nails. Chen Ji tore a piece off from the curtain, used it to wrap the nails, and placed it inside his backpack. The day was starting. Knowing that he still had plenty of things to do, he exited the mental hospital, walked quite a distance, and eventually found a taxi. He returned to New Century Park. After placing down his backpack, Chen Ji put up a sign for temporary closure and carried a bunch of stuff before hurrying to the city center. Sheng Yuan International Plaza's 3rd floor. Chen Ji held the flyer in his hand as he waited for the elevator. There was a group of young men and women near him, and they were chit-chatting among themselves. They were very excited. I'm shocked that Tian Teng Medical School decided to come to Jiujiang. When they were stationed at Xinghai last year, I was so ready to hop on a train to go visit them. Sounds like you're exaggerating again. Susu, I hear we also have a good haunted house, and it's quite famous online. Don't buy into online rumors. The haunted houses we have only rely on cheap tricks. They're no competition for Tian Teng Medical School. You're not an aficionado like myself, so you wouldn't understand it. The Susu who spoke was a rather cute girl. She was about 1.6 meters tall, and her front was as flat as her back. Standing beside Susu was a tall young man. He added shyly, but aren't all haunted houses the same? Most haunted houses are in it for the money, but Tian Teng Medical School is different. They're aiming for a real haunting experience. The two are leagues apart. The girl seemed to be a real haunted house fan. You won't understand it even if I explain it to you. Later, you just stick behind me. The girl was quite interesting, and she had Chen Ji's interest. The elevator door opened, and all of them went up to the 3rd floor. The elevator opened to reveal a hall that was filled with waiting visitors. Tianteng Medical School is so famous? Chen Ji had risked his life and energy doing all sort of promotion online, and he had barely gotten the popularity of his haunted house up. In comparison, Tianteng Medical School managed to attract so many visitors just from word of mouth alone. That was quite impressive. They are, of course, famous. They're the biggest moving haunted house currently available on the market. They hired a professional haunted house designer from Japan who had over 10 years of experience. The makeup team and every set piece are custom-made. The girl called Susu overheard Chen Ji and patiently explained to him, "Uncle, even though the price of admission is rather expensive, it is definitely worth your money. The scares utilize sound, light, electricity, and smell. It's the best Japanese-style haunted house in the nation." "Uncle," Chen Ji's lips twitched slightly. The things he had seen yesterday were scary enough. After managing his expression, Chen Ji walked past the girl, mumbling, "I've not experienced a Japanese-style haunted house before, but I wonder compared to the third sick hall, which is scarier." Chapter 188, One is Enough. The hall was filled to the brim with people. There were still people downstairs, and the elevator kept bringing new visitors. At 10 a.m., the proprietor for Tianteng Medical School finally appeared. He was of average height, had a short haircut, and looked to be in his 30s. There were two models in revealing nurse costumes trailing behind them. Even though their makeup was startling white, their eyes never stopped releasing electricity. The man tried the loudspeaker and stood at the steps before the entrance of the haunted house and said, "Everyone, thank you for your kind support. Tianteng Medical School has always maintained." Chen Ji's eyes scanned the two models. He was not going to pay attention to the man's introductory speech. He was thinking about designing a pretty and sexy costume for Su Wan when his haunted house had its next activity. The man talked for 2 to 3 minutes before finally getting to the point. "Our team optimizes the haunted house every 6 months. With the aid of a professional foreign team, all the scares are updated. And as the proprietor, it is my responsibility to tell everyone that Tianteng Medical School is scarier than all the other haunted houses available on the market. We strive for the most realistic terror, unlike certain unethical haunted houses who rely on online water armies to brush up on their popularity." They think that this was clever, and some did fall for the dirty tricks, but to be honest, I find this behavior laughable. Chen Ji was getting impatient from all the slander. He nudged forward through the crowd, but there were too many people. Finally, he reached the ticket seller. "1 ticket, please." "Did you book a ticket online?" "No." "I'm sorry, today's tickets have all been sold. How about you stay until afternoon? Perhaps there might be an opening then." "The tickets are all gone." The proprietor continued to speak on stage. "If the haunted houses on the market are first generation, my Tianteng Medical School is a fourth-generation haunted house that combines many high-end technology. Today is the first day we're opening our doors for the citizens of Jiujiang. To let everyone have a clearer understanding of the situation, I'll randomly select 4 visitors to experience the haunted house with an audio recorder and a portable electrocardiographic monitor. Through the speakers that are connected to the audio recorder and the cardiograph broadcasted on screen, you'll be able to see for yourself how scary our haunted house is." Before the proprietor finished talking, there was already cheer from the crowd. It was hard to tell whether this was a setup or not. "There's a code behind every ticket, and we'll select the lucky ones with a randomized code generator." The man nodded to the sales counter, and the workers started to do their work. Chen Ji saw everything with his eyes. The man stepped on his haunted house to bring himself up, and he could not take that lying down. "Wait," Chen Ji raised his hand and walked onto the stage. "You said earlier that your haunted house is scary, but other haunted houses depend on online water army to brush up on their popularity. That, I don't agree with." The man frowned. If not for the crowd, he would have called for security to haul Chen Ji out. "I am the boss of Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors, the owner of the haunted house that you're happily slandering online. The day before yesterday, I just hosted a live stream that has more than 600,000 viewers." When Chen Ji walked to the stage, there was a familiar voice from the crowd that called out, "Boss." Chen Ji followed the voice and saw He-san and Gao Ruzu standing in the crowd. "Why are you here?" Chen Ji was baffled. He-san was openly supporting his enemy. "If you want to experience a haunted house, why didn't you come to me?" He-san did not know how to explain himself. He could not openly admit before the proprietor of Tian Teng Medical School that Boss Chen's haunted house was too scary. His class was still having nightmares from their previous experience and thus decided to come to another haunted house to seek some relaxation. The man took this in as well. He had already recognized Chen Ji. Looks like your haunted house is not that popular. Even your own friend won't support you. Fine, if you insist on learning some tricks from us, we're willing to provide you with this opportunity. Don't say that we're not generous people. The man was clever. Since they dared slander Chen Ji's haunted house online, they obviously knew of Chen Ji. By letting Chen Ji into the haunted house, his intention was clear. If Chen Ji was scared inside Teng Tian Medical School, he could use this as a point of promotion and forcefully yank the customers from Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors. Chen Ji had the same idea as he did. They both wanted to persuade the others' visitors to come to their own. Due to the recent livestream, Chen Ji's haunted house had become a hot item online, but he knew that the popularity would not last for long. At most, it would last for a week. Even though Tian Teng Medical School was not as popular as Chen Ji's haunted house within Jiujiang, they had a large national popularity and a number of loyal fans like Susu. Come, help him put on the audio recorder and heart monitor. The two models walked toward Chen Ji. Now, we'll pick the remaining 3 lucky visitors. I don't think that's necessary. Chen Ji shrugged. Challenging a haunted house alone is more fun. If you can manage to scare me, I will admit that my haunted house is not as scary as yours on my website and promote your haunted house for a whole month. The man was intrigued by what Chen Ji said, but he was cautious as well. He was sure Chen Ji was up to something. How are we going to gauge that we've managed to scare you? You've installed the heart rate monitor, right? The normal heart rate when a person is walking is between 60 to 100. When they're scared, the oxygen in their blood will drastically decrease, and the heart will pump faster. Chen Ji looked at the man and calmly said, "If my heart rate ever rises over 100, I'll lose." You have a deal. The man did not give Chen Ji any chance to change his mind. Even a small jog would bring a man's heart rate over 100, much less being scared. From how he saw it, Chen Ji was bound to lose. Don't be so hasty. If I lose, I will admit your haunted house is scarier than mine online, but what if you lose? Don't worry, if we lose, we'll also admit that our haunted house is not as scary as yours online. The man pointed at the crowd. Everyone here can be your witness. Actually, I still have one small request. Chen Ji smiled innocently. I think that you still have some misunderstandings about my haunted house. I hope that your team will be willing to come visit my haunted house. I've added a new scenario, and it hasn't been open to the public yet. Okay, no problem. The man promised easily and earned affection from the crowd. Only He-san and Gaoru Zhu had a curious expression on their faces. Looking at the man, they saw themselves in the past overlapping with him. Chapter 189, Rivalry. Chen Ji removed his shirt, and the 2 nurses helped him apply the audio recorder and heart rate monitor. After testing, several fluctuating lines appeared on the screen in the middle of the hall. The man stood to the side of the stage and pointed at the lines. HRPR represents heart rate and pulse rate. SbO2 stands for peripheral capillary oxygen saturation, an estimate of the amount of oxygen in the blood. RESB is respiratory rate. Temp is body temperature. Based on these few lines, we can clearly and objectively see the change in your emotions. After putting on his clothes, Chen Ji shrugged. Can we start now? The entrance is to the left of the hall, the exit is on the right. We'll wait for you at the exit, the man explained briefly to Chen Ji. There is a guide inside the haunted house, so he'll tell you what to do. Okay. Chen Ji walked into Tian Teng Medical School. Looking at Chen Ji's back, the man smiled. They had organized similar activities in Xinghai before, and the lines on the screen seemed to go through a roller coaster. Combined with the screams would be that broadcasted through the speaker, even the visitors outside could experience the fear vicariously. Such an interesting fella. The man locked the door silently and took out his phone to inform the workers inside the haunted house that their prey was coming. He told them not to hold back. As the door closed, the light in the room dimmed. Chen Ji waited until his eyes had familiarized themselves with the darkness before he moved forward. The first scene was a security stop. A person in a security outfit was sitting down, facing away from Chen Ji. There was a blood-splattered screen before him, and the images kept flitting about. They seemed to show scenes inside the hospital. This was the preparation room, mainly used to inform the visitor of the haunted house's background, and to bring the visitors into the story. The key to moving forward should be the security guard. This setup is quite interesting. Chenji walked to the door of the security stop, leaned against the only window, and yelled into the small room, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Hearing Chenji's voice, the man slowly turned around. His face was covered with sweat, and with his finger pointing at the screen, his lips stuttered, There. A stutterer's character setting, very professional. Chenji walked into the room to have a closer look at the screen. The screen was repeating several headlines about the hospital, patients mysteriously jumping from the building, immoral doctors selling organs on the black market, confirmed dead patients returning the next day. The team had put plenty of effort into these headlines because there was even a surveillance tape attached to them. In the darkened hospital corridor, a woman in white was staggering forward with her head lowered, her black hair covering her entire face. The video was edited so that the woman appeared to be far one second but close to the camera the next. The woman's face appeared at the camera on the third second, and a scary face filled up the screen. "There's a ghost," the security guard who sat behind Chenji screamed. He had probably practiced this many times because his timing was perfect. Chenji sighed as he shook his head. "Great setup, but you might be able to scare me if she's wearing red." A female red specter had a special meaning for Chenji. At the end of the video, there was a layout page for the haunted house. Basically, Chenji had to follow the designated path, and that would be all. This kind of design was the most effective, but it was not as entertaining as Chenji's haunted house, which was open for you to wander about. After memorizing the map, Chenji prepared to leave. When he turned around and saw the security guard, his eyes narrowed, and his heart rate rose slightly. The security had put on a thin ghost mask, and it looked rather similar to Ghost Face that had appeared on screen earlier. He looked at Chenji silently, and Chenji looked at him silently. "If you have nothing to say, then move on. Don't waste time. Our haunted house is really haunted. If you stumble across anything weird, remember to holler at the camera," the security said seriously, and it did not sound like he was lying. "Can you be more specific? What kind of ghost?" Chenji scanned the room. There was a flashlight and some tools under the counter. They should have been provided to the guests, but the security did not seem like he was going to give Chenji any. "You'll understand soon enough. The way to begin is on your left-hand side. Push the wall open, and your exploration of the secret at Tian Teng Medical School will officially start," the security guard said mysteriously before hauling Chenji out of the security stop. "There's an actual ghost? At most, it'll be a lingering spirit." Chenji mumbled something that the security guard did not understand before pushing the wall and moved on. The haunted house was filled with many traps. The wall opened and closed on its own. Someone was controlling it from afar. The details are on point. No wonder they're so popular. Just the design at the preparation room had impressed Chenji. He wondered if he could use that inspiration inside his own haunted house somehow. Behind the wall was a long corridor. Due to the limitation of geography, the corridor was half the size of a normal corridor, and the most interesting part was that there was a dried, female body hanging in the middle of the road, as if warning the visitors of incoming danger. The corridor was most likely a buffer zone for the visitors to prepare themselves for the upcoming scare. This was quite the kind design. Chenji walked toward the body, and when he approached, he stopped. At the corner of the corridor, away from the focus of the visitor, was a steel box that did not capture much attention. A normal visitor would be attracted by the female body and ignore the steel box. There has to be someone hiding inside the box. After being scared inside the security stop, they would be tense. When they first passed through the door, their attention would be dominated by the female body, and when they tried to walk past the body, a ghost would jump out at them from the box hidden in the corner. That's quite interesting. A heartless design met Chenji, who did not know the meaning of the term bottom line. The match between shameless and cunning was officially starting. "I seem to have rediscovered the childhood joy of visiting a haunted house." Chenji leaned his body against the wall. Since the actor was hiding inside the box, Chenji's position was exactly inside his blind spot. As he nudged closer, instead of watching the swinging body, Chenji kept his focus on the box. The fake box looked flawless, at least from the front, but from the side, one could see that the back of the box was already loosening. There was even a small gap on the corner. Probably due to the hard-to-notice angle of the gap, the team had not fixed it. "The person inside the box must be fully focused, waiting for me to walk past so that he can jump out to scare me. Scaring people required timing, and the more professional the actor, the better their timing. Chenji thought about it and took out his phone to set a 1-minute alarm. He set the alarm tone as wedding dress, and he slowly squatted down and slid the phone into the box through the open gap. Chapter 190, Don't Be Scared, I'm a Visitor. The corridor suddenly became so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. The ghost, inside the box, did not realize what Chenji had done. He was still waiting for the moment to give Chenji the fatal blow. In the corner, Chenji was also silently counting the time. After 30 seconds, there was a creaking sound inside the box. The actor had probably gotten tired from maintaining the same pose for a long time. In comparison, Chenji was more like an experienced hunter. He arched his back and slowly nudged forward. After 40 seconds, the ghost was confused because the visitor still had not shown up. He leaned his body forward to adjust his angle in the hope of spotting Chenji. The silent confrontation was about to reach its climax. When only 3 seconds were left, Chenji took a step forward to block the front of the box. At the same time, the sound of the ghost's screaming appeared inside the box. Different from Black Friday, Wedding Dress started with a crescendo. The actor, who was focused on locating Chenji, was tense, and the sound of a shrill female scream appeared behind him. The actor knocked into the door, and in his panic, he seemed to accidentally trip on the prop that he was supposed to use to scare Chenji. He fell inside the box with a thud. What was that sound? What was that sound? The dark and cramped box became his greatest nightmare because it sounded like the female ghost was just beside him. He banged on the door madly. Chenji, who had predicted everything, very kindly stepped 1 step back to block the door from opening. What sound is that? Let me out. Afraid that the blocking might expend too much of his energy, Chenji soon moved to the side. The door was slammed open, and a male ghost in a patient's garb and fake blood over his face crawled out from it. He gasped greedily for air with his arm over his chest. He collapsed in the middle of the corridor looking just like a trauma victim. Don't be scared, I'm just the visitor. Chenji talked into the recorder naturally. He then picked up his phone and turned off his alarm. He acted like everything was completely normal. As his cold sweat mixed with fake blood, the man looked at Chenji with mixed emotions. He looked as pitiable as could be. Why did you fall? Are you hurt? Chenji turned to look inside the box. Sitting on the floor were 2 specially made mannequin heads, and one of the heads' long hair had come off the mannequin. You guys planned to use such a scary prop? So wicked. Chenji planned to go help the man, but the man crawled away from him. Don't touch me. Go ahead, I can stand up on my own. You sure? You look so pale. That's the makeup. Just leave me be, go on. The male ghost struggled back into the box and closed the door behind him. Then you be careful. Chenji set the alarm alert back. This wedding dress sure was useful. Something hit him on the back of his head. Chenji turned back to look. The female body was still swinging in the air. He reached out to grab the body's feet. They felt cold to his touch. There was even a name written on the body's patient outfit, Su Zhenjin. The handiwork is not bad, but still worse than the mannequins inside my haunted house. After giving his comment, Chenji continued to move forward. He turned the corner, and the female body in the corridor started to sway again. Chenji officially entered Tian Teng Medical School. The white walls were scrawled with words that were written in dried blood. There were proclamations like, I don't want to die, and give me back my organs. This haunted house's background, sure, is complicated. I suppose the aim is for the visitor to explore the place on their own and come up with the solution to reconstruct the actual origin story. Chenji stood inside the corridor. The windows on the sides were painted, but combined with lighting effects, it gave the feeling that something was running outside the window. The person who designed this place was indeed an expert. The windows on the side were a mixture of fake and real. When Chenji walked past the 4th window, a hand reached out to grab him. That was not all. The ceiling above him clicked, and a mannequin head that was hidden above rolled down and fell right into Chenji's arms. If this was someone else, they probably would have been screaming, but Chenji had never been so calm. He held the head up and felt nostalgic. When I was 4 or 5, I used to run all over the place with fake heads like this. Time flies. The actor who held Chenji on the other side of the window was confused, holding a fake head and running about when he was 4 or 5. What kind of upbringing is that? The person silently released his grip and retreated behind the window. The light in the haunted house slowly darkened, and there were green lights installed every few meters. The corridor grew smaller, and there were surgical rooms that started to appear on both sides. Surgical rooms? So soon? Chenji stopped at the first room and looked around. This was something that he had learned after completing many trial missions. He needed to check the room for safety before entering it. When he turned back to look, he was surprised to find the security guard. He was still wearing the ghost mask. He was helping to get the man from earlier out of the box. Normally, there should be a ghost chasing after the visitors, and that would increase the excitement of the experience. The man inside the box had his limbs turn into noodles and could not get up on his own. The security was in an awkward position. The whole scary atmosphere was lost. If there's only 2 of them, it'll be fine, but how come I feel that there's a third person following? Chenji made a mental note of that before waking into the autopsy room. The tables were pushed to the side of the wall, and fake blood covered the mannequins in the room. The scene looked gory. The Japanese and Western styles love this kind of design. Chenji was looking for fear and terror. Gore was more of a manifestation of violence. His eyes scanned the autopsy room, and to Chenji's surprise, there was no actor hiding in there, just broken mannequins. He picked up a few of them and realized that every one of them was missing a different kind of organ. More interestingly, everyone was wearing a patient's garb with the same name, Su Zhenjin. Is this a special request by the boss? Chenji tried to go over the video he had seen in the security stop in his mind. There was no mention of this name. Su Zhenjin, could she be the woman who was featured inside the video? Chenji exited the autopsy room. The security guard and the man inside the box had disappeared. They seemed to have left the haunted house. Chapter 191, Did I Forget to Put on Makeup Today? The security guard has carried the actor inside the box out. Standing at the door to the autopsy room, Chenji turned back to look down the corridor that he had come from. His eyes narrowed. The influence of a dark environment was not that huge on him. I did not hear a shuffling sound, so they should only be in hiding. Closing the autopsy room door, some rust fell from the frame. The props inside Tian Teng haunted house looked old. Feeling the rust, Chenji stood up and inspected the tools in the room. Doesn't look like these have been painted to look old. They seem to have been taken from an abandoned hospital directly. For authenticity, some haunted houses would use a low price to buy abandoned equipment in bulk and work on them before placing them into the haunted house. Examples being the surgery bed and the electrocardiograph in the autopsy room. He could notice that because there was a hidden line of code behind the machine, 2-2-1-15. This was the code the hospital used to monitor and categorize their equipment. It represented the field, a medical equipment, maintenance, and the electrocardiograph ID. Different hospitals might have different codes, but they were more or less the same. Lingering spirits normally attach themselves to the closest item at the time of their death. If all the props inside this place were sourced from a real hospital, then perhaps this place is really haunted. Chenji was merely speculating. After all, he had no evidence. Of course, this might just be another trick by Tian Teng Medical School. There was another sick room attached to the autopsy room. It was hung with plenty of white cloths and had a use that was unclear to Chenji. Chenji did not have any interest in experiencing it, so he walked by it. At the end of the dim corridor was a locked steel door, and there was a large lock on the door. Looks like I'll need the key before I can move on. The road ahead was blocked, and Chenji had already examined the autopsy room. There was no way forward other than to go back into the room filled with white clothes. The white tapestries fell from the ceiling, and a large part of it was covered with blood stains. The place looked like a crime scene. After removing the thick white curtain, Chenji entered a room that was even darker, and the setting was quite uncomfortable. The organs and limbs that were missing from the mannequins in the autopsy room were all there, and intermixed with them were several severed mannequin heads. Now, this is not bad. Chenji was the first to challenge the haunted house, so the fake blood on the floor had not completely dried yet. Stepping over it, Chenji's shoes stuck to the floor, and it was a very uncomfortable feeling. This room is connected to the autopsy room, and the monitor in the security stop mentioned something like illegal black marketing of organs, so this should be where it all went down. Tian Teng Medical School had hired a specialist team from Japan to design the place. To pursue a visual horror, they would do many things that were horrible, things that designers in the local scene would not do. Walking to the pile of organs and broken limbs, Chenji scanned the pile and noticed something curious. The female mannequin on the surgery table in the autopsy room was missing a heart. Even though other mannequins are also missing some organs, they're not as important as the heart. I've looked through the place and couldn't find a heart. Maybe the key is hiding inside the heart. Where would the heart be? Chenji looked at the pile of abandoned organs and limbs, and an idea surfaced in his heart. He bent down to prepare to rummage through the pile of props. Just as his body slowly lowered, a head human hiding in the pile of organs suddenly opened its eyes and started to scream. The head was covered in scars, and her eyes were dripping with tears of blood. Her hair stuck to her neck. As she tried to stand up, the organs and limbs rolled away. However, she only stood up halfway before someone pressed down on her skull. Shush, be quiet. Chenji pressed the ghost back into her hiding place. With his improved sight, things in the darkness were as clear as they were in daylight. When he walked into the room, Chenji had immediately noticed this slightly abnormal head. Due to the mountain of props, it was a girl of slight stature who hid among the pile of fake organs. When she was pressed back down by Chenji, she also did not know how to react. This was something that she had not experienced before, and there was no corresponding method that taught her how to react in the workers' handbook. The girl then sat back down on the floor. With Chenji's powerful hand pressing down on her head, she had forgotten what she was supposed to say. Heart, heart, where are you? They said that a serious man was the most handsome man, but as the female ghost watched Chenji searching for his target amid the pile of fake organs, mumbling the word heart, she shivered. Found it. Chenji opened the heart model that was hidden behind the girl. It was hiding an exquisite-looking key. After retrieving the key, Chenji left immediately, leaving behind a befuddled female ghost. Looking at Chenji's back, she tried to speak multiple times but failed. After Chenji left, she rearranged the props around her and reassumed her position. Did I forget to put on my makeup today? After opening the door in the middle of the corridor, the place turned creepier. Due to geographical limitations, the design of Tian Tang Medical School paid extra attention to the details, and the scares were close to each other. After walking through the steel door, the green lights in the corridor kept flashing, and the white cloth that lined the corridor fluttered in the wind. The size of the corridor has narrowed by half a meter. There should be something hidden behind these walls. Chenji knocked on the wall. I'm right, the wall on the left side is hollow. Chenji came across the third room after taking a few more steps. The room was filled with baby cribs that had baby mannequins inside them. A nursery. Chenji stood at the door to look around. Just as he went over the threshold, the room was filled with the sound of children crying. All right, don't cry. Come to Uncle. Now where are you? There was more than one speaker installed in the room, so the crying felt like it came from everywhere. There's a meaning to every room inside Tian Tang Medical School. The autopsy room provided the hint about the heart, and the room with white clothes hid the heart, and the heart was the key to moving on. Therefore, this room should have something I need as well. Chenji walked to the middle of the room, and he suddenly felt something pull on his shirt. He turned to look, and beside him, a baby had reached its hands out of his crib to grab at Chenji's shirt. The baby's face was colored with venom, and the makeup was detailed. The baby mannequin doesn't have a rounded joint. This means that the baby's arm is probably hollow. I should be able to find some signs of wiring. Chenji looked around him. To be able to grab me while I was passing by, the person who is controlling the baby must be close, or else their timing wouldn't be so perfect. Based on that line of thinking, they should be hiding under the crib. Chapter 192. You're as good as a real ghost. Chenji had discovered the ghost underneath the crib, but the ghost did not know that. Come out, brother. Chenji pushed the crib aside, and the wiring hidden under the baby pulled taut. A slim man had hidden himself underneath the crib and was holding a remote control in his arms. He was wearing scary makeup, his body drenched in fake blood. Let me ask you, what kind of item am I supposed to look for here? Chenji also felt he was being a bit forward, so he added, When I came in, the security didn't tell me anything, so perhaps you would be able to. The ghost under the crib didn't say anything and turned to run out of the room. This sudden action surprised Chenji. Why did he run? To maintain his heart rate, Chenji did not run after the guy. He walked leisurely as he had been doing since he entered the haunted house. A baby grabbing your clothes, this scare is a bit too plain. There should be a bigger scare. Most likely, the actor is supposed to jump out when I am leaving. Picking up the baby from the bed, Chenji realized that the makeup skill was still not as good as his was. Su Zhenjin, the blanket underneath the baby had this name on it. Why is it her again? Chenji picked up all the nearby babies, and all the mannequins had this name underneath them. Ever since I enter the haunted house, I've been seeing this name. Is this some kind of psychological trick? He looked through the nursery and finally found a clue inside one of the cribs. It was a pendant in the shape of a key. The pendant was sitting on a piece of paper. It read, "For my daughter, Su Zhenjin." Taking something that belonged to the victim will give someone the impression that they're haunted by the dead victim. This note is probably supposed to increase the visitor's fear toward Su Zhenjin. The pendant was something that Chenji needed to proceed. Not taking it meant the inability to move forward. This was another trick by the haunted house. After picking up the pendant, Chenji looked at the note. He retrieved the pen spirit's ballpoint pen, and he added a few words to the back of note while mimicking the handwriting. "I've written." A little surprise for them. The scare in this room had been exposed by Chenji. He walked toward the door, and as he stepped out, there was the sound of something rolling in the dark. Then, a woman with disheveled hair, a face covered with blood, and a bloated stomach ran toward Chenji, pushing a cart filled with babies. The scariest thing was that the woman had no legs. When he saw this, Chenji's heart rate jumped slightly, but he soon calmed down. The woman's body was tightly adhered to the left wall, and he had confirmed that the left wall was suspicious before entering the nursery. Instead of saying that the woman was pushing the cart, the woman was actually sitting inside the cart and was being carried forward. The corridor was small, and the cart moved fast. The pregnant ghost practically flashed across Chenji. His gaze filled with resentment locked with Chenji. Their faces were merely 20 centimeters away. So the scariest thing is outside the room. That's quite an ingenious design. The visitors would be afraid when looking for the key inside the nursery. They would sigh in relief when they finally found it. They would be completely unprepared for the female ghost who waited for them as they left the nursery. There are no tracks on the floor, so is there a machine inside the wall that pushes the cart? Chenji followed the pregnant ghost as the cart pulled back. His footsteps were light. The pregnant ghost did not know that Chenji was following behind her. She enjoyed this experience of scaring people. She turned her body around, hoping to scare Chenji again. However, as she turned and met Chenji's extremely inquisitive face, she was caught by surprise, and the expression on her face froze. "So you've been squatting inside the cart. That's quite creative." The cart was motorized, and the woman was basically the driver. To protect the visitor's safety, half of the bottom of the cart was connected to the machine inside the wall, and the distance the cart could travel was only 1 meter. This design is quite interesting, and your gaze earlier did give me the feels. Resentment mixed with hate, it's almost like a real ghost. Chenji was never stingy with his praise. After hearing Chenji's praise, the pregnant ghost did not know how to reply. She had been in this business for years already, and this was the first time that someone had praised her acting inside a haunted house. Normally, the visitors would not have paid attention to such details. They were like dancers in the dark. They focused on their work, but there was never any appreciation. Sometimes, visitors might even turn aggressive on them. Even though she hated to admit it, she quite enjoyed the compliment. "It's nothing." Perhaps she had been a ghost for too long, but even her voice sounded grim. "I'm not kidding. Your gaze was similar to an actual ghost. You are an excellent actor." Chenji moved on to the next scene with his key. When he left, the woman suddenly realized something. What does he mean by similar to an actual ghost? Sounds like he has seen an actual ghost before. After the nursery, it was the bathroom. There were several mannequins hanging upside down in it. The scares at Tian Tang Medical School were mostly visual scares like these. It would give its impact at first glance, so those visiting their haunted house would scream endlessly. Other than these scenarios, Chenji's haunted house had a different scenario. He depended on continuous influence of the atmosphere to slowly collect the fear inside people's hearts before exploding it at one shot, giving his visitors a scare that echoed deep into their soul. The bathroom, diagnosis room, and the doctor's resting room had no actors, and they depended on mechanisms to scare people. In other words, these were the rooms Tian Tang Medical School gave their visitors to recover themselves. Normal tricks and gory scenes did nothing for Chenji. He went through all 3 rooms easily, and then inside the nooks and crannies of the 3 rooms, he found 3 different colored pendant keys. Including the 2 found inside the heart and the nursery, Chenji now had 5 keys on him. All of the keys have different colors, so there should only be one real key. Chenji pocketed all the keys and entered the fourth room. The room was small and had the decor from decades ago. The paint on the walls was yellow, and the chandelier swayed in the wind. There was a dead body lying on top of the office table, and there was a plastic knife and several blood-stained patients' records on the floor. There were bloody palm prints on the ceiling, and the floor was covered with messy footprints. The place was messy, like it had been visited by a bunch of ghosts. This is interesting. Why is the dead body's frame so similar to the young man that was hiding under the crib earlier? Chenji walked to the office table and found something interesting. On the bookshelf behind the table sat an old-fashioned tape recorder that was no longer in production. Chapter 193, Getting Interesting. Tape recorder had its popularity in the 80s and 90s, but with the advent of internet, it had slowly become obsolete. Perhaps to preserve the feel of the bygone era, Tian Teng Medical School had placed many antiques inside this room, and the most conspicuous was the tape recorder and an old-fashioned flashlight. Chenji was reminded of a horror flick he had seen a long time ago. The recorder would play on its own every midnight, and those who heard it would die a horrible death. Is this just a prop? Chenji completely ignored the dead body that was collapsed on the table. He walked past it to head for the bookshelf. When he was 1 meter away from the recorder, the play button pressed down on its own. A sensor? No, someone is probably remote controlling it. Chenji turned back to look, and the dead body was lying in such a way that his head was deep buried inside his arms. Compared to the dead body, Chenji was more interested in this recorder before him. After the button was pressed, the tape started to play. After the initial white noise, a middle-aged man's voice could be heard. "Please forgive me, please, I beg of you," the man was begging, and it sounded like death would have been a release. Following his screams, there was sound of cutting and tearing. It was direct and gory. When Chenji heard it, the images appeared in his mind. Bones were snapped and skin was torn open. It was the cruelest torture. Tian Teng probably wouldn't use this for normal visitors. The dead body on the table twitched slightly when he heard Chenji say that. The reality was not far from his speculation. The content of the tape had been swapped at the last minute specifically for Chenji. Chenji had gotten used to fear and terror, but he still flinched at gore and cruelty. In that manner, he was no different from a normal person. It's still ongoing. Do they plan to use this as the background music? Chenji listened patiently because he assumed that the recording would contain clues that might help him clear the game. However, he listened for a full minute, and it was still screaming from the torture and begging for mercy. The person would have fainted from blood loss earlier than this. How can he still be so spirited after 1 minute of fatal blood loss? Then again, the actor they hired sure is a good one. He has managed to create a scary feeling just using his voice. The man's voice eventually weakened, and he started to pay for all the horrible things he had done. Chenji then realized that the victim on the tape was the director of Tian Teng Medical School, a man who would do anything for money. Who would have thought that this is a story with a moral of good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people? At the end of the tape, the director admitted to all the bad things he had done. He begged his tormentors to not harm his daughter with his last breath. Here, the twist arrived. Just as the director begged for his tormentors to not harm his daughter, there was the sound of door opening in the recording. It was quickly followed by a woman's scream, and the director screamed, "Zhenjin, run." The recording ended there, and Chenji did not know what to think about this story. The director was obviously guilty, but the daughter was probably innocent. In any case, that was not important. The important thing was, the daughter had walked into the room when the monsters were tormenting her father. Then, her ending would probably be the same as her father's. All the mannequins inside Tian Teng Medical School have the name Su Zhenjin written on them. What is the meaning of that? Tian Teng Medical School was famous within the haunted house circle, and all the scenes had been designed by a professional team. Challenging such a large moving haunted house at its highest difficulty, there had to be something to this name. All the workers inside the haunted house are playing a fake ghosts, but that's all to hide an actual ghost. From the female body that greeted everyone at the entrance, and the mannequins that had lost their organs in the autopsy room, as well as the repetition of Su Zhenjin's name over the haunted house, Chenji had an idea why Tian Teng Medical School did all these things. No matter how realistic the actor's makeup is, the visitors know internally that they're fake, so they have to create a real ghost. that feels like she's trailing behind all the visitors, and Su Zhenjin takes on that role. The creativity was there, and it gave Chenji a lot of inspiration. All this for a real ghost? In that case, I'll give you one. Chenji realized that the tape was almost done. He pressed the eject button. He was facing away from the dead body, so no one knew what he was doing. This kind of tape recorder is no longer sold on the market. Perhaps I can find one at the flea market, but that's only if I'm lucky. Now that I have one before me, I might as well use it to try this tape that I have. He inserted his tape into the recorder and pressed play. The tape started to roll, but there was no sound. An empty tape. Chenji waited. He walked around the room, like he was admiring the decor. After leaving 3rd Sick Hall, Tian Teng Medical School was like going on a holiday. Chenji had not felt so relaxed in a long time already. A haunted house is indeed a good place to release stress. When I go back, I'll have to change my promotional slogan. After a stroll around the room, Chenji picked up a yellowed newspaper from the floor. He scanned it and realized that it was not fake. It was dated several years ago. Xinghai Morning News? Chenji was intrigued. 4 years ago, a woman had run to an abandoned hospital to commit suicide. After investigation, it was made clear that the woman's name was Su Zhenjin. The hospital had once belonged to her father, and her father had committed suicide 10 years before that in his own office. Same destination but different victim. This mysterious double suicide caused a wave through Xinghai. The medical doctor confirmed that the woman had died from suicide, but after her death, obvious red handprints surfaced on her body. It looked very weird. After that, people's interest moved on, and so did the police. The case was thus ended. The victim's name is Su Zhenjin. Looks like this is the secret hidden at Tiantang Medical School. Chenji put down the paper. A normal visitor would have run out screaming and would have missed details like this. Only a brave visitor would search slowly, and when they found out that the haunted house was based on a real event, the defense in their heart would crack. They would start to doubt themselves, increasing the fear inside their heart. Tiantang Medical School's design was perfect, but those designers who had been in the business for more than a decade did not expect that they would receive a customer like Chenji one day. This haunted house sure is interesting. Chenji thought back to the map that he had seen inside the security stop. He had visited 2/3 of the scenes already, and he was close to the exit. Chapter 194, So Painful, So Painful. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Other than the tape and newspaper article, Chenji found many other hints about Su Zhenjin inside the office. For example, in a broken photo frame left in the corner of the bookshelf, there was a picture of a father and daughter, but both of their faces had been blocked out. There was the man's will inside the table's drawer, and it did mention the name Su Zhenjin. There was not one picture of Su Zhenjin, but the mention of the girl's name could be found all over the haunted house. Tiantang Medical School is using a real case to design their haunted house. Aren't they afraid of evoking the real Su Zhenjin? Haunted houses were natural locales where negative energy gathered. It shied away from sunlight and was the perfect hiding location for spirits and ghosts. They say dreams are reflections of real life. Every day, people in the haunted house are calling Su Zhenjin's name. What if she heard them? Tiantang Medical School had no idea what they had done. They had completely replicated a real case inside their haunted house and used all the real case's information as hints. It might have looked clever to others, but Chenji thought that they were playing with fire. There are gods everywhere. Even if you don't believe in them, you don't need to go and actively taunt them. Even though Chenji was brave, it was undeniable that he had never been incautious of the unknown. It was why he would prepare extensively before going on any trial missions. He had finished half of Tiantang Medical School, and the light in the corridor was getting brighter. It's time to leave. Chenji was not sure if Su Zhenjin was inside the haunted house, but he knew his target. His focus was to clear the haunted house, and that was the only thing he was going to do. After another round, Chenji returned to the tape recorder. When he got close, he could hear something that sounded like muffled crying. It was soft and seemed to come from inside the recorder. The ghost inside the tape is coming out? Chenji took one step back and reached one hand into his pocket to hold the ballpoint pen while his other hand shoved the dead body on the table lightly. He was afraid that accidents might happen, and he did not have the time to look after this actor. However, to his surprise, he only nudged the person lightly when the man leaned to his side and collapsed onto the floor. What happened? Is it Su Zhenjin? He had seen real ghosts before, and he knew this could be the sign that a real ghost had appeared. Am I that lucky? Even when I'm visiting other people's haunted house, I ran into a ghost. Chen Ji started to panic when he was reminded of his specter's favored title. He immediately rushed forward to help the man on the floor. He wanted to save the man before it was too late. The actor died from playing dead? What kind of story will that make? As Chen Ji squatted down to grab the man's hand, a human head stuck out from underneath the table. The actor had been using his body to block the space from Chen Ji's sight. It was so close that Chen Ji did not have time to evade. The human head rammed right into his chest. His heart raced and only calmed down after several seconds. Chen Ji looked at the mannequin head in his arms and the dead body on the ground, and it dawned on him. Brother, are you trying to get revenge for humiliating you at the nursery? When the dead body was collapsed on the table earlier, his face had been hidden from view. Now that his face was revealed, Chen Ji realized that the man had not even changed his makeup. His face was smudged with fake blood. He placed his finger under the man's nostrils. After making sure there was a breath, Chen Ji stood up. He did not plan to stay there any longer. It was time to leave. He walked to the tape recorder and pressed the stop button. He pressed it multiple times, but the tape kept playing. He tried other buttons, but there was still no response. It can't be stopped. Chen Ji could not leave the tape inside Tian Teng Medical School, but taking it with him would be stealing. When Chen Ji was operating the recorder, the light crying slowly became louder, and there were some other sounds mixed into it. It sounded like electrical current, but very muffled. Chen Ji tried to remember the introduction to the tapes. About 1 second later, a voice appeared on the recording. It could have been male or female, and it only appeared for mere seconds. Someone is talking. What is he trying to say? This was the first time Chen Ji had communicated with the tape. He did not dare take this lightly. After all, this was a ghost that had been given to him by the black phone. He listened patiently, and the voice reappeared soon. Pain, mixed with white noise, the voice sounded unreal. As the tape continued to play, the voice became clearer. It's a man's voice, and it sounds young. He focused his hearing on the tapes, and suddenly the play button on the recorder pressed downwards. Chen Ji turned to look at the dead body on the floor. The man had also heard the noises inside the recording. He silently reached into his pocket to press on a mini-controller. However, it was too late to stop the recorder now. The baleful specter inside the tape had awoken. Even if he pressed all the buttons, it would be pointless. So painful. The voice inside the tape continued to grow, as if the baleful specter was slowly losing control. The only thing Chen Ji could think of doing then was to leave with the tape recorder. Following his inability to stop the recorder after several tries, the dead body on the floor opened his lips to say, "What's going on?" He sat up with the fake blood flowing down his face. Something wrong with your equipment? Chen Ji could not possibly say that he had inserted a baleful specter into their recorder, and now he could not remove it. I suppose so. The actor was unsure as well. He reached out to grab the recorder, but before his finger touched it, a blood-curdling scream could be heard coming from the recorder. So painful. The actor shivered, and he pulled back his hand like he had been shocked. What are you so scared? Isn't this a setup by your haunted house? Chen Ji stood before the recorder to prevent accidents from happening. I was there when we recorded the tape. We didn't record anything like that. The dead body said seriously. He took out his phone and asked inside a chat room, who tweaked with the tapes inside the director's office. There was no answer, but in this short period, the voice coming from the recorder turned mad. It was filled with endless hate and resentment. So painful, so seeking painful. It sounded like there were actual knives poking holes in his body, and he was trying his best to stop the wounds, but could only look on helplessly as more wounds appeared on his body. The actor's body was shaking. At that moment, he was truly afraid. Your haunted house sure is courageous to use an actual incident to design your set. Weren't you afraid that the spirit might return to haunt you? Chen Ji purposely lowered his voice as he stared at the actor. I hear people say you shouldn't repeat a dead person's name willy-nilly, whether verbally or in written form. Otherwise, bad things might happen. Stop, the actor yelped. He told everything that had happened inside the office in the chat room. Then with forced confidence, he told Chen Ji, just a technical accident. It'll be fine. Just as he said that, there were footsteps coming from outside the door. The pregnant ghost that Chenji had seen earlier rushed into the room with terror on her face. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand, and she was gasping for air. "Ah, Rui, why are you here?" the actor asked nervously. He was already panicking, and it only heightened when he saw the female actor. "There's something on the note. I saw it accidentally." The woman placed the note before the actor. "She is back." Chapter 195, Tianteng Medical School's Haunting Past. When the woman said that, Chenji could clearly see the hairs on the back of the man's neck stand upright. Chenji had filled in several words, mimicking the original handwriting, as a prank, but he did not think that the actor's reaction would be so big. With his eyes narrowed, Chenji stood between the recorder and the actors. He had a feeling that this haunted house was more than it appeared. Perhaps it was really haunted. Xinghai was a large city. Tianteng Medical School had spent a lot of resources to set up their haunted house there, but they had left in a hurry to move to Jiujiang City, which was far from Xinghai, after being in operation for only a few weeks. If they knew Su Zhenjin might draw her spirit back, why did they insist on using her name inside the haunted house? Chenji could not understand the proprietor's thought. Did he really think that moving the location would be able to shake her spirit off? Or does this Su Zhenjin have a special meaning for the proprietor? The light in the haunted house was dim, so the actor had to bring the note close to his face before he could get a good look. The handwriting is still wet. He turned to look at Chenji but quickly looked back. He mumbled to himself, "We've only had one visitor so far. Let's say he brought a pen with him and wrote this. How does that explain the voice in the recorder?" This scene is newly added, and no one other than the design team knows about the tape recorder. I don't think someone would be weird enough to visit a haunted house with an audio tape on him. Just as the actor was thinking, the scream appeared once more in the recorder. The pain was different from the one recorded by the actor. Even though it was broadcasted through speakers, it was enough to make the listeners shiver from terror. It sounded like the murder was happening right beside them. "Brother Lin," the female actor moved toward the door. "How come the recording sounds so real?" "I have no clue." The man turned back to look, and he found Chenji still standing beside the recorder. He hesitated for a while before ignoring Chenji and rushing to the woman's side. He whispered, "Other than this note, did you find anything else in the room that you're responsible for?" "No." "What about the others?" "They should be coming soon." The woman's eyes darted about like she was on the verge of a breakdown. "Did that thing return? We've just opened for business, and didn't the boss say that he has already taken care of it?" "What are you guys talking about? What happened here?" Chenji picked up the recorder. He planned to persuade the actors to let him bring the recorder out of the haunted house with him. Looking at Chenji and the recorder he was carrying, the two actors froze. "Put that thing down," the female actor demanded shrilly. "We did not record the voice that is coming out of it now." Of course, Chenji knew that, but he could not admit that he knew. "The recorder is inside your haunted house. If you didn't record this tape, who did? Are you telling me that a ghost did?" The man was stunned, speechless. Afterwards, it was the woman who stepped forth in spite of the man's intervention and explained, "When we were in Xinghai, one of the visitors was so scared that she left in tears. She told us that one of our actors was really realistic in her acting, but in reality, she was not supposed to be scared at the place that she was. We asked her for a description of the actor and realized her description matched Su Zhenjin perfectly." "Maybe the visitor was playing a prank on you?" Chenji asked with a weird expression. "She might have been kidding." That happened more than once. After that day, more and more visitors saw Su Zhenjin. The man took out the Buddha pendant that was around his neck. "Every one of us has something to ward against the such things, but weirdly enough, until now, none of the workers have seen Su Zhenjin. Since there is a real haunting, why did you insist on placing hints related to Su Zhenjin all over the haunted house? Aren't you afraid of calling her back?" Chenji thought this bunch of people had something wrong with their minds. "Or are you still acting now? The note and recording are also tricks to scare me." "I swear to God, we're not acting," both actors promised. "First you have to understand one thing. Since our first stop was Xinghai, we decided to incorporate the set design with a real case to increase the scare factor to draw in more visitors. Su Zhenjin's suicide case is quite famous in Xinghai. The sight of the name pulls out the visitors' memories about her case." The man did not look so good. "We were forced to do this. For the past 2 years, the number of visitors has been dropping, and we have tested many different types of set designs. To preserve our popularity, we have to try something new." "So, You decided to incorporate a real case into the design. Chen Ji felt like these people were more courageous than he was. At least he had a safety net for everything he did at the haunted house. Reality has proved that it works. After we did this, the reputation and fame kept rising. Many visitors came back to solve Su Zhenjin's secret after they found the hints. If everything was going so well, why did you come to Jiujiang? Wouldn't it make more sense for you to stay in Xinghai to reap in the money? The recorder in Chen Ji's arms continued to scream, but the man did not seem to hear it. The two actors looked at Chen Ji and did not know what to say. As Chen Ji took one step forward, they both took one step back in unison. The fact that many visitors have surprisingly seen Su Zhenjin was a good promotion for our haunted house. We enjoyed quite a period of very high popularity, but the fame came with a price. It attracted the ire of Su Zhenjin's family, and her little sister came to find us. The female actor explained the secret past of Tiantang Medical School. While he listened, Chen Ji turned off the audio recorder. During the negotiation, Su Zhenjin's sister said that she felt we were ruining her sister and father's names. She requested for a high amount of compensation and wanted us to edit the content of our design. Our boss only agreed to remove Su Zhenjin's name. Compensation and editing the entire design was impossible. In her anger, she threatened to sue. I don't know what happened next, but in any case, the haunted house closed not long after that. The woman should have been telling the truth. It was difficult for large moving haunted houses to get approval from the government, so they could get banned easily if they got into any trouble. Chen Ji knew this well because his parents had originally managed a mobile haunted house. It was not until they had found enough popularity that they settled down at New Century Park. We collected the props, changed the layout as well as name, and moved to another city, but the result was horrid. The haunted house only managed to stay in business for 2 weeks before the visitors dried up. After a discussion, we felt the problem lay with Su Zhenjin. Therefore, we moved to Jiujiang, which is very far from Xinghai, and returned everything to how it was when we were at our prime. The two actors had already retreated to the door. Looking at Chen Ji, who held the tape recorder, they had revealed everything. Chapter 196, Swaying. If you have not done anything wrong, there is nothing to be afraid of. At the end of the day, you want to use Su Zhenjin to make money. Chen Ji understood everything now. Originally, Tiantang Medical School wanted to use a fake ghost to create an eerie atmosphere, but they had inadvertently summoned the real thing. Stop, don't come any closer, the woman screamed, but it was immediately swallowed by the male screaming that continued to pour out of the recorder. So painful, so painful. The man's voice rang again, but this time, the 3 people in the room froze. Brother Lin, am I mistaken? The woman's arm was shaking. Has that voice escaped the recorder? The man was dumbfounded, too. He was sure that the scream earlier did not come from the recorder. The 2 actors looked behind Chen Ji with their bodies shaking, and this unsettled Chen Ji. There's something behind me. He reached into his pocket to curl his fingers around the ballpoint pen, and the muscles in his legs tensed. Not behind you, as they answered. The actors retreated to the corner of the corridor, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from Chen Ji. If it's not behind me, why are you all running? Chen Ji squeezed the question through his teeth. These people sure knew how to abandon him when an accident happened. Whenever anything happened at his haunted house, whether it was a real ghost or fake ghost, Chen Ji would be the one leading the way. So painful, so painful. Something even scarier happened. The source of the man's voice filled the room. The sound seemed to be moving forward like there was a wounded man dragging his broken body forward. After it disappeared for 2 seconds, the man's voice suddenly appeared before the woman. Pain so painful. The woman's scream almost shattered Chen Ji's eardrums. She did not expect this to happen, and without turning around, she ran down the corridor before her. Ah, Rui, the man did not dare make any sudden movements. He leaned against the wall. When there were 2 of them, he had been afraid, and now he had been left alone. Chen Ji picked up the recorder, and the play button was still shining like a red eyeball. The tape was still rolling, but the man's voice had escaped into the corridor. It has left the tape. Based on his previous experience, Chen Ji managed to gauge this baleful specter's power. Lingering spirits and the lowest baleful specters could not leave the things that they possessed. For example, Xia Xiao had never left the ragdoll. Stronger than Xia Xiao was the mirror ghost and pen spirit. They could leave their possessed item occasionally, but needed to return soon. Above that would be the thin monster inside the third sick hall. They spent most of their time squatting on living humans' shoulders, but they could survive even if they were not attached to a human. The most powerful was naturally the red specters. They did not need to attach themselves to anything. They were technically the real ghosts. The thing inside the tape should be between Pen Spirit and the thin monster. The man's horrible screams kept echoing everywhere. He seemed to have no purpose. He did not target the male actor, who was frozen at the wall, or the female actor, who had run down the corridor. This ghost acted very curiously, like he was looking for something. All the screams talked about pain, what happened to him before he died. After winning the weeping tape, Chen-ji wanted to hear what the baleful specter had to say. That was the easiest way to get to know the specter. Due to a lack of a usable recorder, Chen-ji had not had the chance to communicate with the tape ghost, and this was technically their first meeting. So painful, so painful. The man's voice stopped inside the corridor before slowly moving toward the haunted house's entrance. Did he find something? Chen-ji's eyes suddenly glowed. The tape ghost probably had found the real ghost hiding inside the haunted house. This thought flashed across Chen-ji's mind, and he picked up the recorder and ran out of the room. The actor also heard the sound leaving, so he pulled out his phone and yelled into the chat room, "The ghost is heading your way. Run, run out from the entrance." The few actors at the front few scenarios had not been so afraid in the beginning, but after hearing the man's urgent screams, they started to panic. They were all workers at the haunted house, so there was no reason for the man to trick his own colleagues. "Quick, run, the thing is coming your way." After he shouted that into the phone, the man ran the other way from the baleful specter. In his hurry, he did not even have the time to see his colleagues reply. What is the point in screaming? Chen-ji chased after the specter, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters. When he passed the cart in front of the nursery, a small girl suddenly ran out of the room that carried the mountain of fake organs. She had just pushed the door open when the baleful specter screamed. So painful. The gut-wrenching screams sounded at the door. The girl looked at the empty corridor before teetering several steps back. She tripped on one of the props and fell into the pile of fake organs. "Who's there? Come out." Her small voice was choked with tears. She held her phone and asked for help in the employee chat group, but there was no reply. So painful, so painful. The baleful specter's voice entered the room. The girl could only hear the screams but not see the person, and the makeup on her face was ruined from tears. There was nothing around her. The girl shrunk deeper into the pile of mannequins. She piled the mannequins around her and planned to bury herself deep within the mountain. Chen-ji followed closely behind the specter. When he walked into the door and saw this, he was shocked by what the girl was doing. Chen-ji yanked the girl out from the pile and said, "Inform your people to leave through the entrance." Feeling the temperature from Chen-ji's palm, the girl recovered. She stumbled out of the room. The baleful specter did not give chase after the girl. It roamed the room before entering the autopsy room. Chen-ji was now confident that this ghost was looking for something. There was the sound of gears turning coming from the corridor. The girl had informed the other actors, and they were all leaving. Chen-ji was probably the only living human left inside the haunted house. "Let me see what you're exactly looking for." Chen-ji held the ballpoint pen and the tape recorder as he followed the voice to the entrance of Tian Teng Medical School. In the narrow corridor, a green light continued to flicker. It made the corridor look scarier than it was, and at the end of the corridor, a dried female body swayed left and right. So painful. The baleful specter's scream stopped beside the female body. Chen-ji walked to mannequin as well. Looking at the mannequin that hung in the middle of the corridor, a twinge of fear curled around his heart. When he entered the haunted house and helped the man inside the box stand up, he had felt something touch the back of his head. When he turned around to look, he had discovered that it was the swaying female body. Chapter 197. The visitor is still inside. Looks like Su Zhenjin is hiding inside the female body prop. Staring at the prop that hung at the entrance, Chen-ji felt a chill inside his heart. Who would have thought this prop hanging by the door was hiding a real ghost? Every visitor entered the haunted house under her watchful gaze, and some of the visitors had probably even touched her. Now I have to answer another question. Why does the tape ghost want to find Su Zhenjin? Is there some kind of relationship between them, or was the tape ghost merely hungry and wanted to ingest another ghost? Chen-ji had no clue whether Su Zhenjin was a baleful specter or a lingering spirit. He knew the woman had treated Tian Teng Medical School as her home, and it was because of her that Tian Teng Medical School had their current popularity. When Tian Teng Medical School was operating at Xinghai, there were no accidents or injuries, so this Su Zhenjin is probably not hostile toward humans. Chen Ji had the mind to let Su Zhenjin be, but he did not have the power to control the tape ghost. The male screams echoed around the hanging female body. The body kept shaking like she had felt the incoming threat. Several seconds later, the prop was twisted by an unknown force into a weird angle, and a leg was directly pulled off. The tape ghost is trying to swallow Su Zhenjin. Perhaps he had imagined it, but Chen Ji saw a painful expression on the mannequin's face, and when that expression appeared, the tape ghost's scream suddenly stopped. The man has transferred his pain to another ghost, or has something happened here? While Chen Ji was confused, the other leg of the mannequin was yanked off. The lines of visitors were chewing each other's ears. The proprietor looked at the flat lines on screen, and his face was dropping. The haunted house did not have brilliant sound insulation, and there had been screams, but they were all female screams. It was a male visitor who entered the haunted house, but they were female screams that came out of it. This was also the first time the proprietor had come across something so curious. So close. He looked at the peak of the line that represented Chen Ji's heart rate. It had risen to 96 at its highest, so close to 100. Boss, how long will this activity of yours go on for? We've been waiting for almost 30 minutes already. Some of the visitors started to complain. Please be patient, give it another 5 minutes, I'm sure the guy will be out soon. The proprietor did not have confidence in what he said and grumbled to himself, there's a hidden plot for brave visitors. He's also the owner of a haunted house, so he has to have discovered it. What's the holdup? Just as the proprietor was mulling over this, the sound of rushing footsteps came out from the entrance. He's coming out? Based on the rapid footsteps, it sounds like he is quite scared. The proprietor nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the footsteps. He looked at the screen again and consoled himself. I knew that no one could maintain their heart rate below 100 when they visited a haunted house. Something must be broken with the machine. He took out the loudspeaker and turned to the crowd. Our first visitor is coming out soon. We can compare how he was before he entered and how he is now, and then we'll ask for his thoughts. Everyone's gaze was pulled toward the entrance. The footsteps came closer, and finally, there was a loud bang as the thick curtain and wooden door of the exit were pushed open. Someone's out. She was wearing a large patient's outfit, and her black hair stuck to her neck. Cold sweat ruined her makeup, and from afar, only her eyes that bulged from fear could be seen. Wait, isn't that a woman? The visitor closest to the door questioned. This transformation is too huge. Ah, Rui. The proprietor forgot to turn off his loudspeaker and yelled out the female actor's name. The visitor had gone inside the haunted house, but it was the actor who played a ghost that came out first. Following behind the appearance of the female actor, there was another set of footsteps. This time, without the guidance from the proprietor, everyone's gaze was turned toward the exit. The curtain was pulled back, and a male actor covered with fake blood rushed out. He was running very fast like he was running for his life. The moment he exited the haunted house, he collapsed to the floor. What's going on? Is this another activity organized by the haunted house? The proprietor did not even have the chance to get over his initial shock. Why is there another? Looking inside the haunted house, the darkened entrance had no light, so the people outside had no idea what happened inside. The proprietor walked down the stage and ran to the exit. He wanted to ask the two actors what was going on. However, before he reached his destination, the wooden door at the exit was slammed open again. This was the loudest one yet. 3 actors, 2 guys and 1 girl, spilled out at once. The 3 of them were wearing ghost makeup, but they looked very worse for wear. The smallest female actor had tears in her eyes, and half a broken hand and a model of a spleen were poking out from her uniform. What's going on? The proprietor asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Boss Hu, there's a ghost inside. Really, Su Zhenjin has returned? The only one still standing was the security ghost. He ran toward the boss with the walkie-talkie in his hand. Listen to the sound. Both Brother Lin and Ah Rui have seen her. Even Zio Yi has heard her. It's real. That's not important. The proprietor pushed the walkie-talkie aside. He looked at his workers who were collapsed on the floor. All of you are out here, but where is the visitor? The visitor? The security guard turned back to look, and he said uncertainly, the visitor seems to still be in there. Still inside, the proprietor felt like fainting. He had been in the business for almost a decade, and this was the first time that all of the actors had left the haunted house while the visitor was still inside experiencing his tour. Wait, all of you are out here, but the visitor is in there alone. Is that because he thinks the real ghost is our actor? That should be it. Zioyi said that the visitor has been following the ghost. The proprietor felt like fainting. What kind of monstrosity had he attracted this time? Boss who, what should we do now? Call the cops. Call the cops on our opening day? You want us to close down that quickly? The proprietor glared at the security guard. Bring your stuff and come back with me. All of you, get up from the floor. We need to go look for the man. The few actors were forced to stand up. The proprietor in his smart suit, holding the loudspeaker, led the team of ghosts carefully into the haunted house. Chapter 198, What color do you prefer? In the center of the corridor, both of the mannequin's legs had been yanked off. The rope around the mannequin's neck tightened like someone was pulling on her. What is this guy trying to achieve? Ever since he reached the female body, the tape ghost had stopped screaming. The more he thought about it, the more confused Chenji felt. The mannequin is the item of possession for Su Zhenjin, so the tape ghost is trying to force her out. While he was thinking, the rope around the mannequin's neck snapped. The mannequin fell to the floor, and the head detached from her body and rolled several meters away until it stopped at the corner, her eyes staring at her body. The roughly made mannequin face started to change from struggle to fear, then slowly reverting to normal. The fake lips moved like she was trying to say something. Several seconds later, the screams returned to the corridor, but unlike before, there was now an additional female voice. So painful, so painful. The voice of a male and female surrounded Chenji, and the screams greatly unsettled him. Why is Su Zhenjin screaming alongside the tape ghost? Does he have the ability to assimilate other ghosts? Chenji had no idea what the tape ghost had done to Su Zhenjin. This was the tape ghost's biggest secret. The alternating sound of male and female screams flooded Chenji's ears. It caused his eyelids to twitch. He tried turning off the recorder, but it would not work. Pain, so much pain. The voice seemed to touch Chenji's face. Then it slowly weakened until there was a click on the recorder. The play button stopped working. The corridor no longer felt so depressed, and Chenji could breathe easier. Even the mannequin head that was left on the floor did not look so scary. Chenji opened the recorder. When he removed the tape, the black phone vibrated. A message at a time like this. Chenji stood beside the female mannequin and took out his phone to take a look. Congratulations, Spectres favored. You have unlocked Su Yin's affection mission. Completing the affection mission will greatly increase Su Yin's affection level, and there's a high chance that you might be able to employ him at your haunted house. Mission venue, Fang HWA Apartments. Mission goal, you only have one night to find Su Yin's lover. Mission hint, honey, white, black, and red, which color do you prefer? The information on screen was only a few lines, but Chenji looked through it several times. Fang HWA Apartments. Isn't that where Wang Xin is staying? I've been there once when I was trying to help the pen spirit. The mission given by the black phone came with a certain danger level. Furthermore, based on what he knew of the tape ghost, something tragic must have happened to him for him to have such a deep level of resentment. Chenji did not want to take another mission after just finishing the third Sick Hall's trial mission, but the reward of employing a ghost at his haunted house was too hard to give up upon. The tape ghost is slightly stronger than the pen spirit. If I can hire him, then doing trial missions in the future will be safer. Just as Chenji made the decision, the phone in his pocket rang. It was from an unknown number. There are only a few who know my number. Who could this be? Chenji let the phone ring for a few seconds before he answered it. Chenji, this is Captain Yan. Captain Yan, why are you calling? The 3 suspects that you found at the third Sick Hall, 2 of them have been found dead at their home. Dead? Chenji was shocked. He was about to ask Captain Yan for more details when the black phone in his other hand vibrated. There was new information on screen. Chenji looked it and was shocked to see that the completion rate of the third Sick Hall had risen to 65%. Chenji, are you there? Sorry, just a little shocked. They were fine a few days ago. Why did they suddenly die? At 3 a.m. yesterday, we received a call. The person who made the call said that his name was Su Tong. He said many curious things, and he made no sense, so we couldn't understand what he was trying to communicate. So, you hung up on him? Of course not. Su Tong was a suspect on the run. The officer who answered the call contacted us immediately. However, when we triangulated his position and found him, he was already dead. There was a trace of hardly discernible feeling mixed in Captain Yan's tone. He and a single-armed man were both stuffed inside a dresser. The actual cause of death is still unknown, and there were no obvious wounds on their bodies. Perhaps the killer is their former ally. The man's name is Cheng Ching. His face is twisted, so he's easily recognizable. Leave the detective work to us. I asked for your number from Inspector Lee because I wanted to remind you in person. Captain Yan sent 2 pictures to Chen Ji. These are pictures that we found in the victims' phones. They might be targeting you. The transfer was slow. Chen Ji needed to wait several seconds before he could see the content clearly. The first picture was taken when Chen Ji was hauled into the police car outside of 3rd Sick Hall, and the second picture was of Chen Ji when he left the police station. Both pictures were fuzzy. The person who had taken the pictures was very cautious. They had stood very far away when they took those pictures. These pictures were taken by Su Tong. Chen Ji did not think that he would one day be stalked. That doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is they seem to be part of something larger. They're part of a group that does things systematically, and that changes a lot of things. Right, I've told you all that morning that there might be 8 killers, and they were all once patients in the 3rd Sick Hall. Other than Wang Xinglong, all the remaining patients were incurable mad persons. Captain Yan sighed. The clue you gave us has helped tremendously. We checked the information from 4 years ago, and after comparison, there were 3 of those 8 patients who seem to have evaporated off the face of the earth after the hospital closed down. There is no physical or online trail of them anywhere. Chapter 199, Fang HWA Apartments. Even you can't find information on these few patients? Chen Ji was shocked. Can you tell me which 3 persons they are? Maybe I can provide you with more clues. You still remember stuff that happened 4 or 5 years ago? Chen Ji had given Captain Yan many surprises. Since Chen Ji had helped greatly in the Ping An apartment case, Captain Yan was willing to reveal some information to him. These 3 patients were respectively patients of rooms 7, 9, and 10 inside the 3rd Sick Hall. Chen Ji memorized what Captain Yan said and compared it to the information provided by Dr. Gao. Patient number 7 suffered from Cotard syndrome or the walking corpse syndrome. He believed that he was already a dead man, telling the doctors that his organs had all decayed. According to Dr. Gao's analysis, the patient had been confirmed dead, but that was what he had read from the hospital records. No one had seen his body, so this information could be fake. Patient number 9 was Wu Fei, the individual men Nan's main persona warned him to be careful about. Patient number 10 was the individual whom the doctors and patients dubbed the devil. There was no information on this patient, but it was certainly related to the old director. After all, he had managed the entire center, and he was the one responsible for managing this information. Alas, the old director had been torn apart by Zhang Ye already, and only his head remained behind the door. It would be hard to get information from him. Chen Ji's mind turned. After Su Tong and the patient with the phantom limb syndrome died, his mission completion rate had risen by 5%, and this pointed a way for Chen Ji. Does this mean the capture or death of all the escaped patients will continue to increase the mission's completion rate? There was indeed such a possibility. After all, the patients had received a new life from the door inside the 3rd Sick Hall. They had been branded by the 3rd Sick Hall, and technically, they were part of the 3rd Sick Hall. Realizing that Chen Ji had remained silent for a while, Captain Yan continued. We wanted to interview the doctors and nurses who once worked at the 3rd Sick Hall for information on these 3 patients, but we came across with something horrible. What is it? The doctors who knew about these 3 patients have all died mysterious deaths, some from accidents, others suicide. Captain Yan paused as if gauging whether he should continue. Captain Yan, I promise to not leak anything you tell me. I'm not worried about that. I don't want to scare you. There was a shift in Captain Yan's tone. The most unique case was a female doctor. She moved away from Jiujiang with her boyfriend, but she couldn't escape fate. None of the deaths seemed connected to each other, and the murder locations were completely different. There wasn't a pattern to the occurrence of these deaths either, so the police didn't link them. But once the connection of the 3rd Sick Hall surfaced, we looked over the cases again, and new patterns emerged. Taking out the accidents, about 90% of the deaths were detailed murders. Captain Yan was trying to warn Chen Ji that his situation was very dangerous. This bunch of people sure is brave. After giving a dry laugh, Chenji headed for the exit. He wanted to leave this place and return to New Century Park as soon as possible. They are a bunch of crazies. Their way of thinking is different from normal, and they will stop at nothing. The scariest thing is they think what they're doing is not wrong, and that is most difficult to deal with. Captain Yan also had a hard time dealing with these people. In any case, be careful. If you find out anything, remember to contact me. Okay? Before Captain Yan hung up, Chenji said, Captain Yan, other than these 3 patients, you also have the information on the other patients, right? Can I take a look at them? After all, I'm the only one who has interacted with them before. I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. You misunderstand me. I'm just curious. Since you already have the information on part of the patients, why don't you capture them now and then interrogate them for more information? Chenji could not be too careful since this involved his life. Is it because you're afraid of alerting the rest? Do you plan to capture them all at once? If only things are that simple. Captain Yan did not go into the details, but it sounded like they had come into some trouble. The information is not supposed to be leaked to the public, but since you're one of the victims, I'll pick some of the files that you can see and send them to you. After a few more words, Captain Yan hung up and sent the files to Chenji. Each patient had their assigned number, and all the information had been compiled into files. What Chenji was reading was the information that had been arranged by the police. Patient in room 1, Wang Xinglong. The first page was the information on Wang Xinglong. The information on him was the most detailed, including where he had been treated in the past few years, how many times he moved over the past 5 years, and the people he had interacted with. The police had everything on him. The second page was on a woman. The woman looked perfect, practically flawless. However, there was an uneven feeling about her, like she did not think the face belonged to her. Chenji had some memory of this second patient. Dr. Gao said that this woman suffered from Dorian Gray syndrome. She was particularly afraid of aging, had undergone plenty of plastic surgeries, and relied on a large amount of makeup. According to the police's information, the woman had disappeared half a year ago, and the last place she was seen was at Fang HWA Apartments. When Chenji saw the name of the location, his heart shook. Everything was revolving around the same place, which could not be a coincidence. Chenji hurried down the corridor and passed all the scenes until he found the exit. There was light at the end of the tunnel. Just when he was several meters away from the exit, he saw a group of 6 or 7 huddled together, moving forward slowly with a bitter expression on their faces. What are you guys doing? Chenji walked toward them with the tape recorder. Wait, the proprietor yelled at Chenji through the loudspeaker. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? Do you think I'm possessed or something? Chenji walked past the proprietor and his workers with a shrug. Your haunted house is now safe, but let me remind you, the money earned on the back of ghosts could be cursed. The light was rather blinding when he left the haunted house. Seeing Chenji, the crowd's gazes all turned toward him. This was the first person who had entered a haunted house but managed to scare all the ghosts out. They were all visitors, but Chenji had managed to do something they could not. Chapter 200, Come to my haunted house next time. Chenji did not have the time to dawdle. He had just received the call from Captain Yan, and the news about the third sick hall had unsettled him. Boss, Hisan and Gao Ruzu squeezed through the crowd to run toward Chenji. What did you do to the haunted house's workers? I'm just a visitor, what can I do to them? Chenji raised his brow. Also, why aren't you at least a little bit worried about my safety? Hisan and Gao Ruzu were baffled. Indeed, under normal circumstances, when a visitor was left alone inside the haunted house, they should have been worried for the visitor. However, for some reason, when the two of them saw Chenji walk into the haunted house, they became worried for the workers instead. Of course, we were worried about you. Hisan flashed his signature smile, not at all awkward at his lie. Fine, remember to come to visit my haunted house when you have time. I've created new scenarios, and I'm sure it'll be very exciting. Chenji hurried to leave. He reached into his shirt to remove the electrocardiograph monitor and the audio recorder. He turned to face the proprietor. My heart rate hasn't gone over 100, right? Right, the lowest was 60, and highest was just over 90. Just over 90? Why was it so high? Chenji was a little surprised. He did not feel anything inside Tian Tang Medical School. It had felt as relaxing as returning home, but his heart rate had still jumped quite high. Looking at the dissatisfaction on Chenji's face, the proprietor felt like crying as the despair in his heart started to overflow. Brother, this is my first day of business. Your haunted house is not bad to be able to raise my heart rate so high. However, compared to the new Century Park's House of Horrors, which you can reach by taking the number 13 bus, it's still quite lacking, Chen Ji said openly. Actually, your haunted house is good enough that you don't need to rely on underhanded tactics like slamming our Jiujiang's local haunted house to bring up yourself and adopt real news to increase popularity. Chen Ji looked at the few haunted house actors who had not recovered from the trauma, and his brain started to turn. Your set design is very professional, and the story background is very interesting. You even have 2 storylines in place to include puzzle solving into your scare. To be honest, I had fun today. Fun? You had fun inside the haunted house. The proprietor and group of actors were praised by Chen Ji, but they did not feel too happy. The reality is, we lost. We will edit the unfair comment that we've leveled at your haunted house online. Thank you. If you come across similar trouble, feel free to come find me. I'm very impressed by your professionalism. The pregnant ghost's expression and the dead body's gaze had both been practiced before the mirror many times before they got the expression down. Tian Tang Medical School's actors had been in this business for many years, and they were Tian Tang Medical School's biggest wealth. That's all I want to say. Get back to work and remember to come pay me a visit when you're free. Chen Ji's gaze scanned the proprietor and the actors, and he smiled before turning to leave. Chen Ji did not gloat when he won, nor did he say anything sarcastic. Also, he had been left inside the haunted house alone while all the workers were outside. This could be considered an accident already. If this was a personal visit, then perhaps it could be swept under the mattress, but this was in public. If Chen Ji insisted on making this big, then it would be over for Tian Tang Medical School. However, Chen Ji did not do that. In fact, he had praised the haunted house, and this surprised the proprietor. He felt thankful. The guy is not as bad as I thought. Perhaps like us, he is not in it for the money but the meaning of true terror. The proprietor watched Chen Ji walk away and was reminded of his younger self who adored ghost movies and pranks. The bad economy for the past few years has caused me to focus on earning money, and I've forgotten the initial reason I opened a haunted house. The proprietor was too kind. Chen Ji did not treat them as competition from the beginning. The reason he said so much was because he was laying the foundation to swallow Tian Tang Medical School whole in the future to add to his terror-themed amusement park. Boss, the security guard tapped the proprietor on his shoulder. I'm fine, let's be ready to get back to work. The security lowered his voice. He seems to have taken our haunted house's tape recorder with him. What? When did that happen? When Chen Ji left the building and got on the bus, he realized that he was still carrying the tape recorder. I was too focused on making the speech that I didn't realize I was still holding their tape recorder. Oh well, I'll return this when they come over to visit my haunted house. Chen Ji returned to New Century Park. The moment he removed the sign from the door, the visitors started to swarm toward him. In less than a few weeks, the reputation and visitor number of his haunted house had dramatically increased. We'll be open in the afternoon. Don't worry, we've designed a new scary scenario. Definitely will give you the scare of your life. Chen Ji called Su Wan before entering the haunted house. He thought back to the tricks that he experienced at Tian Tang Medical School and tried to apply them in his own haunted house. The update rate for my haunted house is very fast, and it is still growing. When the hidden missions for the 3rd sick hall are completed, I'll need to rearrange the scary scenes to add some scary items and mix in the real ghosts with fake ghosts. That will be more interesting. Visiting Tian Tang Medical School had given him plenty of inspiration. He wrote all his thought down in a notebook so that he would not forget them. At noon, Chen Ji took out the information provided by the police and memorized the information of all the escaped patients. The information could prove useful at any moment. After a simple lunch, the doors to his haunted house was open for business. Before completing the hidden missions, Chen Ji did not plan to open the 3rd sick hall for the public. That was not such a big problem because most of the visitors had not digested the earlier scenarios yet. He kept himself busy until 6 p.m. After sending the visitors away, Uncle Su, who stood at the door selling tickets, flashed him a rare smile. Chen Ji's haunted house was driving the popularity of the entire theme park upwards, and the management was trying their best to cooperate with the haunted house. Nice work today. Chen Ji waited until Uncle Su and Su Wan left before he returned to the staff break room. He put the tape and the cleaver wrapped in red cloth inside his backpack and started to search for the white cat. He looked through the entire haunted house and finally found the white cat on top of the tree at the entrance of the haunted house. The white cat was very clever. It seemed to sense that a bad thing was about to happen, and it jumped up to the top of the tree. No matter how hard Chenji tried to persuade it, it refused to come down. "What are you so afraid of? The place I'm going is safer than the third sick hall. Come down."